Chapter 1764. This was a steel that wasn't formed from natural laws, but rather an ancient object that stood on the path of immortality. They had never seen this type of entity before. Moreover, it was established by Heavenly Emperor Huang, so its influence was just too great. That was a chaotic period of time that couldn't be verified or understood. However, everyone knew that the experts of that period were extremely terrifying, or else how could an immortal artifact like the ancient wasteland tower be left behind? Did Heavenly Emperor Huang achieve immortality? This was a question that left everyone bewildered. That person had previously reached this place, yet the ancient wasteland tower was still left in the mortal realm. Did he succeed? Chi! A string of bloody light erupted. Yi Fan's left rib split open, a bone broken. This was an enormous white tiger claw. The white tiger Taoist attacked him fiercely and accurately. In this place, their attacks didn't stop, moreover becoming even more intense. It was because those who passed this Tao steel might achieve immortality. There were only 2 or 3 spots, so how could they not fight to the death? In reality, not only was Yi Fan injured, everyone's bodies were already covered in blood. After fighting so intensely, they were all riddled with scars, bathed in imperial blood. During the attack just now, the white tiger Taoist turned into his original form. A portion of his enormous tail was broken off, grabbed by Yi Fan, currently using it like a whip. An intense collision sounded. The phoenix wing gilded hoe and beast god collided, immortal light erupting in endless streaks, a rain of blood scattering everywhere. The supreme beings from the immortal tomb fought a great battle against the 10,000 Dragon Emperor. Terrifying auras covered heaven and earth, spreading everywhere. Every single person was covered in blood, their weapons all damaged. Suddenly, in that instant, the 5 archaic emperors seemed to erupt at the same time, rushing murderously towards Yi Fan. Their movements were synchronized, wishing to kill him. It is time. Let's get rid of him first, and then we'll fight over the spots. They felt great restraining fear towards Yi Fan, because he was a present-age supreme being, his blood energy like a sea. He was superior to them, able to fight for a long time, while they couldn't. Their time was limited, and they feared that they might end up helping the divine body Yi Fan for nothing. Yi Fan's hands moved. A wave of resplendent immortal light erupted, blocking in front of him. That type of aura shocked past and present, even making the 5 great supreme beings' expressions change. It was the immortal ascension cauldron. It flew back in reverse. Under Yi Fan's guidance, it protected him. Green multicolored light overflowed into the heavens, immortal Tao laws dancing about, as if it was going to shatter the heavens and 10,000 realms. You've taken advantage of me. The primeval venerables deduced what was going on. The god in the cauldron had transformed into a divine child in its ignorant years. Although it had returned to its original position, it still remembered him. In the past, no one knew that the tool deity of the celestial ascension cauldron was in the hands of Yi Fan. Now, after forging the cauldron, they finally understood. Do you think that you can defeat the 5 of us just because you have a cauldron? What a joke! Even if a venerable sovereign comes back to life, you won't be able to defeat us. With a droning sound, 5 types of supreme grand Tao laws surged out mightily and swept forward, drowning Yi Fan within. The immortal ascension cauldron trembled and radiance poured down. Yi Fan attacked without holding anything back. Pooh! Blood rained down. He was seriously injured. Even though he had the immortal ascension cauldron in hand, he couldn't withstand the combined attack of 5 imperial realm masters. In the present world, who could fight against 5 emperors alone? That wasn't realistic. Unless one became an immortal, they would undoubtedly die if they didn't. The only fortunate thing was that the immortal ascension cauldron was floating above his head. It could weaken his attacks and carry out his defense. Otherwise, Yi Fan wouldn't have much luck and it would be difficult for him to survive. Yi Fan's eyes flickered. The situation wasn't looking good. He had hurried to enter the Immortal Pass, Primal Chaos Cave, and Reincarnation Gate before they closed. He already had this type of understanding. Becoming an immortal was definitely a matter of 9 deaths and 1 life. He had to risk his life. However, those people's alliance was definitely not solid. If there was a chance, they would definitely eliminate their competitors. He didn't hesitate. His body and the immortal ascension cauldron became one. Green multicolored light erupted, rushing towards the path of immortals. There was no path left, so a great golden path was forcibly opened up, piercing through the terrifying barrier. He charged through that monument. Dazzling radiance suddenly appeared in front of him. A vast world was right before his eyes. Could it be that he had become an immortal and entered the immortal domain? The others naturally wouldn't let him ascend to immortality first. They advanced side by side, also rushing in, observing the great world all around. Ancient trees reached into the heavens, great rivers overflowing. This really was a vast world. In addition, there were divine birds flying about, immortal beasts roaring, their steps making the great earth rumble. Did we achieve immortality? The white tiger Taoist cried out loudly. He transformed into his enormous original body. He couldn't help but roar towards the heavens, collapsing a mountain peak under his feet. His terrifying body crushed heaven and earth, the scene incomparably astonishing. Everyone stopped, no longer fighting. Did they achieve immortality just like that? It was too sudden. They had barged into a strange world. Something's wrong, our body's conditions haven't improved. Even though the aura here is many times stronger, it isn't the immortal realm, said the beast god. The others even more so closed their eyes, carefully sensing their surroundings. A moment later, they were disappointed, revealing incomparably sorrowful expressions. This place still isn't the immortal domain, produced by natural laws. Only, it is too real, almost fooling us all. This was a cruel reality. They fought their way in, yet they didn't see the results they hoped for. This wasn't the immortal realm, making them feel despair. In that instant, everyone stopped fighting, forgetting to fight with everything they had, all of them silently deducing. I've deduced it, this place is in front of the immortal realm. We've arrived. Almost at the same time, everyone opened their eyes, divine light erupting from them. Even Yi Fan was no exception. There was a heavenly gate right in front of them. Once they stepped in, they would become immortals. They rushed into the depths of this world together, finally seeing a heavenly gate. Several people tried to break through, but in the end, they all failed. No one could move it. It was like an undying monument, towering at the limits of the world, impossible to open at all. Use the immortal ascension cauldron. Several supreme beings pressed over, having Yi Fan take action. Yi Fan faced them coldly, but he really did take action. He also wanted to see if he could open it. The heavenly gate swayed under rumbling sounds, but it still didn't shatter in the end, failing. There are words that appeared. Requires the sacrifice of an Emperor Dao expert, and only then will this gate open. This is the only path that leads into immortal domain. These were Emperor symbols. Even though they were profound and unfathomable, they couldn't stop them. This made those individuals look at each other in dismay, their eyes erupting with cold light. Otherwise they would have to get rid of at least half of them, and only then would there be enough spots. It seemed like they had to fight with everything they had. When Yi Fan saw those people stare at him again, wishing to use him as a sacrifice, he said with a cold smile, "Everyone, I haven't truly achieved the Tao yet. Are you all not scared of being useless? Moreover, do you all really believe the words engraved on the heavenly gate to be true? Who knows if this isn't the greatest scam since ancient times? Even if it's a scam, now that we've already reached this step, is there still any way out?" The beast deity said, his eyes releasing cold light. They already didn't have a path of retreat, already ascending to the extreme. After this battle, they most likely wouldn't have the ability to step on the immortal path again. Now was the last chance of their lives. Perhaps there were traps ahead, even fake, but they didn't have a choice. As long as there was a trace of hope, they had to advance. Kill! A great battle erupted. Yi Fan was the target they wanted to eliminate, but they all had selfish motives. They understood that he was only achieving the Tao through a different method, fearing that his sacrifice would be useless, so they secretly searched for other targets. This type of battle was mutually restraining, on guard against each other. As a result, the battle was extremely painful. In the end, there were people who ambushed their allies after all, a chaotic battle erupting. The supreme being from Immortal Tomb also became the target. Apart from this, the white tiger Taoist didn't have it easy either, almost coughing out blood. A chaotic battle erupted, heaven and earth collapsing, this world of natural laws almost collapsing. If not for them being so close to the immortal realm, unmatched symbols flickering about, the battlefield and immortal path would have completely disappeared. In the outside world, heavenly punishment sounded. The great cosmos trembled, all types of light flying about. At this moment, all clans knew who was going to achieve the Tao. Everyone saw an enormous golden crow, a strand of imprint gradually merging into the great Tao of heaven and earth. No one could stop it. His Tao fruit had already been formed, forever engraved in this world. After this tribulation, he would inevitably become an unmatched great emperor. The great tribulation continued. In the endless sea of lightning, a golden crow whose entire body seemed to be cast from gold weaved about in the cosmos, attacking the 9 heavens above, exploring the 9 netherworlds below. He was creating a legend of achieving the Tao. Ha ha! On Huasong's star, all of the important figures of the golden crow race were laughing loudly, some even crying. This result shocked them all, moving them to tears. This was a miracle. They thought that the old golden crow had died a long time ago. Who would have thought that he was actually going to become an emperor? The clansmen all thought that the old golden crow was cultivating in isolation. Only they knew that the old ancestor had disappeared for many years. There had been no news of him for a long time, and he had most likely died. However, today he returned powerfully. He's become an emperor. I want to see how that human race's divine body can still act so arrogantly. Indeed, my clan's old ancestor has become a great emperor. As the master of this world, no one can stop him. His blood energy is exuberant, not something those old supreme beings can compare to. Many people from the Golden Crow race were excited while gnashing their teeth. They were full of hatred towards Yi Fan. The other party had killed too many of their race's experts in the past, yet they were powerless to resist. My Golden Crow race's glory will illuminate the endless ages, and no one will be able to resist. The experts from all over the universe were all silent. A Golden Crow great emperor was about to come into being, and the entire universe's situation was about to undergo great changes. I was wondering why a great emperor would suddenly appear and reach this realm without a sound. Turns out it was him. In his first life, he ruled the world and fought until the 9th layer of the quasi-emperor, traversing mountains of corpses and seas of blood. He had long accumulated enough, and this era naturally belongs to him. Sigh. Naturally, there were people who felt regretful. Among them, Yin Tianda, Fire Qilin, Divine Venerable, and Divine Silkworm Taoist were the most regretful. They also had hope, and it wouldn't take too long. Unfortunately, everything was too late. The Golden Crow Great Emperor's rise had cut off their future path. Dong! The sound of the bell lingered. The Golden Crow Great Emperor was refining his own weapon in the lightning tribulation. It was a large golden bell, the same color as his body. It was forged from the Tao Tribulation's gold and was very suitable for him. So powerful. He actually forged his own weapon when becoming an emperor. He even prepared such supreme immortal materials. Everyone sighed in admiration. They knew that the Golden Crow Great Emperor was very bold, or perhaps it could be said that he was very ambitious. In the endless lightning, a large bell took shape. It shone with resplendent golden light and illuminated the 33 layers of heaven. The long bell's fluctuations were heard throughout the universe. The large bell took shape and crossed the tribulation together with him. As long as they could endure it, they would be unrivaled under the heavens. However, the old Golden Crow was also anxious. He had become an emperor and was about to reach the Great Circle, but he also sensed the changes on the path of immortality. He knew that if the Immortal Pass, the Chaos Cave, and the Reincarnation Gate were completely closed, the people of the outside world would no longer have a chance. Becoming an emperor isn't my goal. I also want to become an immortal, to be number 1 throughout the ages. The Golden Crow Great Emperor was determined. He let out a resounding cry that shook the entire universe. He spread his wings for a few days, carrying the large golden bell and endless heavenly tribulation as he charged towards the immortal pass that was about to close. Chapter 1765. In front of the heavenly gate, Yi Fan, the Myriad Dragon Emperor, the White Tiger Taoist, and the others were bathed in blood. The battle had already reached a climax, and every one of them was heavily injured. Their bodies were covered in blood, and even their immortal platforms were cracked. Yi Fan was naturally the focus of attention. Everyone wanted to eliminate him in advance, but with the protection of the immortal ascension cauldron, he never died. In reality, there was another important reason. Yi Fan had a blood pill refined from the body of an ancient supreme being, which was comparable to a divine medicine. If he didn't take it in time, he might really have died long ago. In this intense battle, he was heavily injured several times, but after swallowing the blood pill, he immediately recovered. He was full of energy, giving him a great advantage. Otherwise, he would already be a dead man. No matter how powerful someone was, they couldn't block the repeated attacks of several supreme beings. He came back to life several times, and because of this, he changed the battle situation. Because he almost killed another person, the Supreme Emperor from the Immortal Mausoleum was covered in blood, and the flame of his life was about to extinguish. Because the supreme beings were also plotting against each other, constantly killing each other in the dark, they weren't truly allies. As a result, their own people were also within the range of being killed. Apart from this, the White Tiger Taoist also suffered heavy injuries. And the Heavenly Gate required the sacrifice of a true cultivator, so these two people naturally replaced Yi Fan as the target. The sound of flesh and bones turning into paste and blood splashing could be heard. The supreme being from the Immortal Mausoleum was killed by everyone, and his blood was everywhere. Yi Fan also had a part to play in this. Reality was just this cruel. His allies took action against him, and his enemies also took action against him. In this place, once he weakened, it meant that he would be killed and become everyone's target. Survival of the fittest, the strong preying on the weak. At this moment, it was truly an indescribable irony. Boom! Large amounts of flesh and blood flew up together, landing on that immortal gate, causing it to shine brilliantly, a crack vaguely appearing. Seeing this, everyone took advantage of this opportunity to attack the heavenly gate together, hoping to open it and fly in. At this time, the immortal ascension cauldron was also smashing on its own. It didn't need anyone's sacrifice, it wanted to destroy this heavenly gate, proving an undying world, and see what exactly was in that world. Unfortunately, that crack was extremely bright, continuously releasing dense immortal light, but it just couldn't be opened. There were some who wanted to turn into a streak of light and enter, but they suffered serious injuries. Changing their bodies was useless, unable to pass through that gate. There were formless natural laws suppressing it. It's still not enough, we have to sacrifice another person who achieved Tao, the 10,000 Dragons Emperor said. Everyone's gazes were fixed on Yi Fan and White Tiger Taoist. The two of them were the best targets. If the two of them died, then the remaining three could become immortals. White Tiger Taoist laughed bitterly. He knew that he was in more danger than Yi Fan because he was old and frail. After fighting for so long, he was about to withdraw from his strongest domain. It would be difficult for him to hold on for long. Fellow Taoists, we've worked hard for our entire lives, but what if it's all for naught in the end? Our performance today is even worse than that of a mortal? How ironic! The beast god was dismayed. Because we no longer have a chance. In this life, we can only carry out this final struggle. Some people are quite patient. It seems like they've made up their minds not to come out in this life, still choosing to remain silent. The 10,000 Dragons Emperor revealed a bleak sigh as he gazed in the Big Dipper's direction. This made Yi Fan's heart tremble. There were still ancient emperors who hadn't appeared, not appearing yet, the forbidden region still unending. This made one's blood run cold. What were those people waiting for? Were they still not going to acknowledge this life? Hong Long Glong. The heavenly tribulation was deafening. A great explosion sounded from behind. A streak of golden light tore through eternity, making every single supreme being's heart jump. How daring, actually daring to come here. You've only just become an emperor, not even at the consummate level, yet you dare enter the immortal path, ruining our important matters. You are courting death. The supreme being's reactions were all different. Their words were extremely blunt, but immediately afterwards, their expressions all changed. The Golden Crow Great Emperor didn't enter at the end of the tribulation, but rather forcefully barged through the blazing heavenly punishment. It was extremely terrifying, perhaps even able to injure them. The Great Tribulation rumbled, extremely vast, making their hearts tremble. Their bodies couldn't help but resonate, about to enter the heavenly punishment. This was a terrifying great disaster. Even though they felt resentment inside, they had no choice but to avoid the brunt of the attack. They felt a sense of alarm, or else they really might fail miserably. Endless divine tribulation spread out, drowning out this place, boundless and without limit. Even the immortal path behind them shattered. It was just too terrifying. Everyone here, apart from Yi Fan, had all previously experienced this type of terrifying great tribulation. When they entered, it was fine if they didn't resist, but once they did, they might once again experience the feeling of crossing tribulation when they were young. However, they were already old. Even if they advanced, in the most powerful domain, they still couldn't endure that type of great tribulation again. It was because that would continue for an extremely long time, exhausting the last of their strength. Even though they were furious berating it, they couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This golden crow really knew how to scheme, choosing this time to enter truly making them unable to endure it. No one had thought that a golden crow would change everything here. The golden crow great emperor was full of ambition. He was unwilling to let the immortal path be sealed and become an outsider, so he rushed over before he had completely succeeded. He didn't stop for a moment, spreading his wings and striking the heavenly gate, displaying a power that shocked everyone present. Blood chi surged into the sky. Even though the golden crow great emperor had also suffered serious injuries in the lightning tribulation and was covered in blood, his fighting spirit was unparalleled. He used all his strength to strike the gate. The most terrifying thing was that endless heavenly tribulation descended, all smashing onto the immortal gate. It was incomparably violent, causing everyone's hearts to tremble. At this moment, everyone was covered in blood, passively enduring the lightning strikes. They wanted to resist, but they were afraid of crossing the tribulation, and it would be too unbearable if they didn't. Yi Fan decisively retreated with the green cauldron, leaving this place. However, this heavenly tribulation was too vast. During this process, he was continuously struck. This made him smile bitterly. In the past, he had used this method to attack great enemies from above and suppress them from below. He never thought that there would be a day when someone would also use this method to deal with him. Even though he had never feared the sea of lightning in the past, using the heavenly lightning to temper his body, he had no choice but to temporarily avoid it now. It was because this was a great emperor tribulation, the most terrifying lightning in the world. If he drew the flames to himself, it would be extremely bad. He still wanted to fight for the immortal path, so he didn't have time to deal with these things. The other supreme beings also retreated, arriving at the border of this fake immortal domain. Fortunately, this place was vast enough, comparable to a vast star system. They watched coldly from the sidelines. In the process of retreating, everyone was struck by lightning. Their faces were covered in dirt, and some even had their skin torn open, dripping with blood. This was because they didn't resist with all their strength, fearing that they would attract the heavenly tribulation. The golden crow great emperor let out a long cry, resonating with this world. He was like an immortal king, golden light shining endlessly. He attacked the heavenly gate many times, using the great tribulation to attack. Amidst rumbling sounds, the crack in the immortal gate widened a little, but it didn't shake in the end. Dang! The great bell rang out in a long and drawn-out manner. The golden crow divine bell forged from Tao tribulation gold began to burn. Tao ripples rushed out, passing through the crack, about to enter immortal domain. Overestimating your own abilities, not even truly reaching the consummate level, yet you already vainly wish to achieve immortality. I believe you won't even know how you died. The supreme beings sneered. The golden crow great emperor came just in time. They prepared to sacrifice him alive. Everyone, including Yi Fan, prepared to take action, using forbidden methods to kill the old golden crow in front of the heavenly gate and carry out a blood sacrifice. However, those who became emperors were all intelligent, especially now that he obtained the acknowledgement of heaven and earth. The golden crow great emperor's entire body was cleansed by the Tao, instantly understanding that he couldn't achieve immortality. Moreover, if they continued to delay, there would definitely be a great disaster. He carried the endless great tribulation, turning around and returning. Kill! The great supreme beings took action, but their expressions also changed. The endless heavenly tribulation arrived, drowning them out again. Under the brilliant radiance, an intense great battle erupted here. The supreme beings were a bit gloomy, not daring to attack with full force out of fear of the divine tribulation descending upon them. However, despite this being the case, this place still erupted, fighting until heaven and earth collapsed. Pooh! The golden crow great emperor exploded, his entire body covered in blood, golden feathers flying everywhere. However, he quickly reassembled his body, releasing a mournful cry, rushing outwards. Dang! The great golden bell swayed, and then it exploded with a hong-long sound. His Tao artifact had just been born, yet it was directly shattered, turning into golden fragments that filled the sky. The Golden Crow Great Emperor's blood splashed onto the heavenly gate, making that place rumble. The crack became larger again, as if it was going to open. The fiend race Great Emperor roared angrily. Wind and lightning raged. Chaotic lightning radiance erupted. He didn't hesitate to incur a destructive disaster, guiding the Great Tribulation to descend, hacking towards everyone. It had to be said that this truly made others feel restraining fear. However, what kind of people were these supreme beings? They all came from this step as well. They used forbidden secret techniques, launching attacks again. Even though the Golden Crow Great Emperor fled into the distance, his body continuously exploded 3 times, each time collapsing after reassembling. Blood dyed this place red, but he still managed to escape with the Great Bell fragments. He was lucky to survive, but he might not be able to reach perfection. His current state isn't good, but he asked for it. He hasn't even reached perfection, yet he dares to compete with us. His ambitions are too great. The people behind all sneered. Suddenly, the myriad Dragon Emperor's expression changed. He discovered that there was blood at the corner of Taoist White Tiger's mouth, revealing a satisfied expression. Not only was the Golden Crow Great Emperor's blood sacrificed on the heavenly gate, but a portion was also devoured by Taoist White Tiger. He was the closest just now, so he obtained this opportunity. Originally, he was one of everyone's hunting targets, and he was already extremely weak. In the end, after replenishing his essence blood, he actually recovered more than half of his strength. You all saw it too. That Golden Crow isn't considered perfect, but his blood is also useful, widening the opening of the heavenly gate quite a bit. Why don't we calm down and send the divine body on its way first? The beast god suggested. I have no objections. Taoist White Tiger nodded. After drinking the blood, he gained confidence and had long since calmed down. He was no longer afraid. Then it's settled. We'll get rid of him first. Before that, we're not allowed to attack each other. This time, we have to abide by the agreement, said the myriad Dragon Emperor. The purple gold emperor weapon above his head flickered with terrifying light. Human race's divine body, we want you to help us open this gate. Otherwise, you know the consequences. The phoenix-winged golden centipede flickered with scarlet light and let out a merciless roar. The 4 supreme beings cut off the path to immortality and blocked Yifan there. Each of them revealed their killing intent, and they wanted him to attack the heavenly gate. Otherwise they would kill him together. Yifan's eyes flickered, and with a wave of his hand, that green copper cauldron descended and appeared in his palm. It was sparkling and translucent, and it shone with auspicious light. Boom! Suddenly, before Yifan could do anything, the heavenly gate behind him slowly opened, revealing a bizarre and dazzling immortal world. Chapter 1766. The heavenly gate opened, a boundless world appearing. Was that immortal domain? The mountain peaks were boundless, as tall as the heavens. Divine vines and immortal trees grew, giving off an ancient feeling, as if they had already grown for millions of years. However, why was there a layer of mist pervading the air? It seemed extremely far away. Everyone wanted to see through it, but it was too vague, impossible for them to understand. A resplendent rain of light poured over, as if divine flowers were blooming one after another, resplendent and fervent. The radiance illuminated the endless ages, crossing over the entire history of creatures. Is this really immortal domain? In that instant, there were ancient supreme beings whose voices were trembling. After hiding for millions of years, did they finally see immortal domain? It left everyone pleasantly surprised and alarmed, feeling like this wasn't real. Is this immortal domain the place we all dream of entering? 10,000 Dragon Emperor said. Supreme beings had also been young before, also like Yifan, blood energy surging like a sea, standing at the very peak of their eras, revered by all life, lofty sentiments endless, looking down on the 9 heavens 10 earths. They had dreams, passions, grand ambitions, but all of this was ultimately erased on the path of immortality, giving up and letting go of too much. Their loved ones, friends, beauties. They all left them one after another, turning into yellow earth. Only they themselves, for the sake of survival, did everything fair or foul, living with great difficulty, enduring torment. What was the reason? It was all for this moment, to ascend to immortal domain, truly achieve immortality. Now, the time had come, their dreams becoming reality. Why did their eyes become blurry? There were tears that scattered down. Daughter! 10,000 Dragon Emperor released a heart-tearing, lung-splitting roar. He looked towards immortal domain, and then suddenly stared at Yi Fan, killing intent overflowing into the heavens. For the sake of achieving immortality, he gave up everything, including Dragon Girl. When she died, they were all asleep, unknowingly accumulating power. Now when he looked back, he felt endless pain. Ha ha! White Tiger Taoist roared with laughter, almost going mad. His head of snow-white hair was like a mess. In the end, even tears came out from his eyes. How many old brothers, how many companions had previously fought alongside him, risking life and limb with him? In the end he succeeded, while those closest to him had long become withered bones, lying on that path of death. He ascended to the peak, yet there was no one to accompany him in this dazzling scenery. At this moment, why do I feel so disappointed, even feeling a bit of pain? Another supreme being released a long, bleak sigh. He was clearly standing at the most glorious peak, but he lacked the people of the past. He was lonely and independent, without kinship, friendship, and love. He only had a few opponents left. Could it be that the most important thing is the journey? At the instant my wish is fulfilled, there's only the loneliness of eternity left. I'm unwilling to accept this. I yearn to share glory with all of you. I wonder if time can turn back again. I want to bring all of you here, to enter the immortal realms with me. Boom! A muffled thunderous noise woke everyone up. The immortal ascension cauldron flew out, wishing to smash into immortal domain, but in the end suffered a heavy blow. There were immortal Tao symbols flickering about that entrance. Ha! What happened? The few of them were shocked. The immortal ascension cauldron was stuck in front of the heavenly gate, unable to advance or retreat. It violently trembled, symbols about to be engraved on it one after another, changing all of the divine chains of natural laws within the cauldron's walls. Is this the baptism of immortal ascension? Stop it! Several supreme beings roared. This was achieving immortality. The rain of light was endless, all of it entering the green copper cauldron, making it look more and more divine. Many symbols were engraved on the cauldron walls, wishing to make it transform and sublimate. Several great supreme beings slaughtered their way over, wishing to stop all of this. It was because the number of immortal ascension spots was limited. If the green copper cauldron occupied a spot, then they would lose a bit of hope. At this time, not even Yi Fan was their greatest enemy. Blazing light rushed over, all of it striking the cauldron. Several individuals joined hands, wishing to shatter it. Yi Fan naturally wouldn't watch with folded arms. Forget about everything else, just from his relationship with the divine child. He couldn't just watch as the forbidden secret methods were displayed, killing those great supreme beings. This place immediately became chaotic, a chaotic battle erupting. Divine techniques flew about, natural laws covering everything densely, interweaving streak after streak, forming a brilliant web of light. Am I destined to become an artifact? I don't want to go in like this. Help me break free. Suddenly, a divine will transmitted from the immortal ascension cauldron, directly entering Yi Fan's sea of consciousness. At this crucial moment, the will in the green copper cauldron was full of unwillingness and unyielding, wishing to transcend. It wasn't willing to just be a weapon. The green copper cauldron was struck out by those supreme beings, difficult for it to remain for a long time. Roar! A white tiger rushed over, entering the heavenly gate, replacing the green copper cauldron. In the end the same thing happened, stuck there. Immortal Tao symbols flickered, entering his body. This was a type of bitter pain, actually about to erase his original great Tao, the order of another realm about to replace it. However, how could the Tao of a great emperor be destroyed just like that? It was an intense confrontation. All of the white tiger Taoist's flesh exploded, symbols flickering. He almost exploded on the spot. This was a type of painful transformation, making one's blood run cold. It was as if he was going to be crushed and then reconstructed. An endless rain of light rushed out, entering the white tiger's body, as well as the flesh of Yi Fan and those supreme beings, incomparably pure and holy. Yi Fan had a type of realization. It was just like what he thought when he established the Tao back then. When he broke free from the original universe, everything would no longer exist. Meanwhile, would the past laws and Tao still hold? Now it did. Everything was going to be erased. This was a type of terrifying great tribulation. No one knew if the transformation would succeed. Wenglong, the beast god, Blood Phoenix Mountain Supreme Being, and 10,000 Dragon Emperor took action together, not wishing for the white tiger to achieve immortality and unleash the most terrifying attack. Pooh! The giant white tiger exploded, its entire body covered in blood. Then, it rushed back, reconstructing its body in the distance, full of hatred and anger. It was interrupted like this, leaving him furious and helpless. He couldn't change this reality. Transformation needed time, but no one gave him the chance. Just like that, 10,000 Dragon Emperor, as well as the Phoenix-winged Golden Ho Supreme Being from Blood Phoenix Mountain entered the Heavenly Gate one after another. But in the end, they were all blasted out by others. If they wanted to enter and transform, this process needed time. There was no way at all. No one was willing to let others achieve immortality first, so these individuals were stuck at the Heavenly Gate. Only Yi Fan didn't try, staying together with the Immortal Ascension Cauldron, hoping to find another way to break through. He wasn't willing to achieve immortality alone, because there were too many things he was worried about in this world. Meanwhile, these supreme beings had long abandoned everything. They only had a single goal in this life, and that was to enter immortal domain themselves. I suspect that this type of baptism will bring about inestimable changes. After all, it is to erase all traces of our imperial Tao. If there are any changes, our entire life's cultivation will go up in smoke. The beast god frowned. Wu, I suggest that we let one person enter first, see what kind of changes will happen to him, and then stop him at the final moment. The white tiger Taoist said, staring at Yi Fan. Those individuals immediately understood his intentions. They were going to use Yi Fan as an experimental subject. For the sake of safety, they definitely had to do this. Yi Fan was an expert of this level, destined to be a threat. Using his Heaven Sacrifice Gate might be the best choice. The four of them surrounded him together. Do you think you can make me stay just because you all want to? Yi Fan laughed coldly. He held the Immortal Ascension Cauldron in his hand, taking millions and millions of steps with each step, hiding into the distance. Then, he took another step, unexpectedly leaving into the distance without even turning his head back. He was going to rush out of the immortal path and enter the original great cosmos world, abandoning everything here. Those individuals were stupefied. They then gave each other a look. Chase, leaving him behind will definitely be a disaster. Moreover, I truly feel that only an Emperor Tao expert can be at ease as an experimental subject, or else I will always feel apprehensive. Makes sense. If our Imperial Tao foundations are erased, yet we still can't achieve immortality, then wouldn't that be the most laughable and tragic conclusion? The immortal path was greatly shaken. Everyone slaughtered their way out, chasing after Yi Fan together. It was incredibly intense, divine light illuminating the starry sea. Within the mortal realm, everyone was shaken, all of them stupefied. What happened? Supreme beings clearly fought their way into the immortal path, so why did they slaughter their way out? Could it be that the darkness chaos happened again? When they thought of this possibility, everyone's faces became pale, lacking the slightest bit of color. If this was the case, then this really was a world-ending battle. Bitter slaughter, Emperor blood illuminating the starry sky. Yi Fan, do you think you can escape? The universe is boundless. There is no place for you. Hurry up and step on the immortal path with us. The beast god shouted. The people of the world didn't understand why he said this. Immortal ascension was a good thing, so why did the sacred body Yi Fan withdraw, even making several ancient sovereigns chase after him? There was definitely a great secret. Kill. Everyone slaughtered their way forward. Yi Fan's feet moved with the rose symbol art, breaking through the starry river, about to disappear in the blink of an eye. Even the ancient sovereigns couldn't catch up to him in terms of speed. Do you think you can escape? The white tiger Taoist sat down and began to make deductions. The 10,000 Dragon Emperor's eyes were ice-cold and ruthless. He can escape, but it won't be easy to catch him. However, he still has family and friends. Let's capture them one by one and see if he will turn back. These cruel words were cold enough to freeze the cosmos. They weren't just talking. They actually sat down together and began to make deductions together. Symbols flew up one after another, illuminating the cosmos, resplendent and intimidating. And Yi Fan was shocked. 4 supreme beings joined hands, making a shadow appear in his heart. He quickly flew towards a certain region. I feel like he left behind a few imprints in this cosmos, establishing a few primal chaos realms. It's quite secretive. I found one. Let's lock onto it together, we can find it. Yi Fan stood under the starry sky, paying close attention and preparing to fight a bloody battle. Suddenly, a primal chaos world exploded. Flesh and blood flew everywhere, countless casualties. Several supreme beings were like demon kings, trampling this space apart. The Black Emperor, Dongfang Yi, Little Purple and the others fell out. They were all incredibly bewildered, and then they began to tremble because the blood energy of supreme beings covered the skies. You all are courting death. Yi Fan roared. He sensed the abnormality, immediately arriving at the scene, standing in front of everyone. Big brother! The little girl cried out from the back. No one expected that a supreme being would slaughter his way here. A gargantuan crisis descended. It's all my fault. The immortal ascension cauldron blamed itself. It knew that when it was reforming, the divine child was summoned away, leaving behind an opening when he broke through this primal chaos world. That was why the supreme beings found it now. Why aren't you running anymore? The white tiger Taoist laughed coldly. You killed my daughter, slaughtered my clansmen, do you still have a day like this? We'll settle this together, wipe out 10 of your clans. The 10,000 Dragon Emperor's voice was deep and cold. With a pu sound, the heavenly soldiers and generals in front of him were trampled into bloody paste. With his strength, any random movement could destroy a star domain. He purposely did this, wantonly displaying his might. If others don't offend me, I won't offend them. The people I kill all have reasons to die, while you all, for your own selfish desires, for the sake of immortality, trample on all living things. In my opinion, none of you will become immortals in this world, all of you dreaming of breaking heaven's gates, forever having no fate with it. Yi Fan shouted, standing in front of him. Meanwhile, the immortal ascension cauldron and all life source energy cauldron quickly collected people, protecting a group of old friends. Big brother, I will fight shoulder to shoulder with you. The little girl walked up. Even though her little face was full of childishness, she was extremely serious. Chapter 1767. All of the supreme beings' expressions changed. They stared at the little girl, all of them seeing that she was extraordinary. This was an unmatched great emperor's Tao fruit. Hang! Someone released a cold snort, pressing forward. The great supreme beings trampled through this realm. In the end, there were still quite a few heavenly soldiers and generals that landed near them. Right now, the 4 of them were extremely ruthless, raising their hands and grabbing forward. They were establishing their might. Even though they saw the little girl, even though Yi Fan was blocking in front of them, they still took action. Pooh! Bloody light erupted, lives howling in grief. These individuals cruelly crushed over 100 heavenly soldiers and generals in front of Yi Fan's face. Blood surged high into the air, the blood-soaked white bones turning into ashes, the scene too horrible to endure. Yi Fan couldn't save these people. They were too far away, right in front of those individuals. He could only watch as their souls scattered. Killing intent surged in his eyes, clenching his fists tightly. Even though most of the troops were protected by Yi Fan into the cauldron, this type of tragedy still happened. Over 100 heavenly soldiers and generals died miserably, making a raging flame burn within him. You all are bad people. The little girl pointed forward with her fine and elegant finger. Even though her large eyes were flickering, she also seemed extremely angry and emotional. Those heavenly soldiers and generals were all big brothers for her, extremely familiar with them. They died just like that, making the little fella furious. There is no need for the little girl to fight. Yi Fan gently rubbed her head, putting her into the immortal ascension cauldron as well. The little girl was strong, but when facing so many supreme beings, there was a chance that she would be in danger. Shwa! Yi Fan brought everyone away, not fighting an intense battle with them. Where do you think you are going? The 4 great supreme beings roared. They chased downwards, using everything they had to lock onto a strand of Yi Fan's imprint, wishing to kill Yi Fan. Just like that, they crossed large amounts of starry seas, entering countless star systems, causing great destruction. In the end, Yi Fan stopped. He faced the immortal ascension cauldron and said, "You leave." He released a divine will, telling it a set of coordinates, having it seal everyone into another primal chaos realm to carry out hibernation. Meanwhile, he himself stopped, stopping the four great supreme beings, cutting off their path forward. "Oh, it's good that you stopped. Follow us to the immortal's path. Otherwise, if we chase after that cauldron now, it won't be able to hide. What's there to say? Kill them all. Drag them onto the path of immortal ascension, and use their blood to enlighten them." The 10,000 Dragons Emperor was the most heartless of all. His daughter had died in the hands of Yi Fan. If not for the sake of becoming an immortal, he would have made his move long ago. Now that there was a chance, how could he let it go? "I'll go with you to the path of immortalization," Yi Fan said calmly. He believed that as long as the immortal ascension cauldron entered the primal chaos realm this time, it wouldn't leave behind any traces of flaws. It was because it had already reconstructed itself, no longer the divine child of the past. Now, all they needed was time. They couldn't let the four great supremes continue their pursuit. Seeing that the Dragon Emperor was still determined to kill, the remaining three stopped him. Not allowing him to act on his emotions, they surrounded Yi Fan and forced him to step onto the immortal path. "Oh, where did that golden crow go? It would be even better if we could capture it as well." He should have finished crossing the tribulation. He must have gone into hiding after being seriously injured. He only left a portion of his imprint in this cosmos. This great emperor of his is a bit flawed and can't be considered complete. Heh! The Immortal Pass, Primal Chaos Cave, and Reincarnation Gate hadn't closed yet they were forced in again. They stood in front of the Heavenly Gate and wanted to force Yi Fan inside. They wanted to see the results. Suddenly, everyone was shocked. There were people in the Immortal Gate who were currently transforming and breaking through. It's two people. One was a monk with a kind expression and dignified appearance. The other was an elder who was transcendent and otherworldly. He gave off a type of inaction and natural feeling. Yi Fan was shocked. He recognized these two. One was the Sakyamuni Buddha, and the other was the old man. During the darkness chaos back then, these two people also participated in the battle. However, they didn't fight in close combat, but only used techniques from a distance. Towards these two deities, he felt extremely complicated emotions. He had always wanted to find them and had many questions he wanted to ask them. However, now that he himself was in the Supreme Being realm, he discovered that he no longer had to meet them. Moreover, the original hope, reverence and other things had long disappeared. "You all really are quite fast, wishing to seize this chance to rush into immortal domain. Aren't you all a bit too optimistic?" One of the four took action, about to kill them. The Sakyamuni Buddha and the old man coughed out large mouthfuls of blood, their bodies shining. They were stuck there, only able to passively deal with the situation. "Wu, don't be in such a rush. Let's take a look first. They are just starting to transform. Isn't this the result we were hoping to see? It's fine as long as we stop them at the crucial moment." The White Tiger Taoist sneered. Those two entered at the same time. Right now, all of their bones were shattering, flesh destroyed and reconstructed. Their Tao foundation was being destroyed, and mysterious symbols were pouring in. "Wu, the Tao traces are about to be erased. Could it be that what replaced them is the immortal Tao foundation?" The four great supreme beings all watched in shock. Even Yi Fan's eyes revealed a strange light. "We shouldn't accidentally let them achieve immortality. At that time, it will be a great disaster for us." "That won't happen. Even though there are mysterious symbols pouring in, I don't feel like they are becoming stronger." In front of the Heavenly Gate, several people were carefully observing. They wanted to comprehend the final secrets of becoming immortals. "Wu, these two's origins aren't small. I almost made an error in judgment. I feel like they are a bit familiar. One is the corpse of the celestial being revived, and he almost achieved the Tao in a different way. He is the moral celestial being of the mythological era." When the beast deity spoke this name, everyone's eyes erupted with radiance. Yi Fan was speechless after hearing this. It really was like this. His previous speculation had come true. The old man was once an ancient celestial being, and he could be called a Tao sovereign. The Tao scripture might have been left behind by him. This monk's flesh is that of a present-world person, but his divine sense is a bit strange. It is as if it was born from some type of mental power. The Dragon Emperor frowned. He is half an Amitabha Buddha, the White Tiger Taoist suddenly said. His eyes erupted with radiance as he stared at the Sakyamuni Buddha. Everyone knew that the Buddhist divine abilities were unrivaled. There were many secret methods, and the use of mental power in particular had long reached the pinnacle of perfection. There had been rumors that the Amitabha Buddha had never truly died. His divine will lived in the hearts of all living beings, and one day, he would reunite and reappear in this world. He only gathered half of it, and he broke free from the past. It can be called the Amitabha Buddha's reincarnation, and it can also be said to be his demonic shell. Where is the other half? The great Supreme Being's words were universally shocking. It was because they were too powerful, and because they understood enough, they immediately made this type of deduction. Yi Fan was speechless. Only today did he completely understand the origins of these two legendary ancients. The immortal laws have begun to erase their great emperor's traces. The two of them both encountered unimaginable disasters. The old man's flesh was destroyed, and the Sakyamuni primordial spirit was almost extinguished. This made the Supreme Being's blood run cold. However, there were new symbols that were replenished, and as much as they were extinguished would be reignited. However, no matter how they looked at it, it was a bit strange. The Amitabha Buddha's will and the Tao Sovereign's flesh are both going to be baptized? There won't be any great emperor's traces left behind. Those individuals sighed with astonishment. When they thought about themselves, wouldn't they suffer a double baptism? Their cultivation would be completely lost. Replenishing immortal domain's natural law divine traces left them worried. Their transformations should stop here. Don't let them truly achieve immortality. It was because at this time, everyone discovered that the two of them were becoming more and more resplendent, as if they were going to burn. They shed their mortal bodies and exchanged their bones, undergoing intense transformations. In addition, they released a type of supreme aura. This was a disaster. The two of them were blasted out, their bodies covered in blood, almost blasted to pieces. Even though Yi Fan tried to stop them, wishing to lend them a helping hand, he still failed, forced out. The two of them suffered serious injuries, almost completely erased. Kacha! After the two of them reassembled, they actually broke apart many times. This world didn't seem to accept them. The immortal domain natural laws that were replenished useless in this world. What is going on? They seem to have suffered serious injuries because of this. The great Supreme Beings were alarmed, feeling more and more reverence towards Heaven Gate. Chi! The Sakyamuni and the old man chose to temporarily join hands, the two of them holding hands. One's divine will was overturned, the other's flesh seriously injured. Only by joining hands like this could they display the power of a single person. Even though they suffered a disaster, they were still extremely calm, not saying a single word, not saying much. Something is strange. Why is immortality a bit terrifying? Could it be that once one crosses it, they will never be accepted by the original world? The Beast Emperor's eyes were cold. He felt like something wasn't right. Human race's sacred body. It is your turn now. Go and achieve immortality. The White Tiger Taoist pointed, forcing him in, wishing to continue observing. It was because the Sakyamuni duo's changes were too strange, a bit alarming. You all aren't scared that I might accidentally achieve immortality, and then destroy this gate in another realm, destroying all of your hopes? A hint of ridicule appeared on the corners of Yi Fan's lips. Sigh. When it heard these words, the phoenix wing gilded hoe released a light sigh, not replying. Instead, it looked through the endless void, wishing to see through Big Dipper's great restricted regions. They actually haven't come yet. Could it be that they still don't believe us? We wish to use the sacred body as an experiment, yet they think we are also experimental subjects? The Beast Emperor frowned. We can't care so much anymore. How will we know if we don't try? We already don't have much time, the Dragon Emperor shouted, wanting to force Yi Fan in. Yi Fan was naturally unyielding. A great battle began. Laozi and Sakyamuni also joined in, causing this place to immediately erupt. Blood splattered everywhere, and countless immortal lights danced about. Boom! The immortal ascension cauldron smashed over, returning once again. Father, we've come to help you. Little Violet actually came as well. Not only her, But Ziyue also came. The two of them had special constitutions, and with the help of the immortal ascension cauldron, they arrived in front of Yi Fan and entered his phenomenon. They immediately mobilized all the light and essence energy in the world to replenish Yi Fan's needs. Their bloodlines were too special. One was a Yuan spiritual body, while the other was a Yuan spiritual sacred body. The source of all living things was connected to them, forming a kind of bridge that allowed Yi Fan to communicate with the source. At this moment, with the immortal ascension cauldron in hand, Yi Fan was actually about to successfully counterattack and escape from this place. Blood splattered everywhere, and the battle was incomparably intense. Little Violet and her mother hid in the immortal ascension cauldron, while the cauldron floated within Yi Fan's phenomenon, drawing upon the source of all living things and releasing immortal Tao law fragments to protect and help Yi Fan. The situation was turning for the better, and Laozi and Sakyamuni were also fighting. However, something shocking happened again. The auras of two primordial beasts covered the sky and earth. Another two supreme beings had appeared, and together with the beast god and the others, they blocked Yi Fan, wanting to force him into the path of immortals. You two go in. Yi Fan suddenly made such a decision, and let Ziyue and his daughter enter the heavenly gate. Yi Fan. Ziyue called softly. When Yi Fan came alone, she knew that he was most likely in danger, and she wanted to live and die with him. But her daughter was also unwilling to leave. Were they finally going to face this situation now? There won't be any danger. You two go in. Yi Fan's tone was firm. He directly flipped the cauldron and pushed the two into the heavenly gate. Ha! How could this be? Almost at the same time, everyone was shocked. The mother-daughter pair seemed to have expended almost no effort. Runes flickered all over their bodies, and they stepped through the heavenly gate, walking into the immortal domain. What? Why is it like this? Could it be because they haven't become emperors and don't have the foundation of the imperial Tao, so they don't need to be killed? The white tiger Taoist went crazy. Impossible. They haven't become emperors, yet they aren't restricted. Have they become immortals? I can't accept this. The Beast Emperor roared. Chapter 1768. The two girls became immortals, entering the immortal realm. This made the supreme beings go mad with hatred. How could it be like this? How could people who hadn't become emperors pass so easily? They were naturally unwilling, frantically taking action, wanting to fight their way in, even wanting to kill the mother and daughter pair through the heavenly gate. Unfortunately, it was useless. None of the natural laws could pass through the heavenly gate. They would be baptized, broken down and reconstructed. Yeezy! Ziyue cried out, wanting to rush back. She didn't want to become an immortal, only wanting to be together with Yi Fan. She knew that it would be difficult for Yi Fan to enter. Forcefully passing through would put her life in danger. Why could those with weaker cultivations pass through, while those with stronger cultivations had to suffer so much? No one could understand. Father! Little Purple also cried out, rushing back with Ziyue, but they were stopped by the rain of light. They began to shine from head to toe, quickly completing a baptism. They were holy and pure, unable to pass through. The heavenly gate became unstable, actually showing signs of collapse. This made everyone anxious. 2 or 3 people could become immortals in one world. This was like a demonic curse resounding in everyone's hearts, making the supreme beings nervous and anxious, feeling extremely uneasy. No matter how they attacked, they just couldn't pass through. If they wanted to become immortals and cross the heavenly gate, they had to accept the baptism. A great battle couldn't be avoided. Yi Fan wanted to see his wife and daughter one last time, but he suddenly felt a wave of sadness. This was actually going to be an eternal farewell. It was too sudden. Everything today was not up to him. He was forced to this step. Becoming an immortal was originally a beautiful wish, and now it came true. However, he had to be separated from his wife and daughter in 2 worlds. Not a bit of beauty or auspiciousness at all. It only made him feel a wave of coldness. His mind becoming unstable, a wave of uncontrollable sorrow surging out. Father, we want to be together with you. Little Purple cried out, but she couldn't pass through that gate, blocked by the rain of light. Their transformation was complete. Yi Fan. Ziyue reached out her hands, her eyes full of tears. How could they separate so suddenly? They only came to help out, yet they became immortals just like that. If they had a choice, they wouldn't be willing to become immortals at all. This was a type of great grief. They would never be able to meet Yifan again. Ah! The great supreme beings roared out. They felt even more pain inside. They waited for endless ages. Yet this was the result? Sovereign Dao sovereigns could not become immortals. Yet two mortals in their eyes had taken that step. The unstable gate of heaven was shaken by the attack, but it was still difficult to open it. The supreme being was sad and helpless. She had schemed for her whole life and used all kinds of means to survive until now, but she was left with regrets. She watched the fireworks of a prosperous era, but in the end, it was all empty. Kill! The few of them charged forward with all their might. Yifan also wanted to gaze at his wife and daughter for a moment longer, but the four venerables were in the way. This battle was unavoidable, and it was even more intense than before. Unfortunately, there was no result in the end. Seeing that the gate of heaven was unstable, they became even more anxious. One more spot. The White Tiger Taoist, the Beast Emperor, and the others rushed forward together, wanting to fight their way in. They blocked the heavenly gate together, neither going up nor down, and were stuck there. Boundless light of the Tao rushed over. Yifan took action coldly, slapping forward with the immortal ascension cauldron. As a result, the four of them cried out loudly, attacking again. They were full of hatred, grief, and madness. At this critical juncture, if they didn't charge in now, then they really wouldn't have the slightest chance. However, with Yifan guarding outside, they couldn't do anything unless three of the four of them helped one of them guard this gate. Dao friends, since you all came, if you aren't willing to fight over this immortal gate, could you help me hold back the others? If I become an immortal, I will definitely guide you all into the immortal domain. The four of them couldn't hold back any longer. They seemed to have transmitted sound at the same time, asking for help from the two great supreme beings who rushed over. Now, anxiety spread throughout their hearts. Every single one of them was drenched in cold sweat, anxious to the point where it was difficult to endure. The two of them sighed. They knew that they couldn't enter in this world no matter what. The gate of heaven was already unstable, and there wasn't enough time. Meanwhile, they still hadn't reached their peak, so they didn't want to waste their lives here. They calmly turned around to leave, disappearing in the blink of an eye, decisively leaving. Ah! Holy physique, what exactly do you want? The beast god roared. No one would have thought that at the final juncture, the holy physique would instead become their greatest obstacle in advancing into the immortal domain. Even if I don't take action, only one of you can enter. How are the other three going to face this? Will you just watch? Yifan asked in reply. As he said these words, he kept looking at the other realm within the gate of heaven. There were two pairs of hands that were trying their best to reach out, but they couldn't reach it no matter what. Benefactor, you should go in. We will help you block for a moment. Shakyamuni and the old man walked over, actually about to take action. Several hundred years had passed, and these two people had long reached great heights. They were many times more terrifying than they were in the past, and they had the qualifications to fight a great battle against a supreme being. Father! Little Violet shouted with hope, her face full of longing. Yifan's heart trembled. He looked at his wife and daughter, and really wanted to take a step forward. However, he thought of those promises. He had to lead the celestial court into battle. If he left, what would happen to those people in the future? He didn't need to think to know that if he became an immortal now, the four supreme beings would definitely launch the most terrifying dark chaos. Not a single person from the celestial court would live, and they would all be found and killed. Taking a step back, even if these four people didn't have much life left and might not be able to hold on until they found the celestial court, there were still Supreme Emperor Dao powerhouses in the life-forbidden zone. They had great enmity with him, and if he wasn't here, the celestial court would still die. Yifan. Ji Ziyue's white face was full of despair and sadness. She knew that she understood Yifan, and understood his heart. What else could she say now? She could only let out a heart-shaking cry. I will become an immortal. See you in the future. In the end, he only said these 8 words. Something seemed to be stuck in his throat, and his eyes were a little blurry. These 8 words determined the rest of his life. This was a separation of life and death, and it meant that they would be separated forever. Perhaps it could be said that they would never see each other again. The path to immortality couldn't be opened all the time, and the next time might be millions of years later. These 8 words were as heavy as a mountain, suffocating Yi Fan, and his body was trembling. "Father, I really can't leave you," little Violet cried. Ji Ziyue's eyes were already blurred by tears. She was filled with helplessness and sadness. She said softly, "I've been very happy these years with you. I will wait for you." "Ah!" Yi Fan roared and his black hair stood on end. He was sad and helpless. He wanted nothing more than to smash the sky with a punch, break through the heavenly gate, and kill his way in, but he couldn't. "Seniors, please become immortals and take care of them for me." In the end, Yi Fan roared these words and pushed Shakyamuni and Laozi in. He suddenly turned around and faced the four supreme beings alone. "Father!" Little Violet's face was covered in tears as she struggled and shouted. "Your father made his own choice. The brothers and sisters of the Celestial Court can't leave him. He has to fulfill his promise, and in the future, we will meet again." Ji Ziyue comforted her, but her heart felt like it was being stabbed by a knife. Her tears kept flowing. They looked at him in a daze, enduring the pain. Shakyamuni and Laozi didn't want to become immortals like this, but Yi Fan used the immortal ascension cauldron to smash them in. They were blocked in the gate to be baptized and transformed. The Beast God, Dragon Emperor, White Tiger Taoist, and the others were naturally furious. In their despair, they displayed their strongest battle strength and fought here. Yi Fan's body was covered in blood. He collapsed several times, but he refused to retreat and used the immortal ascension cauldron to resist. Boom! Inside the heavenly gate, a flood surged out. It was formed by a rain of light. It swept Ji Ziyue and Little Violet away and they disappeared into the Golden Sea. Those were their last two cries. They waved their hands with all their might, sad and helpless. Their tears fell like rain. Tears rolled down Yi Fan's eyes as he shouted, "I love you all." He wasn't someone who was good at expressing his emotions. He had never said these words until this moment. He faced the world inside the heavenly gate. Ji Ziyue smiled. It was a happy smile, but also a sad smile. They had known each other for close to 1,000 years, but she had always understood his feelings. At this moment, she wanted to shout something, but in the end, a golden rain of light drowned them. Boom! The heavenly gate collapsed. The lower half of Shakyamuni and Laozi's bodies were cut off on this side, while the upper half entered the celestial domain. They had narrowly passed this stage. There are only 2 or 3 people who can become immortals in one life. I can't accept this. An eternal lie. The 4 supreme beings roared angrily and attacked Yi Fan in a frenzy. At this time, the path of immortality began to collapse. Endless cracks extended outwards. The heavenly gate closed, and everything would no longer exist. This world had ended. Boom! With a final loud sound, the entire path of immortality exploded. A rain of light scattered everywhere. It was like a dream, and nothing was left. The 4 supreme beings rushed up and chased after Yi Fan in a frenzy. They wanted to fight to the death with him. They were in complete despair. There was no longer any hope in this life. They had worked hard for their entire lives and fought for thousands of years, but in the end, it was such a disappointing ending. There was no chance of ever stepping on the path of immortality again. How could they not feel grief and fear? I want to be free. I don't want to be an ignorant weapon anymore. I'd rather be an ordinary person and break free. The immortal ascension cauldron said to Yi Fan. All right, I'll help you, Yi Fan said. He stared at the 4 supreme beings and wanted to borrow their hands to break the cauldron. He really wanted to use this chance to kill the 4 of them. Heavens, someone really became an immortal. Ascending with multicolored light, immortal ascension in broad daylight. At this moment, a rain of light scattered down from the path of immortality, rushing towards various parts of the cosmos. It was incomparably brilliant, and it looked as if there were immortals dancing. It was as if the immortal world was opening and linking up with this world. When he saw all of this, Yi Fan could only sigh in sorrow. His face was full of sadness. It was too sudden. He was separated from his wife and daughter just like that. Would he ever meet them again in this life? The next time the path of immortality opens, it will be 1,000,000 years from now. Within the life-restricted region, there was a long sigh. There was regret, as well as desolation and helplessness. This time, their deductions were wrong. This world really could achieve immortality, yet they missed it. achieving immortality and building the Tao in 1,000,000 years. Ha ha ha. Yi Fan laughed loudly. Tears even flowed out. This time, it was actually an eternal farewell. Kill! The four supreme beings were incomparably crazy as they slaughtered over. Chapter 1769. The path of immortality came to an end, the conclusion leaving everyone regretful and shocked, exceeding everyone's expectations. Meanwhile, the intensity of this final battle also exceeded everyone's imaginations. Heaven collapsed and earth split apart, ghosts wept and deities howled, stellar streams becoming dim. The four great supreme beings wanted to kill Yi Fan, because they had already completely lost all hope. Moreover, they had long advanced to their limits, unable to make it through this era, so they wanted to vent and get revenge. Meanwhile, Yi Fan also wanted to kill them, fearing that an unprecedented darkness chaos would descend. They slaughtered their way from one region to another, not stopping until one side was dead. Right now, there wasn't much superfluous words, they could only make their enemies fall, make them bleed dry. Everyone was horrified. Yi Fan could fight four supreme beings alone? This was simply like a legend, too unreal. Impossible, unless he is an Emperor Supreme being reborn, how could he have this type of strength? It's the immortal ascension cauldron, it actually revived, forged anew, reappearing in this world. The immortal ascension cauldron rumbled, continuously smashing about, releasing millions and millions of strands of green multicolored light in the cosmos stellar streams, devouring the great cosmos spiritual essence, facing the four supreme beings head-on. In the end, it surrounded Yi Fan within, withstanding all of the attacks. Yi Fan only needed to activate this cauldron, he didn't have to fight a bloody battle against those supreme beings. Four great emperor-level figures, when they took action at full force, they could naturally destroy the star domain, but it was difficult for them to shatter the immortal ascension cauldron, even though the four of them were working together. Kill! In the end, the sound of an emperor magical artifact shattering rang out, blood splashing through the starry sky. No one knew what kind of miserable battle happened. This world was boundless, no one able to approach the edge of the cosmos. The five great experts fought crazily. Puh! Yi Fan coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. Even through the cauldron, he was still blasted apart once, his entire body covered in injuries. Tao traces interweaved, affecting his body. Kacha! In the end, the immortal ascension cauldron couldn't hold on anymore, cracks appearing on it. This battle was a head-on clash, it did everything it could to find an opportunity to break free. The four great supreme beings also shed blood, and the most important thing was that time was almost up. They were going to fall from their sublimated states, thus no longer existing. Correct, this time, there was no more suspense. Even if they could devour endless life essence, it still wouldn't be enough. They had endured for too long, moreover had already advanced, unless a miracle happened. Boom! In the boundless heavens, the star domain exploded. Meteors flew everywhere, creating an expanse of primal chaos. The star domain was completely blasted into chaos. Is this battle going to end the world? All life trembled. The intensity of this battle wasn't any weaker than the most terrifying darkness chaos. If this continued, the universe would be blasted apart, and at that time, all clans would suffer disaster. He could clearly feel that the battlefield was getting bigger and bigger. In the end, many planets with life would be affected. Ah! Finally, a supreme being released a great roar. He was completely wiped out, falling from the peak. His entire body's endless brilliance completely turned into darkness. He was smashed by the immortal ascension cauldron, exploding in the sky. Crack! Meanwhile, the cracks on the green copper cauldron were getting bigger and bigger, and it looked like it was about to break apart. The other three supreme beings attacked frantically. They wanted to drag Yi Fan down with them even if they had to die. In their eyes, Yi Fan deserved to die 1,000 times for destroying their hopes of becoming immortals. If they did not kill him with their own hands, it would be difficult for their anger to dissipate even if they died. Boom! In the end, brilliant light danced about, and the immortal ascension cauldron exploded. It finally broke apart under the intentional attack, turning into countless fragments that rushed into the distance. The deity struggled free and released a long roar. It sublimated to its limit and gave an imprint to Yi Fan. Then, its body cracked, and that terrifying aura quickly faded. Streak after streak of supreme divine laws flew away, turning into flowing light and disappearing into the cosmos. A fair and chubby little fatty struggled free. He was only 2 or 3 years old, and he was full of confusion. He turned into a human and became a true creature. This was a reincarnation. In the end, he still broke free from the cauldron, and it was useless even if Di Zun arranged a contingency plan. Yi Fan carried him over, and then put him into the broken myriad chi cauldron, into the immortal platform between his brows, and did everything he could to protect him. Today, if it wasn't for the immortal ascension cauldron, he definitely wouldn't have been able to fight against the 4 supreme beings. He was still a junior and hadn't truly become an emperor, so it was impossible for him to resist the joint pursuit of 4 Emperor Dao experts. However, it was precisely the existence of the immortal ascension cauldron that changed everything. Yi Fan single-handedly suppressed this great upheaval, making them nurse a grievance. Ah! Another person screamed and exited the sublimation state. His entire body became dim, and he was killed by Yi Fan's fist. He turned into a bloody mist and no longer existed. Of course, the blood essence of the 2 who died was also collected by him at the same time. He didn't leave anything for the other 2 to prevent them from prolonging the time of their deaths. The situation was already over. The remaining 2 sighed deeply. The 4 of them actually couldn't kill Yi Fan. What face did they have left? They were all once archaic emperors, unrivaled under the heavens. Unexpectedly, such a day would come. The immortal path came to an end. The ultimate battle began, and no one knew what happened in the end. They only saw light diffuse, and the desolate edge of the cosmos collapsed. A small portion of the supreme races saw some light and shadows through the ancient formation, and heard mournful long cries and wild songs. This battle ended, and for a long time, no one dared to step foot to see the results. Until half a month later, someone gathered his courage and went there. He saw a miserable scene there. There were countless star fragments, and the cosmos was dyed red with blood. This was all the blood of supreme beings. After they exploded, their bodies might become the size of star systems, but now, not a single piece of bone or flesh was intact. It was a scarlet-red expanse that was too horrible to endure. We found the flesh of supreme beings. Can we refine it into a divine pill? The people who came here were trembling with fear. Their hearts were full of hope and fear. Where is the holy body Yi Fan? Could it be that he died in battle? What a pity! Another person said softly. The darkness didn't erupt in the end. Who would have thought that it would end like this? When a portion of experts hurried over, the peace was broken. Many people wanted to collect emperor blood to refine the longevity divine pill. There's a corpse over there, there's a person. Suddenly, everyone was horrified. In the endless broken star ruins, there was a tattered corpse that moved. It slowly sat up, its entire body covered in terrifying injuries. He originally lacked life force and was just like a dead person, but the moment he sat up, a powerful heartbeat naturally sounded, shocking those in the distance until they backed up in horror. Many people coughed out large mouthfuls of blood, quickly leaving into the distance. It was because that person was too terrifying. It was just an aura that was naturally released, yet they already couldn't endure it. It was shocking. This was the power of an ancient great emperor. The human race's holy body didn't die. He won this decisive battle. This news swept through the cosmos like a tide, shocking everyone. This battle accomplishment was too glorious, simply a bit surreal. Yi Fan's life force slowly recovered. He dragged his injured body, standing in the starry sky. After waiting for half a month, no one else appeared. He gazed at this terrifying battlefield. 4 supreme beings had died, but his heart was empty. The heavens are protecting the world. The holy body won, the darkness didn't erupt. Yi Tiandi is unrivaled. Cheers sounded from all directions. Meanwhile, there were a portion of experts watching from the periphery of this battlefield. They were full of reverence, their bodies trembling. Yi Fan silently watched all of this. Then, he raised his hand and grabbed towards this cosmos. The remaining blood energy was gathered over, absorbed into the all-life source energy cauldron. The battlefield was shattered. There were many weapon fragments, but most of them were completely ruined. Even the divine gold immortal materials were beaten into scrap metal, losing their original divinity. It was because in this final battle, the supreme beings went crazy, becoming one with their weapons, exhausting everything, obliterating their divinity. There weren't many usable weapon materials, extremely limited. As for the green cauldron fragments, their spirituality didn't decrease. They didn't lose the characteristics of immortal gold. Unfortunately, after exploding this time, they weren't whole again. Even someone as powerful as Yi Fan only received a small half, the rest scattered throughout the cosmos. Ha ha, ha ha ha. Yi Fan laughed loudly, laughing until he coughed intensely, blood flowing out from his mouth, his eyes also becoming blurry. In the end, this was the result. Those who wanted to become immortals didn't succeed, they all died. Those who didn't want to become immortals entered immortal domain. What kind of ending was this? It was truly a great irony. Purple Moon. He softly called out. They actually parted like this. The next time the path of immortality opened would be 1,000,000 years later. How was he going to meet her again? When he thought of how good she was, when he thought of her appearance, Yi Fan released a long desolate sigh. They were going to be separated forever just like this. How could he accept this? He still remembered how lively she was when they first met. Her large eyes were intelligent, little canine teeth sparkling, always so optimistic, mischievous, and cute. Then there was also parting. They looked at each other through the starry sky. She made a wish under the night sky, waiting for his return. The past cheerful laughter, the past voice and smile, it seemed like it was just yesterday, but it was difficult for them to truly appear again. There was also little Purple. They were separated more often than not. Yi Fan often went into seclusion, or went out to experience and comprehend, rarely accompanying her. In the future, it would be difficult for him to see this lively and cute daughter. His wife and daughter had already become immortals, creating an unprecedented miracle. This should be something worth celebrating, but Yi Fan staggered and stumbled, not knowing where he was going in the cosmos. The path of immortality has been severed. What a dream! Even now, are you all still fighting? Yi Fan laughed, cried, and roared, shaking the 8 desolates, reaching the life-forbidden regions. Thank the sacred body for suppressing the darkness chaos, avoiding a catastrophe. Ordinary cultivators couldn't hear his roar, because it was only directed at the supreme beings. They were celebrating, believing that after this battle, the cosmos would be peaceful for a long time, no longer needing to worry. Yi Fan's entire body was dripping with blood as he staggered back. The seal of the 9 great chaotic realms was undone, and the celestial court's troops all reappeared in the world. He had previously left behind an order that no one could come into the world unless he returned, because no one knew what would happen in the battle of immortality and when it would end. Master, you're injured. Yi Fan, what happened to you? Are you all right? A group of people rushed over. I'm fine. I'll be fine after a few years of rest. You don't need to worry, said Yi Fan. He had long suppressed his blood energy and the fluctuations of his own divine power. Master's wife and little Purple, why haven't they returned? A few of his disciples had a bad premonition, and everyone looked over when they heard this. They've become immortals. Yi Fan wanted to laugh, but a trickle of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. What, become immortals? Everyone was shocked. Yi Fan, are you all right? His good brothers were all very worried. I'm fine, as long as the forbidden region is not destroyed, I will not die. This life, I will fight to the end. Yi Fan's words were sonorous and powerful, and his eyes were resplendent, deeply affecting everyone. Chapter 1770. Plants withered and flourished. Wind, snow, and green buds came and went. The human world changed, and it was unknown how many generations of people passed away, turning into dust. The river of time never returned. It kept moving forward, and in the blink of an eye, 500 years had passed. Great changes had also taken place in this world. People talked about the path of immortality and longevity. In the past 500 years, the world was in an uproar. All cultivators were discussing this, and immortal ascension became the hottest topic. Someone had become an immortal, breaking the ancient legend and shocking the human world. At first, people didn't believe it, but the truth came out from the restricted area, from the celestial court, shaking the entire cultivation world. The unattainable immortal world had been successfully entered. The threshold that couldn't be crossed in the past was now difficult to stop. How could people not tremble? At the same time, all the cultivators were excited, like travelers who had staggered in the darkness for a long time finally seeing a beacon of hope. Their confidence was greatly boosted. But was it really like this? Yi Fan didn't know. For so many years, he had been silent, spending most of his time sitting on a towering black cliff, quietly comprehending and pondering. Sometimes he would sit there for decades. Most of the time, he didn't move at all, as if he had passed away in meditation, becoming a part of the mountain. He was neither happy nor worried. His eyes occasionally opened and closed, as if the passage of time was flowing. This was the Undying Mountain. The great peaks were majestic, and the cliffs were as black as ink. They towered into the sky, surrounded by the sun, moon, and stars. The former restricted area for life had now become an important place for the celestial court. What kind of heaven-defying method was this? Back then, when the Undying Mountain was first established in the celestial court, the whole world was shaken. Yi Fan flattened this restricted area and turned it into the courtyard of the celestial court. It was truly an unrivaled heavenly might. There was no doubt that the current celestial court had already become a colossus. Few in the mortal world could rival it. Of course, the restricted area for life would forever be a great enemy of the human world. No matter how powerful the power, no matter how glorious the inheritance, they would still feel a headache and fear when facing the ancient supreme beings. In addition, another powerful force had risen in the past 500 years. They wanted to establish the demon celestial court only because of the appearance of the Golden Crow the Arch. After 500 years of cultivation, the Golden Crow Great the Arch kept going through tribulations to make up for the flaws he had in the past. The entire universe was filled with his aura. It was as if the sky and the earth had become one. This was the most terrifying omen. The great emperor was known to be unmatched, but it wasn't just empty words. It was because he would suppress all Tao, become the sole sovereign, enjoy an era of unmatched glory. The flame mulberry star had become a holy land of pilgrimage in recent years. All the leaders of the demon clans led their elites and geniuses to pay homage to the current demon monarch. If not for someone defying the heavens and becoming an immortal in this world, the Golden Crow becoming an emperor would have been the hottest topic in the past 10,000 years. This was a miracle. The supreme being of the demonic race who had lived 2 lives had finally attained the Tao. How many people could actually see a living great emperor? Meanwhile in this world, everyone was fortunate enough to see him cross tribulation, becoming an unmatched existence. All of the races in the universe's 8 wastelands trembled. Regardless of whether they had any relations with the Golden Crow race or not, they all had to pay him an audience. That was because no one wanted to offend a true great emperor. During these years, the Golden Crow race ruled over the world. They ran amok and looked down on all the other races, becoming an unparalleled royal race. The only thing that made them feel regretful was that there was still a Yi Fan in this world. He had an invincible divine physique that could kill a supreme being in the Forbidden Region. He had taken away a portion of the Golden Crow Great Emperor's power. In reality, during these years, there were even more people who came to the Celestial Court to pay their respects. Yi Fan had truly killed his way to an invincible and glorious battle record. He dominated the world and was even more terrifying. At this moment, when he opened and closed his eyes, he could see the 8 wastelands. He saw people fighting in the depths of the universe. Flames surged into the sky and golden crows filled the sky. They were currently fighting against the disciples of the Celestial Court. In the end, flames flashed. A disciple of the Flower Court held an alms bowl and sucked in a powerful golden crow to suppress it. During all these years, only the people of the Celestial Court dared to do this. Otherwise, who else would dare to do this? With the Demon Emperor overseeing the place and the Golden Crow race with the imperial blood, their aura could swallow mountains and rivers. Everywhere they went, all races had to retreat. Only the Celestial Court dared to make a move. They didn't cause trouble, but as long as there were golden crows that provoked them, they would forcefully suppress and kill them or tame them as mounts. Therefore, these 2 great powers weren't very harmonious and their relationship was more or less tense. Yi Fan turned his head and looked in the other direction. At his level, he naturally didn't need to come into being to travel the 8 wastelands of the universe. He could see all the galaxies in the universe. There were 9 flood dragons pulling a carriage. It was majestic and domineering, and the aura of an emperor spread out. The great Tao rumbled, and many sages accompanied it. This was a group of people, and every one of them was extraordinary. Their momentum was great. The 9 flood dragons traversed the universe, and the sages were their soldiers. It was as if a divine king had descended to the lower realm to patrol. However, at this time, someone rushed over and shouted, "I was wondering who it was. So it's the only prince of the Golden Crow race. You've crossed the line." Do you want to patrol the celestial court? The person who stopped him was Xianxia. 500 years had passed, and his blood energy was monstrous. His magic power was as vast as the sea, and he had long since become invincible. The only thing that hadn't changed was his temper. He was still the same as before, a battle maniac. In the past, At shot for 9 consecutive days, and only one golden crow survived. That was the person in the carriage. He escaped back to Huasong planet and was the only descendant of the Golden Crow Emperor. Now that the Demon Emperor had risen, his status was naturally indescribable. However, he was also someone that the Celestial Court wanted to get rid of. Pang Bo, Zhang Wenchang, Hua Hua, and the other Earthlings wanted to find an opportunity to kill him. That was because At had a high status in their hearts. He was a hero. These people were indignant, and many people in the Celestial Court were infected. Xianxia and Hua Hua were close, so he naturally wanted to help him achieve his wish. Humph! A cold snort came from the carriage. It was very dissatisfied with Xianxia. I'm just patrolling the demon divine realm. What does that have to do with you? You've crossed over. If you want to fight, then come. I've been waiting for it. Xianxia laughed out loud. Boom! He stretched out a hand and directly attacked. The current Celestial Court was not afraid of any major powers. Since the other party had crossed the line, he naturally wouldn't be polite. Crack! The carriage shattered as a golden rainbow rushed out. The Golden Crow Prince's eyes flickered with a cold light. He opened his mouth and spat out a volcano seal. It contained an extremely terrifying aura that could suppress the heavens. Is this a treasure your father refined for you? Truly amazing. It's actually formed from the Fire Spirit Mountain. Unfortunately, it's still not enough. Xianxia laughed uproariously as he slammed his palm down onto the enormous volcano imprint. Lava surged, and the mountain exploded. Even the wrinkles on the imprint vanished. The saints were aghast. This person was simply the second Yi Fan. This was a weapon refined by the Demon Emperor for his son, yet it was destroyed. Just how powerful was his body? Are you forcing my hand? The Golden Crow Prince snorted and stood up from the cracked carriage. A golden bell appeared above his head, emitting a divine sound that reverberated throughout the ages. It was the Demon Emperor's weapon, the Imperial Bell. What a great treasure! This bell is a good match for my senior brother, Yi Tong. I'll give it to him as a weapon, Xianxia said. Little friend is joking. The voice of an emperor came from the bell. Afterward, a huge golden beam flew out and cut this area into 2 halves. This was demarcating the boundary. The bell then shook once more. Multicolored light filled the sky as it brought everyone back to the demon realm. Xianxia smiled and didn't chase after them. During these years, he had been suppressing himself quite a bit. He wanted to break through one day and then fight the Imperial Bell with his bare hands. In the divine garden of the Celestial Court, Yi Fan was sitting cross-legged on a black cliff. He had witnessed everything in the cosmos with a calm expression. In another part of the mountain, there was a lush green and full of vitality. There was an ancient tree flickering with multicolored light. Its trunk was as straight as a dragon. A group of young and energetic children were meditating there, earnestly comprehending the Tao. This was another generation. Among them were Li Heishui's grandsons, Dong Fengye's 4th-generation descendants, Li Tian's great-great-grandsons, and the descendants of heavenly generals. All of them had boundless potential. The Tao Comprehension ancient tea tree flowed with brilliant colors, only able to grow in Undying Mountain. Now, it became another undying immortal tree of Celestial Court. After so many years, the Celestial Court had prospered, shaking the cosmos and the 10 Desolaces. Each of their descendants was more stunning than the last as they grew up. Oh! Yi Fan was astonished. He turned around to look at a certain region and revealed a strange expression. His gaze pierced through the endless river of stars and saw the scene there. A boundless heavenly tribulation had appeared. With just a single strike, tens of thousands of stars were destroyed, turning that place into a shattered land. It was boundlessly terrifying and boundless. Yi Tong was undergoing tribulation. The 9 heavenly tribulations descended, covering the sky and covering the sun. They were boundless and immeasurable, shaking the entire cosmos. There wasn't a single person who wasn't shocked. Everyone knew that the Celestial Court was becoming increasingly powerful and unstoppable. Even Yi Tong was about to enter this domain. In the future, he would be able to fight shoulder to shoulder with Yi Fan. Who could stop him? Last time, he already broke into the 9 heavenly tribulations, but he forcefully suppressed it. This time, could it be that he wants to use this opportunity to enter the Emperor realm? This wasn't just one person's guess. Hong! The Great Tribulation was boundless. The stars in the sky flickered as if they had been ignited. Yi Tong entered the peak of the 9 heavenly tribulations and attacked unhindered, shattering the 33rd layer of the heavens and reaching the 9 underworlds. He struggled in the boundless cosmos, wishing to break through the undying, slaughter out a brilliant and resplendent future. What a powerful heavenly tribulation! What a terrifying younger generation! Don't tell me that he really is someone who can conquer the restricted regions? Quite a few people felt restraining fear. Ah! Yi Tong roared out. The Great Tribulation continued for who knew how long. Gods and devils roared between heaven and earth, groups of stars trembling chaotically, all types of irregular scenes appearing. In the end, there was even an indescribably horrifying flying immortal irregular scene. This is an omen of becoming an emperor. In the past, all those who had this type of scene appear later on, all of them achieved the Tao as a supreme being. Great senior brother crossed tribulation, taking that step. Only, I wonder if he can attack the imperial pass along the way. At this moment, many people in the celestial court became excited. Xianxia, Flower, and the others all rubbed their fists and palms together, truly wishing to be in his place, all of them incredibly excited. In the end, Yi Tong rushed into the heavens, scattering the sea of lightning, piercing through the heavenly tribulation, defying the heavens. It was as if he was going to shatter the 33rd layer of the heavens with a single breath. At this moment, there were people in the restricted regions who couldn't sit still anymore. A few people opened their eyes. Was this the rhythm of achieving the Tao? Yi Fan was still sitting on the stone cliff, but he took action. A palm slapped out, piercing through the heavens, directly obliterating a streak of light that rushed at Yi Tong. After not appearing for 500 years, have you all forgotten about me? Whoever dares take action against my disciple, I will flatten your entire restricted region. Chapter 1771. That voice wasn't loud, but it was enough to shake up the great starry seas. 500 years had passed, yet Yi Fan still hadn't appeared. Many people suspected that he might have been crippled in that immortal ascension battle. They never expected him to be this powerful today, making the hearts of all clans tremble. In the past, he slaughtered out an unmatched reputation, truly the #1 reaper of the restricted region supreme being's head, unmatched under the sky. Who didn't fear him? Even if a true great emperor appeared now, it still wouldn't be as resplendent as him, making countless people feel reverence, not daring to make him their enemy. The heavenly tribulation shocked the skies, the entire cosmos moving in response. Yi Tong continuously attacked, transcending the 9 heavenly tribulations. Then, he actually attracted even more terrifying lightning radiance. Is he really going to try to enter the great emperor realm? Everyone was shocked. The celestial court really was too terrifying. Not only did they have a Yi Fan overseeing it, his disciple also grew to such a terrifying level. What were they supposed to do? Forget about them. Even the supreme beings in the restricted regions revealed looks of worry. It was because if this continued, Yi Fan would have a right-hand man. In the future, he might really flatten the restricted regions. Right now, Yi Fan was alone, without any helpers. If he wanted to make a big move, he had to consider the serious consequences. However, if his disciples all stepped into this domain, then what else did he have to worry about? Xiao. A streak of divine light rushed over, hacking towards Yi Tong. It was incomparably terrifying, even more so than lightning tribulation. There was an ancient supreme being who took action, but he didn't reveal his aura, only releasing a streak of destructive light to disturb Yi Tong, not let him smoothly touch the emperor realm. Yi Fan's large hand originally reached out, but then he retracted it. Back then, when he faced tribulation, he almost died, also suffering all types of torment. He hoped that his disciple could endure this trial. Dang! A long and drawn-out bell sound rang through the air. Yi Tong opened his mouth, spitting out a divine bell. That wasn't a true bell, but rather something condensed from sun divine essence, forged from natural laws. Pop! The divine light was undying, piercing through the great bell, making it immediately explode between heaven and earth. It turned into a golden storm, the natural laws turning into fragments. Moreover, that divine light didn't stop, still rushing towards Yitong, making him face the even more terrifying lightning radiance, entering a life-and-death situation. What a heavy hand, just like how they dealt with me back then. Yi Fan muttered to himself. However, he still didn't move. Beams of light crisscrossed as Yitong used all kinds of secret techniques to attack and move about in the sea of lightning, using the heavenly tribulation to exhaust the power of the divine light. Boom! Suddenly, a huge palm of light slapped down, covering the entire heavenly tribulation, covering everything below. Chi! A jade rui tore through the sky and descended. It looked gentle, but upon closer inspection, the streaks of fine light it released were actually stellar streams. This left one shocked. Yi Fan didn't make a move. He just observed carefully to see which forbidden zones they came from. It was clear that even existences as powerful as the restricted regions now felt great misgivings towards Yi Fan's wrath, all of them severing their connection with those divine laws. There was no source, no root, no way to trace them. 4 or 5 beams of light danced in the air. Yitong coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. His entire body was on the verge of breaking apart, and he even exploded a few times. The Great Tribulation continued. Yitong finally avoided those attacks. As time went on, all of the beams of light and weapons condensed from natural laws were obliterated under the lightning radiance. He condensed sun god blood, roaring angrily towards the sky. His reconstructed body was incomparably sturdy. He did everything he could to leap out. Not only did his flesh soar, his cultivation realm also leapt up. He did his best to explore the Great Emperor realm. He wanted to enter this domain. Even though it was incomparably difficult, he was still trying to break through. Between heaven and earth, wind and lightning raged. Chilly winds roared angrily, divine lightning surged. Immortal void figures descended, unleashing a massacre in all directions. The scene was bitter, making one shiver inwardly. This was the unavoidable tribulation of becoming an emperor. This wasn't even the true emperor tribulation. Yitong took a step out with difficulty. Not good. Someone in the life-restricted region said softly, feeling that the situation wasn't good. With the Golden Crow Great Emperor here, others couldn't become emperors, but most of their bodies could enter this domain, or even achieve the Tao through a different method. At that time, they would truly be able to follow Yi Fan into battle. An unmatched holy body already made people feel uneasy. If there was another person, then all the supreme beings wouldn't be able to sit still. In that instant, the divine firmament was unsheathed, and a sword was brought out. The clouds in all directions moved, slaughtering 10,000 creatures and surrounding the stars. The killing intent of that sword was too heavy. Someone condensed a supreme divine law, and it was even more terrifying than the attack from before. It could kill with a single thought, and even the quasi-emperor couldn't block it. Yitong resisted and continuously evaded. Meanwhile, at this time, the others also brought out their killing lights. They all appeared out of thin air and directly suppressed downwards. Yi Fan no longer remained indifferent. A myriad energy cauldron flew out from the crown of his head, descending there and blocking all attacks. The primal chaos in the cauldron was like a sea, devouring all types of killing lights. The most shocking thing was that there were many dark red bloodstains on the cauldron. They were bright red and glistening, reflecting the figures of several people. This was actually the unfettered celestial being, the Stone Emperor, the White Tiger Taoist, the Beast God, and others. Although Yi Fan hadn't become an emperor, this cauldron had drunk the blood of many primeval sovereigns. It had long evolved and reached an unimaginable level, dissolving all types of killing lights. Without waiting for the divine light to appear in the sky again, the myriad energy cauldron reversed and instantly left, descending in the sky above Huasong planet. It rumbled and shook down a terrifying beam of light. At this moment, all the Golden Crow experts of Huasong planet were trembling. No one could withstand this kind of pressure. All the creatures on the entire planet fell limply to the ground. They couldn't help but kowtow, trembling with fear. What is the meaning of this, Tao friend? In a huge land of magma, there were golden Huasong trees everywhere. A palace floated above, and an emperor's might covered the sky and earth, blocking the cauldron's energy. I hope you won't interfere when my disciple is crossing the tribulation. This emperor didn't take action, said the Golden Crow Great Emperor. Even though he was the current Great Emperor, his glory had been stolen. This made the entire Golden Crow race very resentful, but they had always been ordered not to provoke, so they restrained themselves. From the bottom of their hearts, they were very unconvinced. In the past, they had never encountered such an era. As long as a great emperor appeared, who could resist? Everyone would come to congratulate him. But in this era, an anomaly appeared. He wasn't a great emperor, but he was a supreme being in the world, enjoying the same glory. The entire Golden Crow race was furious, but they didn't dare to say anything. On the undying cliff, Yi Fan didn't express his opinion. He didn't investigate whether the old Golden Crow had taken action. The myriad energy cauldron flew away, heading straight for the Big Dipper star region. The matter here naturally shook the universe. This was the first time the two supreme beings had clashed. Many people had been looking forward to it for 500 years, but in the end, they couldn't wait for the battle. The saint physique is too strong. It has taken away the glory that a monster emperor should have. Many people discussed in private. Living in the same era as Yi Fan was really bad luck for a great emperor. Even a great emperor would feel embarrassed because he was too strong. Perhaps he can be called the most powerful saint physique in history. Who dared to look down on a great emperor like this? There had never been such a person before, yet Yi Fan intimidated the present age's great emperor like this. This type of thing had never happened since ancient times. When one had just achieved the Tao, who wasn't the most powerful in the universe? The myriad energy cauldron rushed over a large stretch of the starry river, descending into the Big Dipper star region. The people of the world were shaken. This cauldron represented Yi Fan, and now that it appeared here, its divine might was like a sea. Everyone trembled, and there were even some who were disappointed and frustrated. Back then the saint physique competed with them in the same era. But now the difference was like heaven and earth, standing side by side with ancient great emperors. His power was so great. His true body didn't appear, but a single artifact made the world submit. Everyone widened their eyes in shock, because they saw this cauldron rush straight for the immortal mausoleum. Its power erupted, and the boundless sea of primal chaos descended, as if it was going to destroy that place. Then, this cauldron went to the divine ruins, origin ancient mine, and other places. It similarly erupted with power, as if it was going to fight. This is a warning that life is restricted. In the cosmos, the old clan leaders of the various great races all felt their mouths go dry. It was too shocking. Just how powerful is the human race's saint physique? Someone in the outside world sighed. A cold snort sounded from the restricted area, but no one came out to fight. The myriad energy cauldron floated above the Big Dipper, intimidating everything here. It patrolled, and its power made all the races in the cosmos dumbstruck. No one attacked Yitong anymore. He struggled with all his might, and he really wanted to jump into the great emperor domain. In the end, he stretched out a portion of his body, but it was difficult for him to take even half a step further. The lightning stopped there, making him sigh. After this matter, there wasn't a single race in the cosmos that wasn't shaken. Yi Fan's powerful performance and Yitong's rise made everyone feel that the heavenly might couldn't be provoked. Master, could it be that you still can't become an emperor? Komatsu asked. Several people came up the black cliff, and they were all from the next generation. Yi Fan shook his head and said, "Someone achieved the Tao one step ahead of me. I've always been looking for a way to break it down. I feel that Master can kill that Golden Crow. Even though he is very strong, I believe that Master is even stronger." The battle maniac Xianxia said. "He isn't the most terrifying, the most unpredictable thing is this cosmos." Yi Fan pointed at the dome of heaven and said, "Now, one Tao is supreme, and 10,000 Tao are united. It's almost unbreakable." It had been 500 years, and Yi Fan had never walked out of the undying mountain. This made the disciples, Black Emperor, Dongfang Yi, and Li Tian very puzzled. They had always thought that his injuries hadn't recovered, and now, he finally let out a long breath. It seemed like he was thinking about an even higher Tao fruit. "You all should hurry up and cultivate. Be careful in everything." In the end, Yi Fan said these words. This made everyone's hearts tremble. They felt that he was warning them. Could it be that something was about to happen? They all revealed doubtful expressions. "Master, is the great battle about to begin?" "Yes, the great battle is about to begin." Yi Fan's eyes flickered as he gazed at the vast and deep galaxy. The Great Battle of the Forbidden Region? Everyone was shocked, and then their blood began to boil. They were so excited that they trembled. Yi Fan had once drawn a vast battle map for them. Could it be that it was about to begin now? These people were all nervous and expectant. It's not that I want to provoke a conflict. I've made many deductions in the past 500 years, and I clearly know that a great danger is about to descend. When Yi Tong transcended the tribulation, I became even more certain that there are people who are afraid that I'll flatten the forbidden regions one by one. They want to deal with me. Everyone was stunned, and at the same time, their hair stood on end. This definitely wasn't a supreme being who wanted to take action, right? They've always been waiting, hoping to clash with the Golden Crow Great Emperor. At that time, they can take care of me, but I've never given them the chance, Yi Fan said calmly. Master, will it be very dangerous this time? I have to hurry up and break through. On the day of great success, I'll be able to fight against their imperial weapons with my bare hands. Xianxia clenched his fists. There's no need to worry. It's not certain who will kill who. Today's forbidden regions are no longer the same as they were hundreds of thousands of years ago. After Great Emperor Ruthless, the Void the Arch, and Great Emperor Wuxia, the number of supreme beings has decreased sharply. Our ancestors have already won a vast war, and after experiencing 2 great tribulations of immortal ascension, there aren't many supreme beings left. I'll definitely have a chance to flatten them in my lifetime. Everyone trembled. Flatten all the forbidden regions? This was like a fantasy. No one had ever done it since ancient times. Our ancestors shed their blood, sacrificed their lives, and set foot in all the forbidden regions. They've already laid a solid foundation. If I can't flatten them in my lifetime and leave them for our descendants to deal with, then I'll really be letting down those deceased great emperors. Chapter 1772. 100 years passed. Yi Tong tried to cross the tribulation again, hoping to step into the great emperor realm and defy the heavens to change the laws of the great Tao in order to stand at the peak of the martial Tao. Unfortunately, he failed. In the following years, he persevered, wanting to break the unchanging curse. In a situation where there were great emperors who achieved the Tao first, he still wanted to make the final leap and realize the legend of all great emperors coexisting. The result was tragic. He was seriously injured again and again, on the verge of death. He shed blood in the cosmos, unable to change the current situation. The Golden Crow Great Emperor's imprint had long been imprinted in the great cosmos' heavenly heart. Now, the Tao was supreme and the myriad Tao was united. It was blessed by the heavens, and no one could shake its foundation. Even if he died, this Tao would not scatter for 10,000 years. From a certain perspective, this was already not him suppressing it, but rather the embodiment of the heavens' laws. And during these years, Yi Fan also moved out, entering the life-restricted regions several times to confront the primeval sovereigns. He even fought against the incarnations of a few people. His aura devoured mountains and rivers, his might shaking the cosmos. He would definitely obtain something each time. He would either bring out the prehistoric monolith from the restricted regions, obtain the immortal divine spring, or move the spiritual roots of heaven and earth. During this period of time, great tribulations would happen from time to time, especially when Yi Fan confronted the restricted region's supreme beings. There would be supreme lightning tribulations in the sea of primal chaos, and no one knew who was crossing them. In the blink of an eye, 700 years had passed since the Battle of Ascension ended. Yi Tong crossed the tribulation again, and most of his body entered the great emperor realm. He hoped to advance a step further. And this time, the heavenly tribulation was unimaginably powerful. The entire cosmos was shaken, and endless rivers of stars were smashed apart. Yi Fan had no choice but to come into the world and create the world, creating the sun, moon, and stars to prevent the great cosmos from being damaged. The performance of the master and disciple pair shocked everyone in the great cosmos. The great life-restricted regions were all silent, unable to say anything. Those great stars were like fireworks that bloomed one after another. Even though they were beautiful, the moment they withered was so sad. The great tribulation of the cosmos shook the world. Yi Tong's great tribulation was unprecedented for him. The heavens and realms were filled with lightning, shaking the past, present, and future. Yi Fan silently took action, creating the stars of fortune in the shattered sky ruins. Gods and devils were subdued, all life trembling. One was destroying a world, one was creating a world. The entire world was shocked. This time, no one came to interfere. In fact, ever since Yi Fan used the cauldron of myriad qi to intimidate the forbidden area, no one else dared to make a move. They were afraid that they would anger Yi Fan and cause him to immediately start a battle in the forbidden area. Because these people weren't ready yet. Silver snakes danced wildly, and the chaos was like an ocean. The entire starry sky experienced a great calamity that was rarely seen since the beginning of time. Yi Tong's body was covered in blood, and he was suppressed by the great Tao. He kept attacking, but in the end, he could not withstand the suppression of the heavens. He coughed up a mouthful of blood and fell down. "Senior brother." In the distance, Xianxia shouted. She wanted to rush over, but Komatsu held her back. Endless symbols descended from the sky, every single one of them a type of powerful Tao mark. They all smashed onto Yi Tong's body, piercing through him, turning him into a sieve. Bloody holes appeared all over his body. This was even more terrifying than having one's body crushed and bones crushed. This was the punishment of the heavens, the result of being suppressed by all Tao. He suffered great Tao injuries that couldn't be healed, his entire life possibly crippled because of this. There was someone who became an emperor first and conformed with the will of the heavens. It is difficult to change, and the legend cannot be broken. Forcefully breaking through will only cause one to suffer the most terrifying backlash. Since ancient times, no one has been able to transcend, and it is difficult to coexist as an emperor. No one has succeeded since the beginning of time. A cold voice sounded from within the forbidden region. Yi Fan frowned, and no one dared to approach. He was the only one who rushed in and caught his disciple who fell from the sea of lightning. During this process, the endless primal chaos lightning and immortal shadows struck his body, but only wisps of smoke rose. They couldn't injure his body at all. This result was shocking. Yi Fan hadn't displayed his true strength for so many years. Even when he went to the forbidden region, he didn't reveal his trump cards. No one knew exactly how strong he was. Now, the lightning couldn't invade his body, and the 10,000 techniques couldn't touch him. He had suppressed all the supreme experts in the present world. "Yi Tong, wake up." Yi Fan hugged his disciple's broken body and called out with Tao sounds. "Master, I'm afraid I can't go on. Haste makes waste. Becoming an emperor really can't be forced. It's difficult to defy the heavens." Yi Tong smiled bitterly, and blood continuously flowed from the corner of his mouth. There were bloody holes all over his body, and the most terrifying thing was that every bloody hole had a type of supreme great Tao divine symbol. That was the result of the suppression of the supreme Tao marks. The result of the 10,000 Tao backlash was extremely terrifying. There had been more than one case in the past, because as long as there was a great emperor in this world, it was destined to be extremely glorious. Outstanding talents would appear in large numbers, and there would definitely be people who were unconvinced and wanted to defy the heavens, vainly wishing to become an emperor. However, the final result was that almost everyone became crippled, and no one could succeed. "Hold on, I will extend your life and pull out the 10,000 Tao traces." Yi Fan shouted with Tao sounds. His entire body shone, and the 10,000 techniques all appeared, immediately submerging this place. At this time, even the heavenly tribulation couldn't invade, and it was also about to disappear. Yi Fan was like a god whose entire body was covered in flames. Both of his hands supported his disciple, and endless divine laws revolved, entering Yi Tong's body, doing everything he could to disperse the great Tao symbols. This is the will of the heavens. Such a thing actually happened. Since ancient times, only a few people were able to recover, but looking at his appearance, it's too serious. His life is finished. The heavens want to end the celestial court's lineage. What an unexpected and pleasant surprise. Someone in the life-restricted region muttered. Such a situation actually happened, and it caused the celestial court, which was at its peak, to suffer a huge blow. If the restricted region took action, it would save a lot of effort. After all, it was equivalent to Yi Fan losing a great helper. "Master, I've let you down. I originally hoped to fight alongside you, but now, I've become a burden." Yi Tong's eyes were filled with tears, and he was full of regret. "Don't think too much. With me here, those demons and monsters won't be able to do anything," Yi Fan said in a low voice. He didn't want Yi Tong to think too much. His divine laws surged as his essence blood gushed forth, healing Yi Tong's injuries and doing his best to extract those runes. However, Those runes were the most terrifying suppression from the heavens. Regardless of Yi Tong's immortal foundation or his sea of reincarnation, they were all occupied and couldn't be erased. The great Tao scriptures in Yi Fan's body rumbled. He was like a great furnace, incomparably hot, unceasingly radiating multicolored light that blasted towards Yi Tong's body. But every time a rune was erased, a portion of Yi Tong's body and immortal foundation would be damaged as well. This caused him to frown. Such a suppression was too terrifying. The silver runes had already fused together with Yi Tong. If he wanted to extract those runes, he would definitely have to destroy his own disciple. With a swishing sound, Yi Fan hugged his disciple and vanished from his original location. He was as fast as an immortal, and in the blink of an eye, they vanished without a trace. He broke through the boundless constellations and returned to the celestial court. How can this be? None of them expected that something like this would actually happen. It was too unexpected. Senior brother's talent is unparalleled in the world. Why would such a calamity befall him? Today, the atmosphere in the celestial court was filled with sorrow. Everyone was sighing in sorrow. The more they understood, the more their hearts turned cold. There was no solution to this. External force was basically useless. One could only rely on their own body to tide through it. Although Yi Fan was like a god, he was also silent today. For several days straight, he tried to expel the runes for Yi Tong, but in the end, he still didn't succeed. He could only temporarily preserve his disciple's life. My good disciple, you have to endure this. Li Tian's eyes turned red. Although he was unrestrained and usually wasn't a proper person, right now, his true feelings were revealed. Yi Tong wasn't only the disciple of Yi Fan, he was also the disciple of Li Tian, Yan Yishi and the Black Emperor. They were the ones who raised him up and imparted all sorts of techniques to him. Several days later, Yi Fan exited seclusion. He was extremely silent and the hearts of everyone sank. His life can be preserved, but as for his cultivation, we will have to depend on his good fortune. When this news circulated out, the celestial court was in an uproar. Many people felt sorrow and regret. When the news spread to the outside world, the whole world was in an uproar. How could such a thing happen? The celestial court was flourishing with each passing day. Its brilliance illuminated the universe and was revered by the entire world. Now, such a grievous news had actually spread out. It felt very unreal. Yi Tong's collapse was equivalent to cutting off one of Yi Fan's arms. Could it be that it was declining after reaching its peak? This thought appeared in everyone's hearts. The celestial court had been too glorious these past few years. As the most powerful saint physique in history, Yi Fan had repeatedly killed ancient sovereigns. This was enough to shake the ages, and every matter was destined to be recorded in the most important historical records. In this world, no one can escape birth, old age, sickness, and death. Everyone has a time when they are strong, and there is also a time when they are past their prime. Everything is the result of natural changes. When the sun is in the middle, when the moon is full, it will be waning. Nothing can escape. The celestial court is showing signs of decline. After this happened, people in the outside world quickly came to this conclusion. This caused people to ponder deeply. Perhaps this was the result of the heavens trying to balance the world. The news of Yi Tong being crippled in the heavenly tribulation spread throughout the various regions, causing a huge uproar. Everyone was discussing this, and people vaguely felt that something might be happening. Haha. This is really retribution. Isn't the celestial court powerful? Now that they have crippled one of their top experts, I think they are not far from defeat. Even the heavens are not on their side. Heh, they are delusional enough to go against the heavens. My ancestor has already become an emperor. Who can overthrow him? I actually hope that the Saint Physique Yi Fan will come to defy the heavens and break through the Tao, and also walk on that path. Carefree laughter came from the Golden Crow race. Many experts clapped their hands in joy. They felt that the Golden Crow race's best era had arrived. Perhaps the celestial court would really head towards decline. However, this kind of sound was quickly suppressed. The Golden Crow the Arch appeared and looked down at the entire Huasong planet. He was extremely dignified and shouted that they should not be rude. The most shocking thing was that he opened his mouth and spat out a wisp of the origin of the flames, sealed it in a divine crystal, and handed it to a Golden Crow saint. He asked him to take it to the celestial court and give it to Yi Fan to heal his disciple. The Arch, why are you doing this? As an emperor, if you are as narrow-minded as you might as well become a demon, the Golden Crow the Arch shouted. When this news spread to the outside world, everyone in the universe was extremely shocked. Many people felt respect for him. This was the true demon the Arch. The Golden Crow the Arch had achieved his Tao through fire, and Yi Tong had the body of the sun. Their origins were similar. In addition, this time, Yi Tong had been injured because she had defied the Golden Crow Thearcha's heavenly core mark. She had been punished by the heavens. If she used her origin to heal, there might really be hope for her to recover. After taking the divine crystal, Yi Fan was silent for a moment. He asked someone to send the Golden Crow Saint away to express his gratitude. The battle is about to begin. Yi Fan turned around and said this. The entire celestial court was greatly shaken. Chapter 1773. Yi Fan held the divine crystal in his hand. There was a flame burning within, and an exuberant aura of life seeped out. This was the supreme origin flame of a true great emperor. He immediately went into seclusion, placing this flame into the all-life energy cauldron to refine it hundreds and thousands of times, using secret methods to refine and refine it. It was because this was the essence of an emperor, the foundation of this heaven's core imprint. He had to refine it no matter what. After 2 hours, an immortal flame appeared in Yi Fan's hand, illuminating his palm until it was transparent. His blood vessels and other parts could be clearly seen. Chi! Yi Fan placed this flame between Yi Tong's brows, burning several symbols to protect his sea of consciousness, causing it to become resplendent. The flame merged into his disciple's flesh. Master, how is he? Yang Shi, Hua Hua, and the others watched anxiously. Yi Zi, you must save little Tong. Li Tian, Yan Yishi, and the others were all emotional. Yi Fan nodded, but he didn't say anything. For the next several days, Yi Tong remained unconscious, sinking into the deepest level of hibernation in order to protect himself. Meanwhile, Yi Fan also displayed unmatched divine abilities. During these past few days, all parts of the cosmos felt a terrifying great Tao law surge, shaking 10,000 regions. Everyone was overwhelmed with shock. They knew that this was Yi Fan's method, but it was too powerful and incomparably terrifying. They hadn't seen him go all out for 700 years, but who would have thought that his Tao skills would become even more profound and world-shaking? In the end, he silently left, directly entering the Big Dipper, descending into the absolute beginning forbidden region. Everyone was alarmed. What was Yi Fan trying to do? Could it be that he was furious because his disciple was about to die, and wanted to flatten the forbidden region? Even the ancient sovereign in the forbidden region was shaken. This wasn't an unreasonable guess, because he had this kind of previous record. The sea of reincarnation and undying mountain had already been flattened by him. Everyone was shocked. However, after Yi Fan entered the absolute beginning forbidden region and approached the origin ancient mine, a great battle didn't erupt. Chaotic energy surged there, auspicious light flowing through the mysterious ancient mine. It was as if the sun, moon, and stars in the sky were all going to be sucked into the divine mine. It was extremely shocking. You should know that by forcefully borrowing the celestial source and the grand beginning lifestone in this confrontation, you will have to pay 10 times the price in the future. A cold voice sounded. I'll wait. Yi Fan walked out, hugging a giant immortal source, as well as a lifestone. It was carved into the shape of a coffin, and flew towards Big Dipper. Everyone was stupefied. Then they came to a realization. Yi Fan had no other choice. He had to seal his own disciple with an immortal source, and leave it for the future to resolve the calamity. At the same time, everyone sensed his power, daring to come to Origin Ancient Mine to seize stones. In reality, this was indeed the case. Yi Fan used his supreme magic power to turn his immortal origin into liquid in order to seal Yi Tong. Senior brother. Yi Tong. Many people cried out in grief, finding this result hard to accept. At the last moment, the Golden Crow Great Emperor sent over another ball of Emperor Flame. Yi Fan expressed his gratitude. After seriously refining it, he poured it into Yi Tong's body and sealed him. A genius of a generation was going to temporarily disappear from this world just like that. The celestial court was in great pain, and many days passed in a sad atmosphere. When this result spread to the outside world, it caused a commotion. Everyone was discussing this. Some sighed, some were happy, some were sad, and some took joy in others' misfortune. Their private reactions were all different. Without a doubt, the Golden Crow Great Emperor's performance was remarkable. The people of the world felt that he had great boldness and was not narrow-minded because of the friction between the Golden Crow race and the Celestial Court. He was worthy of the demeanor of a great emperor. Many people were in admiration, and they became more and more respectful towards him. Under the restraint of the Demon Emperor, the experts of Huasong Planet did not take joy in others' misfortune. Their relationship with the Celestial Court was instead much better, and there were signs of reconciliation. The Golden Crow Great Emperor is worthy of being someone who achieved the Tao. Many people sighed, praising him. The world was in an uproar, and a great wave was set off. On a black cliff in the Immortal Mountain, Yifan stood at the forefront and looked at the horizon. He had not spoken for a long time. "Master, are you confident in this battle?" Xianxia asked in a low voice from behind. His eyes were clear. "I've deceived the heavenly secrets 2 or 3 times, and they have many people. They should have already made up their minds and are ready," Yifan replied. Just as he said, there would definitely be a battle. Because Yi Tong had fallen, he had lost his right-hand man. The Forbidden Land had been preparing for many years, and they would not let go of such an opportunity. Xianxia frowned and said, "The Golden Crow Great Emperor sent the Empyrean origin flame. It's a good thing for senior brother, but it also destroyed the dream of the Forbidden Land Supreme being looking forward to a great battle with you. I think this is also the reason why the battle has been brought forward." "Master." Hua Hua flew over from afar, revealing an anxious expression. "There are children of the Forbidden Land returning to Big Dipper. There are cries of surprise coming from there. They seem to have obtained a great harvest." His bald head was shiny, but his face was full of worry. Some Forbidden Land children had left for many years, and they actually knew nothing about it. "There's no need to blame yourself. There are primogenitors in the Forbidden Lands. It's easy for them to hide the heavenly secrets," Yifan comforted. "I hate myself. The great battle is coming, but why haven't I reached the 9th heavenly layer? I can't help, Master." Hua Hua beat his chest, hating himself for not working hard enough these years. He had enough talent, but it was difficult for him to devote himself to cultivation. "Brat, are you showing off?" Dongfang Yi, Li Tian, Pang Bo, Yan Yishi, and the others had all arrived. Li Heishui directly slapped Hua Hua's bald head and said, "If you think your cultivation level is too low, how can I endure it?" "Senior brother Yi Tong he." Komatsu opened his mouth in the back. As soon as these words came out, everyone on the cliff fell silent. "Yi, don't tell me you're going to fight alone again?" Pang Bo asked. He was very strong, but it was still too early for him to fight an ancient supreme. "Don't worry this time, we'll flatten at least one forbidden land," Yifan said firmly. Everyone was shocked. Seeing his confidence, they finally let out a sigh of relief, dispelling the haze in their hearts for many days. "This time, let us attack the Forbidden Land. We can't beat the big ones, but can't we catch the little ones in the Forbidden Land?" Someone said. On this day, the entire Celestial Court disappeared, hiding from the boundless sea of stars and disappearing without a trace. The world was shocked. Everyone realized that something big was about to happen. Could it be that they were going to fight an ancient supreme? In the past, Yifan had done this before, hiding all the heavenly soldiers and generals and unleashing a massacre on the path to immortality. Everyone had a premonition that a great storm was about to arrive. "Holy body Yifan, are you impatient?" A cold voice sounded from the Big Dipper Forbidden Land. The heavenly dome trembled. Everyone was terrified. They knew that the bad premonition had come true. A storm was rising again. A Forbidden Land battle really was going to happen. Divine Ruins, Immortal Mausoleum, and others were all rumbling. Supreme Being energy pervaded the air, shaking up the entire Big Dipper region. It was like a heaven-overflowing sea, shocking everyone. One could see an ancient beast raise its head in Immortal Mausoleum. It was like a divine lion, its entire body flickering with scarlet multicolored light. It walked out from a great tomb, on its back an old woman dressed in strange clothing. This place was known as Immortal Mausoleum. There were enormous tombs everywhere, impossible to find out what era they were left behind from, difficult to trace back. Even though it was a great tomb, after it split open, there was immortal energy that pervaded the air. The blood-colored divine lion's entire body was resplendent with scarlet multicolored light. It carried this old woman with a head full of sparse white hair, her aura shocking the world. Immortal Mausoleum actually emerged from Immortal Mausoleum. It truly is unexpected. She is still alive and well. There were people from other restricted regions who sighed. Everyone says that Immortal Mausoleum is the most mysterious, possibly the cemetery of immortals left behind from the chaotic ancient era before the legendary era. Immortal Mausoleum became an emperor early in the archaic era, always living in seclusion, making her extremely mysterious. At the same time, immortal multicolored light shone brilliantly in the divine ruins. An ancient war chariot flew out, endless chaotic energy spreading outwards. A middle-aged man sat on the chariot, his black hair falling over his shoulders, blood energy exuberant, eyes like blazing lightning. "It's the spiritual god!" Someone cried out in shock. The spiritual god was the past spiritual emperor. He was a holy spirit, but he wasn't a stone man that achieved the Tao, but rather flesh and blood formed from a wave of innate spiritual essence. If Longma knew about this, he would definitely be alarmed, because they were the same type, spirits produced by heaven and earth spiritual essence. However, one had a horse body, while the other had a human body. The spiritual emperor cultivated in seclusion within the divine ruins, sleeping this entire time. He didn't look old at all, instead giving off a heaven-overflowing blood energy feeling. As soon as he appeared, the world of mortals was shaken. Legendary battlefield battle. The war chariot rumbled, chaotic energy surging. The spiritual emperor spoke, directly disappearing from the Big Dipper. In the cosmos, Yifan didn't say anything else, directly taking steps, hurrying towards the battlefield. It was because this battle was unavoidable to begin with. Dragging it out wasn't a solution either. The other party might very well directly unleash darkness chaos. Legend battlefield. This was a boundless starry sky, spacious, deathly stillness the eternal theme. There were almost no complete stars here, all of them broken. There were meteorites everywhere, star ruins everywhere. This cosmos had long been beaten into ruin. The most shocking thing was that occasionally, enormous corpses could be seen here, stretching across the endless blue skies, undying this entire time. However, their essence blood had long been completely drained. The essence had already been lost, only the form remaining. Yifan was speechless. Not only were there the corpses of ancient ancestors from various clans here, he even discovered the remains of holy bodies. One could imagine just how bitter the battle here was back then. Every single one of these skeletons had gargantuan origins, quite possibly the most powerful ancestor of a clan. If they were brought out, it would definitely shake the world. If one carefully traced them back, they would draw out extremely glorious legends one after another. Of course, this couldn't have been produced from a single battle, but rather the result of accumulating from the legendary era until now. Youngster, you are quite strong. In my memories you should be one of the most powerful great sage bodies in history, but you are also quite arrogant. The spiritual emperor said. Sigh. Grandma was also the focus of attention, respected by everyone in the universe. Now that I look back, it really is a great dream. Elder Xian sighed softly and then said, At that time, my style was unmatched, my beauty crowning the world, full of youthful energy just like you, believing that there was nothing in this world that a goddess like me couldn't do. She revealed a look of reminiscence. When she spoke these words, it made others feel incomparably strange. It was because right now, her skin was sagging, incredibly aged, teeth about to fall out, extremely ugly. In the end, it was just a dream. Elder Xian suddenly opened her muddy old eyes, staring at Yifan, saying, Youngster, you are quite stunning, but it is a pity that you came, and now you are going to die. Who hasn't died before? Yifan said. But your wife and daughter have become immortals. Another figure appeared, surrounding Yifan at the center. It seems like you all are quite confident. Are you not scared that the past tragedy will repeat itself? At this moment, Yifan also revealed powerful and fierce killing intent. In the past, he killed many supreme beings alone. After so many things happened, if we didn't have the confidence to kill you, would we even take action? A fourth person appeared. A bad feeling emerged inside Yifan. When the four of them gathered, it actually made his blood run cold, sensing great danger. In a daze, it was as if he saw mountains of corpses and seas of blood, even immortals' corpses. Chapter 1774. The Spirit Emperor sat cross-legged on the ancient war chariot. His black hair was like a river of stars, bright and dense. His eyes were cold like the edge of a blade. He slapped the weapon on his leg. With a wung sound, an incomparably sharp spiritual blade flew over like a waterfall, hacking towards Yi Fan's head. Yi Fan revealed a look of surprise. This blade looked ordinary, but it was exceptionally sharp. It released the Spirit Emperor's undying will and killing intent, traversing through the vast sky. Immortal feathers fluttered about, holy and flawless. They followed the blade radiance, drawing out an undying aura. It was incomparably enormous, as long as a river of stars. Ascension power, flying immortal radiance. The Spirit Emperor is unparalleled as expected. Even we are in awe. Old Fairy spoke, revealing a look of surprise. The Spirit Emperor's attack made everyone's hearts jump, and everyone felt a wave of coldness. Yi Fan's feet were like nails rooted in the void, not moving at all. Meanwhile, his body was like a soft willow, moving with the blade, drawing out a beautiful arc to avoid the sharp radiance. Then, his hands struck out explosively. 10,000 types of symbols appeared at the same time, forming a great Tao suppression. Dang! An expanse of blazing lightning erupted in the void. Unmatched blade energy surged, clashing with Yi Fan's fist, producing the most resplendent light. The universe shattered in all directions, heaven and earth exploded, and the mythical battlefield shook violently. Even though it was vast and boundless, it still couldn't withstand this kind of attack. Over 10,000 types of symbols collided with the flying immortal divine feathers, mutually obliterating each other and quickly extinguishing. The originally shattered sea of stars turned into ashes. This kind of unrivaled divine might made everyone tremble. If the Quasi-Emperor was here, he would definitely be terrified. Just a strand of this kind of aura was enough to kill them over 100 times. This was also the mythical battlefield. There were Tao marks left behind by the ancient deities of the heavens, making it hard to decay. If it was another star system, it would definitely turn into ashes, turning into primal chaos and nothing would exist. In the end, the saber chi disappeared, and the Taoist talisman also disappeared. Only a silver spirit saber and Yi Fan's fists were left. At first glance, the two seemed to be equally matched, but the real outcome was unknown. A strange laugh rang out. The old immortal took action, and a jade scepter flew out from her sparse hair. Fine light flickered, and every streak of light was like a starry river that covered the sky and earth, suppressing the mythical battlefield. This type of heaven-defying method left one horrified. Destroying the starry sky, splitting open the world, and other things weren't difficult at all. For her, it was just too easy, shocking the 9 heavens 10 earths. This was no longer a jade scepter. It was clearly the pressure of a real universe, and it wanted to use the supreme laws of the world to suppress Yi Fan and turn him into powder. Yi Fan stood there, unmoving. His avatar was activated, and a vast world appeared as well, clashing against the gentle jade scepter in the sky. A great silent collision erupted. The aura of all things being destroyed spread in all directions, completely destroying this place. In the distance, there were more than 10 enormous corpses that hadn't been destroyed even after 10,000 years. It was unknown just how many li they were long, but now, they turned into ashes. There was a small half of a corpse that belonged to the holy physique bloodline. Even though its flesh was sturdy and undying, at this time, it was still torn apart like paper, completely destroyed. One could imagine just how terrifying the collision between the two was. Of course, these skeletons had long lost their immortal essence, refined by others. They weren't as sturdy as before, but compared to normal divine materials, they were still far superior. This time, Yi Fan didn't move. He put away his avatar, and the jade scepter also withdrew. What a good holy physique. I can't help but admire you. You haven't cultivated for that long, yet you are actually powerful to this degree. As expected, you have the ability to defy the heavens. A large man with a dragon beard walked over with a divine bow in his hands. He casually pulled back the bowstring. There was no arrow attached, but a vibrating sound rang out, making one's soul shatter. This type of method left everyone horrified. An empty arrow pierced through the heart. Not having an arrow was even better than having an arrow. It made even Yi Fan's expression change. When he faced this person, he felt a type of danger. This mustached man gave off a very strange feeling. It was as if he had experienced so many eons, and the aura of time was heavier than everyone else. Corpse Emperor. He announced his name. At this cultivation realm, He slaughtered the heavens, thinking that he was the sole ruler. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't treat others politely at all. However now, he took the initiative to announce his name, proving the respect and apprehension he felt towards Yifan. "It's you, the corpse emperor from the underworld." Yifan was shocked. He had previously visited the underworld, fighting against hell-suppressing emperor, understanding many secrets. There was a giant from the underworld who left, entering Origin Ancient Mine, calling himself Corpse Emperor. "Correct, it's me." The large man nodded. His origins were extremely strange. He was the second person in this world to turn from a corpse into a living body, ultimately achieving the Tao and becoming an emperor. He was extremely powerful. It was rumored that he was dug up by someone from the depths of the underworld. As for what era he belonged to, it was impossible to say for sure. There was an ancient monument accompanying him, and based on those characters, it should be a corpse from the chaotic ancient era. From a corpse to an emperor, this type of person was extremely terrifying. Another matchless expert after the underworld empress. He naturally had his own terrifying aspects. Wang. The bowstring without an arrow trembled again. He continuously pulled it 8 times, but in the end, it was empty 7 times, making one's primordial spirit shatter. The 8th time, it turned into a streak of corpse energy, descending from the heavens. That wasn't a normal arrow, but rather a boundless waterfall. It was boundless and boundless, unknown just how many li in length it was. It even submerged the ruined starry river. From a corpse to an emperor, the corpse emperor's body still contained death energy, even more vast than a sea of stars. If the quasi-emperor made contact with even a bit of it, he would turn into pus and blood, exploding and dying. Now, the endless death energy surged over. Yifan released a long roar. Dragon-shaped blood energy rushed out from the top of his head, and the all-life source energy cauldron flew up. It could devour all creatures, and the corpse energy was actually a type of replenishment. It wasn't limited to spiritual energy, and it could even absorb the primal chaos of all living things. Holy body, you really are quite daring. I believe with your ability, you should be able to guess that we came into the world with a determination to kill you, yet you still dared to come. The speaker's tone was especially forceful. His words were resounding, making everyone's minds tremble. This was an unmatched expert, and even the supreme beings felt a chill down their spines. It's actually the great Pang Emperor. Grandma Xian sucked in a breath of cold air. Who would have thought that the one who came into the world from that place would be the Pang Emperor? The Corpse Emperor also sighed in admiration. There's nothing I can do about it. My luck is quite bad, and I drew this lot, so I had no choice but to come into the world ahead of time. The golden-winged great Pang Emperor said coldly. His figure was majestic and tall, his head of golden hair fluttering about. He walked out from the dark cosmos, and golden light immediately shone endlessly, illuminating the entire ancient battlefield. It was as if he was cast from gold, filled with a type of demonic nature. His gaze was sharp, and in his hand was a divine sword with a total of 28 segments of the god-striking whip. His divine might was matchless. This time, one person from each of the 4 great restricted regions came out to kill Yifan. The ones who came out were all well-known unrivaled figures. Wang. The great Pang Emperor brandished the golden divine whip, crushing the cosmos. It released woo-woo terrifying whistling sounds as it struck towards Yifan's face. It was cold and emotionless, and over 10,000 great Tao symbols erupted. This person could only be described with one word. Powerful beyond compare. Dang. The cauldron above Yifan's head flew up, colliding with the great Pang Emperor, erupting with a terrifying aura. The two ruptured, and the shock waves directly extended towards various parts of the ancient battlefield. It was as if a terrifying wave was overflowing into the heavens, incomparably majestic. This was a type of universe wonder rarely seen since ancient times. Honglong. The great Pang Emperor was extremely conceited. The golden divine whip in his hand could kill deities and even demon kings. His bravery was unstoppable, and he didn't stop after taking action. He continued to slaughter his way forward. Yifan fought fiercely against him. It was a battle between deities the moment they met. Clearly, the great Pang Emperor was a battle maniac. Even though he was a supreme being, his nature didn't change. He wanted nothing more than to fight to the death with Yifan. Streak after streak of golden light tore through the cosmos sea. the golden divine whip continuously brandished about. Great Peng Emperor, don't forget that we came into being to kill him. We didn't come to satisfy your battle intent. Grandma Xian reminded. I remember. The great Peng Emperor retreated and stopped his attacks. Yi Fan frowned. He knew that he had encountered a great enemy. Regardless of whether it was the Spirit Emperor or the great Peng Emperor, their strength far surpassed his expectations. None of these four were weak, and they were worthy of being peerless emperors. Saint Physique, strictly speaking, you aren't our opponent. Even though you killed a few supreme beings in the past, it was only because their blood energy was dried up that they were ground to death by you. Today, you won't have another chance. The Corpse Emperor shouted. Only after fighting will I know that you all can't kill me. Today will be the day you all take your heads. Yi Fan said coldly. What a pity for a hero like you. The Spirit Emperor sighed. With a hong sound, a terrifying forbidden land appeared behind him. The southern heavenly gate towered majestically. This was precisely the divine ruins. It was as if he had crossed over 10,000 stellar rivers to arrive here from the Big Dipper star region. In reality, this wasn't the true divine ruins, but rather the supreme imprint of this life-forbidden region. All of the Tao marks were released, and they were imprinted here from the Big Dipper star region, laying down an unmatched divine formation. Then behind Grandma Xian, an enormous grave rose up like a mountain, extending into a large expanse. Even though it was a cemetery, it flowed with immortal aura and auspicious light. This was Immortal Mausoleum. It was separated by a sea of stars, engraving Tao marks, recreating the scene of the Forbidden Region, making this place Grandma Xian's main battlefield. Then, an ancient mine appeared. It was pitch black, deep and immeasurable. The surrounding mountains rose and fell, vast like a hibernating dragon. However, immediately afterwards, the ancient mine took in and sent out the starlight of the cosmos, making this place shine resplendently. The Corpse Emperor towered in the absolute beginning Forbidden Region. This was also engraved from Tao marks, forming an unmatched divine formation, turning this place into his main battlefield. Yi Fan sighed. Even though the great Forbidden Regions didn't truly cross over, they moved the most terrifying imperial Tao formation over, truly reappearing. It was as if the great Forbidden Regions were standing here, surrounding him. Finally, an enormous sound rang out. The 9 mountain ranges were vast and boundless, connected to a giant island, suppressing downwards. They appeared behind the great Peng Emperor, the scene astonishing. Yi Fan's expression changed again and again, the light in his eyes shining brilliantly and then dimming. Even though this wasn't the first time he saw the most mysterious Forbidden Region, Heaven Dome, also known as Heaven Burial Island, he was still shocked. Heaven Burial Island was an enormous island that floated above the eastern wastelands. Normally, it was hidden in the void, impossible to see. Its main body was like a giant coffin, while the 9 mountain ridges that extended outwards were like 9 true dragons, majestic and majestic. They possessed an extremely imposing aura that shook one's heart. Every time Yi Fan saw it, he would be endlessly bewildered. It was because this was too similar to the 9 dragons pulling a coffin he saw back then, to the extent where it could even be said to be carved from the same mold. The 9 dragons pulled an enormous bronze ancient coffin, its whereabouts unknown. Yi Fan had searched many times before, but he didn't find anything. Now, Heaven Burial Island appeared, leaving him shaken. Chapter 1775. The 4 forbidden areas appeared together, standing majestically and forming a 3-dimensional formation that surrounded Yi Fan. Although they didn't physically descend, this kind of imprint was no different from the real scene. The mountains and rivers were majestic, and the great formation appeared. It was truly a land of destruction. Yi Fan was in deep danger. He was trapped here, and each forbidden area was an imperial formation that firmly locked the mythical battlefield. It could be said that he had no way out. If he wanted to escape, he could only kill his way out and be dyed in imperial blood. Yi Fan's eyes flickered. He was no stranger to the other 3 forbidden areas. Only the last one, although he had been there a few times, was still shrouded in fog. Young man, you won't be able to escape today. The Spirit Emperor shouted. That silver blade emitted strands of holy splendor as it hovered beside him, exuding a heaven-devouring aura. The myriad chi cauldron above Yi Fan's head bobbed up and down. There was a bright red liquid flowing on the walls of the cauldron. The blood of the past supreme beings hadn't dried up yet. The phantoms of the Stone Emperor, the unfettered celestial being, and the beast god appeared, engraved on the cauldron. I've lived until now because I killed and not because I was scared. My cauldron hasn't tasted the blood of a supreme being for many years. Today, I'll kill to my heart's content. These words were sonorous and powerful, shaking the entire starry sea and spreading to the outside of the mythical battlefield. All the powerful races in the universe were trembling. They had been paying attention to this great battle, but they didn't dare to approach. No one knew why, but now they finally heard the voice. With a honglong sound, the 4 great restricted areas closed up, turning this place into a vast restricted battlefield. Although you're not the first to make the people in the forbidden areas join hands, you're not simple either. You deserve to be proud. Even in the most glorious history of deities, there will be a place for you. The 4 supreme beings each represented a land. They were well prepared and swore to kill Yi Fan. I'm really curious about the mysterious origins of the high heavens, also known as the Burial Island, a forbidden zone. No one expected that Yi Fan would suddenly say these words when the battle was about to begin. He wasn't worried about his own life and death, but wanted to find out the secret. It's so ancient that no one knows about it, the great Pang Emperor said coldly. Burial Island was a mysterious place. Even the supreme beings of the various forbidden regions couldn't explain it clearly, because the great Pang Emperor and the others didn't find anything when they entered. They only knew that it had existed for an extremely long time, experiencing countless great tribulations. It was as if it was a divine land that buried the heavens. However, the ancient cave had long been empty, nothing left behind. There was a type of undying aura here that might be able to slow down the flow of time, or it could be said that there was a type of long-lasting aura that could give one vitality, preventing them from declining prematurely. This type of transcendent divine land naturally became a precious land that supreme beings needed the most, turning into a great life-forbidden zone. This was what Yi Fan had learned from others. He didn't know the specific secrets, so he wanted to get to the bottom of it. Unfortunately, the 4 great masters didn't know either, and even if they did, they couldn't be bothered to tell him. Kill! Right now, killing Yi Fan was the most important thing. The great rock emperor roared. The golden whip in his hand streaked across Heaven Burial Island and slashed down, wanting to kill Yi Fan. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? In the end, Stone Emperor, Beast God, and unfettered celestial being will all end up like you. I'll kill all of you. Yi Fan also roared. He was incomparably domineering. His long black hair danced about chaotically, making him look like a demonic god. The celestial emperor's fist reappeared in the world after so many years. He slaughtered his way towards the rock emperor and forcefully clashed with the golden whip. The 4 great experts moved together. The ruins of God, ancient origin mine, immortal mausoleum, and burial island all trembled. Endless symbols extended out, covering this part of the cosmos. Everyone stood in their own direction, on their own main battlefield. They were all too familiar with their respective forbidden regions. Those formation patterns could make them stronger, but they would also injure Yi Fan. This time, they were extremely meticulous in killing Yi Fan. Do you think you can kill me like this? It's not like I haven't been to these places before. The all-life source cauldron above Yi Fan's head transformed into the celestial emperor's fist, slaughtering in all directions. It was as if a celestial emperor had descended into this world. Divine light shone endlessly as he forcefully shook the forbidden regions. Today you will undoubtedly die. The corpse emperor drew his bow. There were still no arrows, but killing intent surged. The instant the bowstring was released, Yi Fan felt as if the space between his brows was being cut by a blade. The all-life source cauldron descended, blocking the formless arrow in front of his brows. Then, the line secret art spun, and he directly slaughtered his way over, entering the absolute beginning forbidden region to kill the corpse emperor. However, the heart-palpitating aura that appeared earlier appeared again. It was as if he saw mountains of corpses and seas of blood, scenes of immortals falling. Everything before his eyes was scarlet red. At the same time, a streak of exceptionally sharp sword energy shot out, flying towards Yi Fan. He quickly retreated, but despite this being the case, a streak of blood still flew out from his shoulder. Immediately afterwards, the aura of this place completely changed, becoming completely different. Killing intent seeped into the bones, a bitter aura covering heaven and earth. The world became a blood-red expanse, the smell of blood assailing the nostrils. Even the 4 great forbidden regions were the same. All of them dyed the color of blood. Hazy bloody mist swirled about, extremely astonishing. Baleful energy overflowed into the heavens, killing intent boundless. 4 killing swords hung in different directions, entirely dark red in color. The killing intent they released was terrifying and astonishing, making even supreme beings shiver inwardly. Every single killing sword had an indistinct imprint, the terrifying diagram of slaughtering immortals recorded on them. It made one shiver inwardly. That type of aura spread, the coldness seeping into the supreme being's bones. Yi Fan broke out into a cold shiver. He recognized what these were. They were the legendary era's spiritual treasure celestial beings' 4 killing swords, able to kill immortals, kill emperors, nothing they couldn't cut through. The heart-palpitating feeling he felt before was precisely because of the 4 immortal swords' hibernation. They were the world's most terrifying vicious weapons, unbreakable by 10,000 tribulations, passed down until now, creating endless bloody calamities. It is rumored that these are vicious weapons that have been soaked in immortal blood. Today, the 4 of us will send you off with them. You can also be considered to be looking down on the world. Old Immortal said coldly. Yi Fan didn't say anything, instead raising his head towards the heavens. There was a formation diagram slowly moving, chaotic energy hazy, great down natural laws spreading, covering the entire legendary battlefield. This made his pupils rapidly contract. The spiritual treasure celestial beings killing formation diagram also appeared. The danger zone was already established. If Pang Bo was here, he would definitely cry out in alarm. The heaven-reaching sect masters' 4 immortal slaying swords and the formation diagram were all gathered together, unmatched under the heavens. Who could stop him? Even though Yi Fan didn't have the heaven-reaching sect master's definition, he also knew that it really wasn't far off. The killing formation left behind by the spiritual treasure celestial being could be considered number 1 since ancient times. It was because he created the group secret character. His attainments in formations were unmatched in this world. His entire life's essence was left behind in the killing formation diagram, together with the 4 killing swords that were rumored to have soaked in immortal blood. It was unmatched under the heavens. It was rumored that as long as the sword formation was complete and controlled by a great emperor, it could definitely kill a peak imperial Dao supreme being. Meanwhile now, there were 4 supreme beings controlling this ancient number 1 killing formation. Who could break through it? Being trapped within, even if it wasn't a situation of inevitable death, it was more or less the same. This was a great crisis. Yi Fan was trapped deep within the formation, encountering the most terrifying calamity since he was born. A single mishap would result in his body and soul being destroyed. During these years, you guys have truly gone through a lot of trouble, hiding from heaven's mysteries, operating natural luck, always searching for the 4 swords in the formation diagram. In the end, you guys finally obtained them. Yi Fan sighed softly. No wonder the life-restricted region waited until today before taking action with such confidence. Not long ago, they found and refined the last immortal sword, finally having no more misgivings. You also sent people to search, but how can you compare to us? The corpse monarch sneered. During all these years, Yi Fan had indeed prepared all kinds of backup plans, among which, he had to obtain the 4 immortal swords in the formation diagram, but he still didn't obtain anything. This is your end? Do you really think you are unmatched under the heavens? Becoming enemies with the restricted region, it is still difficult for you to escape the fate of death. In the past, I didn't take you in because I was too lazy to touch you. The spirit monarch roared, activating the immortal sword. A streak of bloody light immediately flew over, slashing towards Yi Fan. Kill! The other 3 great supreme beings took action at the same time. The 4 immortal swords shook, tens of thousands of streaks of chaotic sword radiance hacking over. Bloody light filled the skies, drowning out this place. This was a fatal blow, not even the greatest hero able to block it. The cauldron above Yi Fan's head rose and fell, releasing dang-dang sounds. It was riddled with scars from the 10,000 swords, suffering a heavy blow from the number 1 killing formation of past and present. Meanwhile, if not for this cauldron's defensive strength being astonishing, Yi Fan might have already suffered many sword injuries, unable to evade at all. The formation diagram swirled, the 4 swords shining, possessing heaven-defying war immortal power. This wasn't only the embodiment of the secret formation, but also the embodiment of the ultimate profound mysteries numinous treasure celestial being spent his entire life researching formations. It turned into the most powerful killing formation, activating a great killing tribulation at this moment. Yi Fan roared angrily. Irregular scenes were displayed, the all-life source cauldron covering his body, resisting and attacking this first killing formation. He slaughtered his way towards a corner, wishing to break through this formation. At this time, all types of secret methods were displayed, his body actually showing signs of turning into primal chaos. However, at this moment, the four great supreme beings steeled their hearts to kill him, doing everything they could to operate the great formation. Moreover, every single one of their weapons were separately suspended above the formation gate, merging with the four swords, increasing the formation's power. Apart from this, the imprints left behind by the four great restricted regions all revived at this time, turning into four great formations, vaguely showing signs of resonating with that formation diagram, crushing forward together. There was no way out of this situation of inevitable death. The four great supreme beings controlled the improved version of the first killing formation, unable to break through it no matter what they did. Yi Fan entered the most dangerous situation. Ever since he was born, he had never been in such a passive state, unable to dissolve it even if he wanted to. This wasn't something a human could do. Dang! The all-life source cauldron was pierced through. With a pu sound, a bloody hole appeared on his body. This was the first attack. What followed was a torrential storm of attacks. Sure enough, the formation diagram revolved, the aura becoming increasingly powerful. With the four supreme beings controlling it, the 8 weapons moved in unison, immortal light shooting out, the killing tribulation boundless, no one able to contend against or dissolve it. Even with Yi Fan's tremendous divine abilities, blood still blossomed within the formation. The instant the all-life cauldron was broken through, he faced the first killing formation directly, suffering several tens of streaks of primal chaos sword radiance. Blood dyed the great formation red. Even though Yi Fan had the ability to connect the heavens and move the earth, he still couldn't do anything alone. This wasn't something a human could contend against. With so many supreme beings controlling the first killing formation since ancient times, it was useless for anyone to face it alone, difficult to contend against. Ha ha! Old Fairy laughed loudly, but her eyes became increasingly cold. In this kind of killing tribulation, if you can still survive, then that really is heaven-defying. Not only am I going to defy the heavens, I'm going to kill all of you. Yi Fan shouted. Chapter 1776. Blood splashed 3,000 feet high. This was a true portrayal. Yi Fan was trapped in the formation and suffered from hundreds and thousands of sword chi. He was seriously injured. The situation was extremely critical. Ling Bao Tianzuan was a peerless figure in terms of his attainments in the field of formation inscriptions. His formation diagram contained boundless murderous intent that drove the four swords to shoot out. They were indestructible and even great emperors would be slashed into pieces. Yi Fan was covered in blood. The wounds on his body were terrifying. There were no less than 20 bloody holes in his front and back. Scarlet blood sprayed everywhere. Each drop could pierce through a quasi-emperor. A cornered beast struggling in vain, the Spirit Emperor said coldly. Now they had the absolute initiative. Once the number 1 killing formation was activated, it was controlled by 4 emperors. It could be said that it was invincible. No one would be able to stop it. Fight! Yi Fan shouted. His hands moved as he used the Battle Saint technique. A fiery red divine cauldron flew up. It was the Eternal Universe Cauldron. It gave off a fiery light that could burn down the star domain. Then, an ancient mirror rose and floated above his head, shining with immortal light. Next, a sharp immortal sword shot out. The Tai Sovereign sword took shape and slashed the heaven and earth. All kinds of extreme weapons attacked the killing formation. Yi Fan used all his methods in hopes of breaking it. Unfortunately, they couldn't break through the formation and were all destroyed by the swordlight. At this time, the formation rumbled. The world seemed to have been refined. The killing intent of the heavenly killing formation filled the air. The 4 gates of the formation were becoming more and more terrifying. Not only were the 4 swords shaking, but the other 4 weapons also completely fused in, increasing their power. Chi! On one of the gates, the Spirit Emperor's silver divine sword shot out. The sword Chi was like the sea as it slashed towards Yi Fan's body. The myriad Chi cauldron had long been broken. The sword Chi permeated the air and rushed into Yi Fan's body, causing him to tremble violently. He kept retreating, leaving bloody footprints in the air. With the support of the formation, the power of the silver sword was many times stronger. It was indestructible. The moment the sword qi entered his body, Yi Fan almost exploded. Buzz! The sound of a bowstring vibrating could be heard as a beam of divine light shot out. The corpse emperor's longbow that was hanging on the other formation gate released its might, shooting out a resplendent beam of light. Yi Fan struck out with his hands, shattering the beams of light. However, the bowstring trembled continuously, and the beams of light were endless, covering the sky and covering the earth. He was immediately exhausted. With a pu sound, his shoulder was pierced through, followed by his abdomen, chest, thigh, and other parts of his body. They were all penetrated by the terrifying light beam, and only the dozen or so arrows aimed at his forehead were shattered. Yi Fan had fallen into a hopeless situation. The killing array's reputation was not in vain. It could indeed be said to be world-shaking and difficult to break. If this continued, he would undoubtedly die. The immortal slaying sword diagram that Pang Bo had been longing for had really appeared. Since ancient times, killing had always been the most important. Now that it was fully activated, gods would kill gods, and immortals would kill immortals. At this time, the 4 immortal swords all flew up, leaving the formation gate, entering the formation to slaughter Yi Fan, leaving behind the other 4 to protect the formation. Every single immortal sword was bright red and replete with moisture. A bloody aura assailed one's face. When facing any one of them, it was as if one was in a sea of blood. Heaven overflowing scarlet light flew about, vast and boundless. No wonder there were people in the world who said that they could kill immortals. This type of aura was too ferocious, the baleful energy incomparable. Emperor artifacts were unmatched. The number 1 vicious weapon turned into 4 streaks of bloody light, piercing through the air, leaving behind endless great Tao symbols in the sky. They clashed intensely with Yi Fan, and in the end, they shattered it, killing it until it exploded. When they saw Yi Fan reconstruct his true body with a single thought, the 4 great supreme beings were all moved. This was the first time they felt that the divine body was so difficult to kill, its vitality too great. Is he purposely shedding blood to comprehend sword intent? This is courting death. Spirit Emperor sneered. How daring, using blood to devour sword intent. Even in this type of situation, he still doesn't know the difference between life and death. Old Immortal also said coldly. Yi Fan indeed felt a sense of powerlessness. This boundless killing formation was difficult to break through. No matter how great one's magical force was, under the 4 supreme beings' control, they could only suffer a disaster here. At this time, the blood he previously shed all began to shine in the void, arranging strange patterns and deriving great Tao divine laws. Using your own blood to form Tao imprints to help you comprehend? It's useless even if you shed all of your divine blood. If you want to defy the heavens, you can only die. Great Peng Emperor sneered. He activated the formation and seized the opportunity to attack. Yi Fan sighed. He felt deep admiration towards the spiritual treasure celestial being. This type of formation pattern was indeed unmatched from past to present. It was difficult to break through. He knew that if this continued, he would undoubtedly die. His entire body began to shine, including the damaged cauldron. Irregular phenomena, 9 secrets, Celestial Emperor's fist, 5 elements divine light, and all of the other secret techniques and profound mysteries appeared, interweaving together. Then, chaotic energy surged, violently colliding. The radiance broke through the eternal, refining the void here, wrapping around Yi Fan, forming a cauldron. Yi Fan evolved his own Tao, transforming in this desperate situation, almost transforming into the Tao. He evolved towards the primal chaos to ultimately transcend. The cauldron nurtured the 100 scriptures, the immortal scriptures burned, transforming into flames to refine an unmatched precious body. This was a terrifying transformation. 10,000 Tao resonated, turning into symbols and entering the primal chaos flame to refine the cauldron. It was going to burn out a true self. Back then, when Yi Fan fought against the unfettered celestial being, he was forced into a dangerous situation by the latter's unmatched divine speed. He had evolved his own Tao like this, devouring the attacks of the outside world. Now, it was even more dangerous than that battle. He could die in battle at any time, so he evolved his own great Tao once again to resist. This type of technique was extremely dangerous. Advancing at the edge of transforming into the Tao, even if it wasn't 10 out of 10 deaths, it wasn't far off. There was a high chance that he would become primal chaos, forever returning to nature. However, the cauldron nurtured the 100 scriptures, containing 10,000 Tao. This type of technique was truly terrifying. It devoured all energy, turning the attacks into cauldron flames to refine the floating flesh-precious cauldron. Chong, chong, chong. 10,000 streaks of sword energy flew out. The 4 immortal swords shook with zhang sounds. The sword energy carried bloody radiance and chaotic energy. They all struck that cauldron, causing kung chong sounds to ring out. At this moment, the damage they inflicted on Yifan wasn't that great anymore. All of the beams of light entered the light cocoon, becoming a part of the cauldron flames to refine that true body. This result made the 4 great supreme beings suck in a cold breath of air. This type of method was truly heaven-defying. It could actually break through the #1 killing formation since the ancient times? Impossible, no one could break through this formation. This was especially the case when the 4 of them were in charge. If it really was broken through, then Yifan would truly be comparable to a war immortal. Honglong. The great Peng Emperor took action. His bearing was astonishing. He was tall and sturdy, and his head of thick golden hair fluttered about. Even his pupils were golden in color. He was incomparably intimidating. At this moment, the space between his brows erupted with light. The golden whip broke free from the formation gate and directly entered the killing formation. It crushed heaven and earth as it smashed towards Yifan. This unrivaled strike wasn't just the activation of the formation diagram. It was also the great Peng Emperor's ultimate attack. With the addition of 2 factors, it was enough to shock both ancient and modern times. Boundless golden light surged. The golden whip was like a living war god descending into the primal chaos. It struck Yifan's body cauldron, emitting a loud sound. With a pu sound, he was shaken until he coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. Streaks of blood appeared on the surface of his body. Then, his body split into pieces, almost exploding into pieces. Kill, he won't be able to hold on for long. Don't give him a chance. The great Peng Emperor's eyes were filled with madness. This madman had an indescribable wildness and killing intent. The 4 of them circulated their magic power together, activating the formation diagram. The 4 immortal swords were revived to the extreme. They were glistening red, and the blurry diagrams on the swords reappeared. They were slaughtering immortals. The scene was astonishing. Within a vast immortal domain, the formation diagram and the 4 killing swords slaughtered in all directions. Bloody light rushed into the heavens, dyeing the world red. And now, the formation diagram pressed down. The 4 swords slashed down with unparalleled might, splitting apart the primal chaos. Yifan's body finally couldn't withstand it and was split apart once again. The divine sound of the great Tao rang out. Chaotic light surged. Yifan reconstructed his true body with great difficulty. All kinds of light danced about, turning into a furnace that wrapped around him. The scriptures rang out endlessly. It was as if 3,000 Buddhas were chanting sutras, as if 100,000 gods and devils were roaring, or as if all the ancient people were offering sacrifices. It was mysterious and terrifying. A powerful aura spread out. Good brat, you still want to perfect your Tao even at death's door. You want us to become your cauldron? Are you a martial idiot or do you not know the immensity of the heavens and earth? The great Peng Emperor shouted. Yifan was indeed audacious. Even when he was in a dangerous situation, he still used a supreme technique. All things were his cauldron, tempering his body. He truly comprehended a bit of sword intent. Also, our secret techniques were also absorbed. If this continues, he might be able to transcend. The Spirit Emperor frowned. He is a genius. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call him the most powerful divine body in history. Unfortunately, he won't have the chance. So what if he absorbed and refined a portion of the profound mysteries? He still can't break through the #1 killing formation. Together with our techniques and Tao, he will undoubtedly die. Honglong Glong. Divine Ruins, Origin Ancient Mine, Immortal Mausoleum, High Heavens, which was also Heaven Burial Island, the 4 great restricted regions suppressed over together, resonating with that formation diagram. Endless formation patterns extended, about to suppress Yifan to death. These methods were used together. No one could hold on. Even if Yifan was a heaven-warping genius, establishing that Tao, it still wasn't enough. Chaotic energy exploded. The cauldron became unstable and was on the verge of breaking apart. Overestimating your own capabilities. You want to resist the #1 killing formation alone, as well as our joint attacks. The situation was already set. The 4 great supreme beings all released a breath of relief. If they continued any longer, Yi Fan would undoubtedly die. However, this opponent was truly shocking. He actually persisted for such a long time. It was a bit heaven-defying. The cauldron flames tempered it. Scriptures rumbled, incomparably vast. Streaks of bloody scars appeared on the body of the cauldron. Even though it did its best to absorb the 10,000 daos and comprehend the profound mysteries of the 4 great restricted regions, it still couldn't hold on for much longer. There had never been anyone who dared to be so daring, borrowing several sovereign realm experts to cultivate, using their unmatched profound mysteries to temper one's own body, turning it into a Dao flame. This was simply dancing with one's life. Suddenly, Yi Fan released a long roar, shattering the chaotic light cocoon. Then, with a shake of his hand, an immortal treasure diagram appeared. It came from the primal chaos dragon nest, the place where the vicious person was buried. When this diagram unfolded, an immortal flame completely formed from symbols appeared, burning down the endless starry sky. A portion of the killing formation's boundless killing intent was melted away. You actually collected the immortal flame. The corpse monarch was startled. This was the immortal flame of the 10th layer of the fire domain. Back then, the ancient desolate tower had floated there, borrowing it to refine its body and repair its cracks. Later on, it entered the flying immortal star-sealed land. The existences in the Forbidden Zone were somewhat afraid of this flame, because in the past, those who possessed it did not have a good ending. This time, they had also tried to search for it, but in the end, they did not find it. Unexpectedly, Yi Fan had taken it away. The spirit monarch's expression changed immediately. He said, "There is an immortal flame's origin. In that case, there might be hope for your disciple. He might not be completely crippled." "You're wrong. I've never been crippled." A loud shout came from the void, and boundless golden light erupted. Yi Tong was like a golden sun crashing over. With a loud boom, he directly killed his way to one of the killing formation's gates. The great rock monarch sneered and said, "So what if both of you are here together? You still cannot break the first killing formation. All of you will die." Boom. However, just as he finished speaking, an extremely ferocious and tyrannical fist force suddenly blasted over. It rushed into the formation gate and sent him flying, blood flowing everywhere. An unparalleled expert with disheveled hair and a majestic figure appeared. It was actually the old madman that he had not seen for many years. If one person can't do it, then can 4 people take the immortal swords from your 4 swords gates? Another thunderous voice rang out. The demonic human appeared with a white bone club in his hand. He swung it down and smashed it into another formation gate, sending Grandma Xian flying. She coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. This scene shocked the human world. No one had expected such a thing to happen. Chapter 1777. You all actually unknowingly reached this cultivation realm? The corpse emperor was shocked. These changes were too sudden, exceeding his imagination and expectations. How could those who were much weaker than them succeed? Only those who weren't too far off could make them cough out blood. Do you all think you can kill my master after preparing for so many years? Not only do you all have confidence, we have also been waiting for this moment. Yi Tong shouted. They had endured for so many years just for the sake of breaking through today's situation, killing the supreme beings in the restricted region, quelling the hidden darkness chaos with a single battle. Good, you all truly have some methods. You all reached this cultivation realm, yet we actually didn't know about it and were deceived. Immortal Grandma was furious. She wiped away the blood at the corner of her lips and stared at the human devil. Now, everything was clear. Yi Fan hadn't appeared in the world for several hundred years, sitting in Undying Mountain, waiting for the people at his side to break through and reach the realm where they could fight supreme beings. Then, he would defeat them in one battle. During these years, the restricted region had been searching for the spiritual treasure celestial beings formation diagram and the 4 immortal swords, hoping to kill Yi Fan with the smallest price, not losing a single person. Meanwhile, how could the other side not be like this? They were also seeking the safest battle. Finally, the day they waited for finally arrived. Their cultivation realms matched, so they didn't fear the ultimate battle against them. No wonder the heavenly mysteries became chaotic several times in the past few hundred years, unable to be divined. Moreover, there would occasionally be a great chaotic tribulation. I originally thought that it was the great young body persevering, but it was all an illusion to hide the fact that the ones crossing the tribulation were actually you all. Sacred body, your cultivation is terrifyingly profound after all, tricking us all. The Spirit Emperor stared at Yi Fan at the center of the Great Formation. I fear that it is also related to this immortal diagram, using it to hide the heavenly mysteries. The Great Peng Emperor's expression was cold as he stared at the sparkling diagram scroll that seemed to be forged from stellar radiance. This diagram had been passed down since ancient times, from the legendary era to the archaic era, and then to the desolate era. It had passed through different owners, for example, Celestial Being, Emperor of Fighting, Great Emperor Vicious. There were originally only stars on the diagram, nothing else. It was unknown what era it came from, but a few other imprints were produced on the back of the diagram, as well as the marking of immortal ascension. This diagram was extremely mysterious, terrifyingly ancient. Some people said that it was the imprint of this cosmos. There were others who said that it originated from the ancient chaos era, refined by a heavenly emperor. It recorded the entire great cosmos' divine traces, possessing the ultimate profound mysteries. Do you all really think that we are meat on the chopping block? This era is different from the past. Not even supreme beings can do as they please. Yi Tong shouted. Ha ha! The Great Peng Emperor laughed heartily. His golden hair was resplendent and dazzling. He was like a heavenly deity, exuding an unrivaled and unparalleled aura. Even if you guys aren't simple, you are still far from being a match for a supreme being. You've only just touched the threshold. He looked down on the world. This was a type of unmatched confidence. Forget about the fact that these people hadn't reached the peak of the domain yet. Even if they completely achieved the Tao, strictly speaking, they still wouldn't be a match for an ascended supreme being. So many people have come to die, let's catch them all in one go. Spirit Emperor said. Even though they were shocked, they were, after all, once ancient emperors. They quickly calmed down and announced that they were going to eliminate everyone. Moreover, after calming down, they stared at Yi Tong, the old lunatic, and the others with burning eyes. To them, this was simply a great medicine of the mortal world. If they could harvest and refine it, it would be greatly beneficial to them. The Great Peng Emperor's meat must be delicious. However, the human demon's words immediately incited their anger. The food and great medicine in their eyes actually had such thoughts. It was simply arrogant to the point of making one's hair stand on end. This was disgraceful. Someone dared to eat an Emperor realm expert? Since ancient times, no one had ever been profaned like this. You're courting death. The corpse Emperor roared. You're the ones courting death. A clap of thunder resounded in the sky. A monkey covered in dazzling golden light descended from the sky, swinging down with an immortal iron rod in his hand. Clang! Even though the corpse emperor was known for his indestructible golden body and was immortal through myriad tribulations, the space between his thumb and forefinger split open after being struck by this iron rod. Blood stained the area as he retreated. The sacred prince had arrived. His eyes were fiery and his blood energy was as vast as the ocean. His battle intent was high as if he was an undefeatable god of war. Good, 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 I've underestimated you all. The corpse emperor said coldly. He suddenly pointed at Yi Fan in the formation and said, even if the four of you came, it would be difficult to save him. He's destined to die in the killing formation. You've overestimated yourself. My master entered the formation only to use you to cultivate. Now that we've arrived, it only proves that his cultivation has ended, Yi Tong said. After hearing these words, even though the four supreme beings were transcendent, they were still enraged. Since ancient times, who could make use of them? This was simply looking down on them too much. He was merely a saint physique. No matter how powerful he was still not a true great emperor. Yet, he dared to act like this. This was too much. Of course, they understood that Yi Tong was purposely mocking them. There shouldn't be such a madman in this world, who dared to enter such a desperate situation to comprehend the Tao. All of you are ants. All of you must die. At this moment, perhaps this was the only sentence that could show off their dignity, as well as how they looked down on their opponents. You're all too conceited. At the center of the formation, Yi Fan borrowed the protection of the runic flames and the immortal diagram. His body rumbled as he recovered from his injuries. This is a golden era that has never been seen since ancient times. So what? The great Pang Emperor roared. In this era, all of the geniuses from the various eras will awaken in this era, and they will all live in the same era. In such an era, even supreme beings can't do as they please. It's not an era where you can start a dark upheaval or destroy the world. Yi Fan shouted with an incomparably cold expression. If you're a dragon, coil up for me. If you're a tiger, lie down for me. If you want to display your supreme prestige in this era, I'm sorry, but what awaits you is a great confrontation between the strongest geniuses of all ages. He pointed at the human demon, Yi Tong, the sacred prince, and then at the four prime venerables. Do you think they're weaker than the sacred Sun Emperor and the Emperor of Fighting? Do you know how many people like them there are in this era? If you don't understand what a true golden era is, you can only decline and perish in this era. The true meaning of the golden era is finally being displayed at this moment. What monarchs rising together? What myriad bloodlines competing? None of this is real. This era will suppress the supreme beings of the forbidden regions until they can't even raise their heads. This is the true meaning of the golden era. If you don't obediently lay low, all of you will be finished. Yi Fan's words were deafening. They rushed into the distance, leaving the mythical battlefield and spreading into the cosmos, affecting the true forbidden regions of the Big Dipper. Without a doubt, these words had an extremely powerful impact, causing the hearts of all the venerables to turn cold. Perhaps these words weren't false. There were indeed many terrifying heroes in this era. Dowie, Zhang Byron, the Emperor. There were truly many of them. Some were the descendants of the great emperors. Presumably, when they underwent their final tribulations, they had their father's trump cards to hide. There were also some whose identities were unknown to this day. Even the prime venerables might not be able to guess their identities when they paid close attention to them. This era was different from the past. The true meaning of the golden era was finally being displayed. Boom! The inevitable battle erupted. The human demon had become younger and more vigorous. Due to the great increase in his strength, his hair was now black and his body was no longer withered. In fact, he had become much stronger. He was like a primitive man with his upper body naked. He wielded a white bone club and smashed against a formation gate. He stared at the great Pang Emperor and revealed a mouthful of snow-white teeth. He let out a primitive hunting cry as if he was about to hunt a ferocious bird. This kind of provocation naturally infuriated the great Pang Emperor. The two fiercely collided and their battle intent soared into the sky. Now wasn't the time to hesitate. The decisive battle had begun. Yi Tong attacked. His entire body was covered in blazing flames. The fruits of his comprehension over the past few years were completely displayed. He rushed towards another formation gate and attacked the corpse emperor. This was because this supreme being had corpse energy within his body, while he had an extreme yang body. The all-encompassing essence flames of extreme yang filled the air, just enough to resist the corpse supreme being who had death energy within his body. The essence flames of extreme yang drowned the formation gate. The flames of battle raged and blood splattered everywhere. Yi Tong was fighting with his life on the line. Boom! The heaven and earth trembled. A matchless aura spread out, shaking the ancient skies. This was a type of fist force that was too tyrannical and unyielding. The old madman attacked. His left hand was the 6 paths of reincarnation fist, and his right was the heaven-shrouding divine seal. His hands transformed into a fist and a seal that shook the mortal world. It was ferocious and tyrannical as it directly attacked the spirit emperor. This kind of method was shocking. It caused the formation gate to rumble and sway. The monkey smiled bitterly. His opponent had already been chosen, so he could only turn around and face Grandma Xian. He didn't hold back at all. His battle Saint Qi surged as he swept through the world with his staff. Little monkey, even if your father comes back to life, he will only be of the same generation as me. You dare to rebel. Grandma Xian glared. Witch, stop flaunting your seniority. I'll send you on your way. The battle was incomparably intense. The 4 immortal gates were all swaying, and the entire mythical battlefield was trembling. The great formation had lost its controller. The formation diagram was still revolving, but it was no longer as overflowing as before. Yi Fan shook the immortal treasure diagram and swept it towards the 4 immortal swords, wanting to snatch them away. The great formation-breaking battle began. Strictly speaking, the four supreme beings were naturally stronger than the fighters. However, the more they fought, the more shocked they became. This was because there was someone else coming from the sky. A seemingly bashful and pure youth sat there. His large eyes were like black gemstones, and his face was ridiculously beautiful. He was as calm as a boulder as he sat in the void. He began to draw upon the great Tao of heaven and earth, coordinating with Yi Fan from the inside to break down the #1 killing formation. Everyone couldn't help but gasp. This youth had a type of immortal aura that was deep and immeasurable. He seemed even more mysterious and terrifying than Yi Fan's eldest disciple. "Don't you guys like to fight in groups? We're here. We'll fight you four as a group and torture you all until you go to heaven." Another tall figure appeared. He was incomparably majestic, ostentatious and domineering. It was precisely the warmonger Xianxia. Everyone felt a chill run down their backs. The holy physique Yi Fan truly made ample preparations. If he wanted to flatten a restricted region, he could do it with his current manpower. Xianxia immediately swooped down and joined the battle. This place immediately erupted with commotion. "Holy physique, hand over your life." Right at this time, reinforcements came from the Supreme Being's side. Huang Shudao, who had been missing for many years, appeared. He wanted to get revenge for his father. It was because during the Immortal Ascension battle 700 years ago, Yi Fan shattered the phoenix-winged golden hoe that his father turned into, killing him cleanly. He was originally someone who lived for the Tao, someone who went crazy for the Tao. He was a madman who focused on cultivation, but he couldn't resist the interference of his family. Today, he rushed over to unleash a massacre. "How lively, count me in as well." Dao Yi, who had been missing for many years, appeared, blocking Huang Shudao and fighting intensely against him. "Do you all want to destroy the cosmos?" There were people standing in the distance, transmitting sound from the distance. More people arrived, and the battle situation became more and more complicated. Chapter 1778. The one who spoke was Zhang Byron. He had an ordinary physique, but his true cultivation was unfathomable. His origins were mysterious, and no one knew. What a blood-boiling battle! After this battle, the structure of the world will be completely rewritten. Another person appeared, standing in the distance. He didn't come over either. "Old thing, your doomsday is here," Xianxia shouted. His divine physique was now complete, and his golden body was immortal. His surging blood qi was extremely majestic, and his fist power was unparalleled. He moved around the battlefield, attacking 4 formation gates in a row to break down the Great Formation. Boom! At this moment, the crazy old man was going crazy. He went from white-haired to middle-aged, and then to a teenager. The rapid transformation was astonishing. However, his aura was even more terrifying. His 5 great secret realms all shone, each with a true self sitting cross-legged. The divine light of the 5 elements shook the sky and tore apart the sky. The young crazy old man was ostentatious and domineering. His black hair stood on end as he punched forward, shaking the boundless universe. He was going to kill the Spirit Emperor. Woo! The pure and holy silver blade whistled as it stabbed towards the crazy old man. A silver spirit dragon took form and rushed forward. With a pu sound, the young crazy old man let the silver dragon penetrate his body. He activated the attainment formula, and his speed became even faster. He directly arrived in front of the Spirit Emperor, and a matchless punch landed on his body. Immediately, blood splashed everywhere. The heaven and earth were dyed red with their blood. It could be said to be extremely bitter. This was a battle where both sides suffered. In order to kill the enemy, the crazy old man disregarded his own life. In fact, this was also the most effective method, because the forbidden secret techniques and methods of the archaic emperors were unparalleled. The only thing they lacked was blood qi. This kind of reckless attack was the most useful. Both of them staggered backwards, leaving behind a trail of bloody footprints. Xianxia saw the crazy old man using the 6 paths of reincarnation fist and was immediately overjoyed. He descended to kill the Spirit Emperor together with him. Kill! The young crazy old man's body shone. The 5 selves sitting cross-legged in the 5 great secret realms all opened their eyes. At this time, a formless energy shocked the world. He transformed into the 5 elements body to fight the Spirit Emperor. Coupled with Xianxia's attack, the Spirit Emperor immediately became passive. He revealed a cruel smile amidst the blood, revealing his astonishing snow-white teeth. Extreme sublimation. I'll kill all of you. Jiao Ling Huang was enraged, and was the first to erupt with a terrifying aura. The power of a flawless Emperor Path expert filled the air. Kill them all and harvest the mortal world great medicine. The other three also coldly announced that they couldn't delay any longer. If they continued like this, they would definitely suffer a great loss. The mythical battlefield erupted with activity. The four supreme beings frantically absorbed the essence energy of the cosmos, drawing it from the void and drawing it from all living things. It was incomparably terrifying. All of them shone, as if millions of stars were exploding. This place was so hard to open one's eyes. It was completely melted. The sea of divine force was flowing, unmatched auras pervading the air. The monkey, human devil and the others encountered great trouble. The four great supreme beings were world-shattering. This type of divine aura spread, making even their hearts palpitate. This was going to be a bloody battle, an extremely tragic one. Boom! Suddenly, a strong presence exploded from the big formation. Yi Fan was trying to break through. Because the four beasts chose to ascend at the same time, it disturbed the universe. Even the formation map was suppressed and stopped for a moment. Moreover, the old lunatic, human devil, monkey and the others, as well as Komatsu who flew down, all made a wise decision. They suddenly attacked a formation gate together. With a wung sound, so many people took action. They used the opportunity when the supreme beings were preoccupied to obliterate the formation patterns here. They also circulated the army formula and plucked out an immortal sword with a chong sound. Not good. The great Peng Emperor was shocked. The great formation had a flaw, and it was only a matter of time before it was broken. His entire body shone with boundless golden light. The golden whip in his hand lashed out, slaughtering towards everyone. He wanted to use the identity of an unparalleled emperor to kill everyone here. Hong Long Glong. The heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. A golden fist smashed out from the great formation, colliding with the golden whip. An extreme might erupted, and the formation gate was completely blasted open. Half of Yi Fan's body stretched out, his entire body surging with a terrifying aura. His battle spirit swept through the ages, and his divine body supported the world of legends. Resplendent light flowed about, and a supreme aura seeped out. Scram! The great Peng Emperor shouted. His disheveled golden hair stood on end, and even his eyes were wide open. He definitely couldn't let Yi Fan escape because he had truly seen how terrifying he was. This was an anomaly. He hadn't become an emperor yet, but he definitely had the strength to kill flawless emperors. Scram! Yi Fan also roared. It was only a single word, but his aura became even more berserk. At this moment, he circulated the secret art of all. His entire body became sparkling and translucent like divine gold. Even the flow of his blood could be seen clearly. Boom! This tyrannical punch was matchless and unparalleled. It was the most powerful attack he had ever unleashed since he was born. It was unknown if he could ever reach such a level again in this lifetime. Kacha! The golden whip immediately exploded inch by inch, turning into the most terrifying golden fragments. They rolled back, and many of the fragments pierced into the great Peng Emperor's sturdy body. Blood splashed high into the air. This punch shocked everyone. Yi Fan directly destroyed an Emperor Dao weapon. Such might was rarely seen since ancient times. Only a limited number of people could be so ferocious. It was just a single strike. One had to know that the great Peng Emperor was a weapon forged from Dao Tribulation gold. It was shaped like a divine sword and had 28 sections. It was inscribed with the most terrifying Dao patterns in the world, yet it was destroyed just like that. Roar! Yi Fan's roar shook the world. He rushed out from the #1 killing formation since ancient times. His entire body was freed. His hair fluttered in the wind, and his gaze was as cold as a blade. I already told you what a golden era is. Now, you all are still unrepentant. Just let the curtains fall and wither away. This roar spread throughout the universe, shaking all the races in the myriad realms. Everyone's hearts were pounding. They knew that the Saint Physique Yi Fan definitely had the upper hand. He was truly unrivaled. Yi Fan was like a deity as he broke free from the killing formation. He pressed forward step by step, wanting to fight the great Peng Emperor. This kind of unrivaled might caused everyone's hearts to palpitate. Kill him. The four supreme beings all advanced to their limits. They roared and charged over together. Originally, they didn't need to exhaust their essence blood like this because the numinous treasure celestial beings' killing formation was enough. But now they had been forced to this step. They could only fight to the death. Kill. The monkey, the human devil, and the young madman were all sharper than the last. They naturally couldn't let Yi Fan fight alone. They all charged forward. Chi. With a shake of his hand, Yi Fan passed the immortal flame formed from runes to Yi Tong. He had his eldest disciple use it as a weapon because it was too compatible with his supreme young divine body. Walala. With another shake of his hand, Yi Fan passed the immortal treasure map to Xianxia. This disciple was brave and fierce, but his defense was lacking. This map was perfect for battle. As for the monkey and the human devil, they both had peerless weapons in their hands, so there was no need to worry. As for the old madman, he wasn't empty-handed either. The first immortal sword that had been seized flickered with bloody light. It had been refined by everyone's joint efforts and was already in his hands. This group of ferocious people charged forward with astonishing momentum. They weren't any weaker than those on the other side. This immediately caused a commotion. As for Komatsu, he walked around the great formation. He was ethereal like an immortal and was different from others. He could practically move heaven and earth. At this time, he was actually summoning the formation diagram to obtain it. The four supreme beings were naturally astonished. They couldn't let him succeed, or else the situation would become extremely dangerous. They fought while activating the formation diagram to obstruct him. Divine light illuminated the heavens and sword energy rushed from past to present. The battle reached its climax. Another great battle that would be recorded in the history of divine wars erupted. It was now reaching its climax. Apart from them, there were others in the distance. Dao Yi blocked Huang Shudao, but the two of them only coldly confronted each other and didn't take action. I don't care about anything else. As long as there is darkness unrest, I can only take action. Zhang Byron said calmly. Even though he looked ordinary, his words were extremely imposing. This made the four supreme beings frown. This kind of neutral party had already made his position clear. This kind of decision was equivalent to opposing them. Ah! Yi Fan went berserk. His entire body was bathed in golden multicolored light like a golden war god. He faced the great Pang Emperor head-on, causing him to spit out large mouthfuls of blood as he was sent flying. Then, he attacked the corpse emperor, clashing repeatedly with this ancient sovereign who was known to have an immortal body. His fists drew blood and his palms pierced through the flesh. All traces of Dao were erased. Yi Fan's celestial emperor fist directly split apart the body that the corpse emperor was so proud of. In particular, the corpse emperor's 6 fingers had long since been broken. Blood splashed everywhere as the severed fingers flew into the air. Emperor's blood splattered everywhere. The heaven and earth became hazy and scarlet. It was an incomparably bitter scene. Yi Fan's hair was disheveled and there was blood splashing out from his body. However, he seemed to have entered a demonic state and didn't feel anything. There was only indifference as he slaughtered in all directions. At this moment, Yi Fan was unrivaled. He had entered a demonic state and went berserk. He slaughtered until his blood was boiling. He abandoned everything else and only had boundless battle intent. He was invincible. He charged at the very front like an arrowhead. The others followed at his left and right, catching up shoulder to shoulder as they fought a great battle against the supreme beings. Elder Immortal, Spirit Emperor, and the others were all dripping with blood. They suffered different types of injuries. They actually found it difficult to contend against these individuals and were a bit weaker in terms of aura. For them, this was simply a type of humiliation. When had the archaic emperors ever encountered such a battle? However, that divine body with disheveled hair was too terrifying. His blood energy was like a sea as if it was going to crush heaven and earth. It made them feel jealous and helpless. Ha ha ha. Heaven-reaching sect master's immortal execution killing formation is finally going to be in our hands. Easy, look good. Loud laughter sounded from the distance. Pang Bo arrived. His eyes were bright as he stared at the sword formation. The Black Emperor also came and was right beside him. His saliva flowed and almost drowned Pang Bo's feet. Immeasurable celestial being, this humble Taoist knows that this formation and I are fated to meet. A fat Taoist priest appeared. His face was flushed red. The wicked Taoist Duanda also arrived. No one dared to look down on him. It was because above his head was a heaven-devouring demonic jar that was rising and falling, releasing a terrifying aura. Upon closer inspection, he was a bit different. An incomparably mysterious imprint appeared between his brows. It was as if endless immortal tribulation was surging, as if a world was undergoing reincarnation. No one expected that his arrival would immediately affect the battle situation. He didn't take action, yet he made someone on the battlefield turn pale with fright. His body trembled intensely. "It's you, it's actually you!" The corpse emperor cried out loudly. There was actually a type of fear in his eyes. He directly rushed into the sky and left the battlefield. There was once someone whose true appearance he had never seen before. However, that imprint was something he would never forget for the rest of his life. Chapter 1779. That person's research on the seal of reincarnation was unprecedented and unmatched. He could be called the founder of this path, and he could completely control those of the corpse Tao. As long as you stepped onto the corpse Tao, even if you formed the seal of reincarnation and bid farewell to the past, you would still not be his match and would definitely be suppressed. It was even rumored that this person could control the seal of reincarnation. That was the greatest secret he had researched his entire life. The corpse emperor rushed into the sky. He didn't want to attack Duanda, but rather to escape from this place. He wanted to leave this vast battlefield at all costs. As a Grand Emperor Tao expert, he didn't want to be controlled by others. He was afraid that this person would advocate reincarnation and take him as a war slave. However, how could it be so easy when he was in the middle of a battle? Especially under Yi Fan's attacks, fleeing in fear was naturally accompanied by great danger. However, he was truly shocked. He roared, "Underworld Sovereign, he's back!" Everyone was stunned. Wasn't that the Underworld Emperor? This name was too ancient, and his origins were astonishing. He was the founder of the Underworld realm, the true founder of this path. It was rumored that he and the Emperor Sovereign were both teacher and friend, one of the most mysterious people since ancient times. Yi Fan was like a god of death. Cold lightning shot out from his eyes as he opened and closed them. He didn't stare blankly, instead cold and emotionless. He soared into the sky, operating the travel technique to the extreme. The river of time stopped for him. He arrived in the blink of an eye, a fist smashing forward. The fist power was matchless, penetrating the legendary battlefield. With a pu sound, the corpse emperor's back was pierced through, from front to back, dripping with blood. It was an extremely terrifying scene. He had lost his sense of propriety. Just now, he was terrified and only wanted to leave, but in the end, he suffered a fierce attack. At this moment, his eyes began to burn brightly, as if he had suddenly calmed down. He roared, "At worst, I'll cut myself again." "Ah!" He roared towards the sky. A pure white halo flew out from within his body. It was precisely the famous seal of reincarnation. It was incomparably holy, but he had actually abandoned it. He didn't fear Yi Fan, but rather the Underworld Emperor, fearing that he would control his life and death. Now that he was seriously injured, it seemed like he was throwing caution to the wind. Everyone was shocked. That reincarnation imprint was extremely terrifying, even more astonishing than an emperor artifact. With woo-woo strange sounds, it descended towards Yi Fan, about to trap him. It looked incomparably pure and holy, but it made people tremble in fear. It was as if they were facing the entire underworld, and there was an icy chill in their bones. The most terrifying thing was that its power was unparalleled. At this moment, divine power was about to enter Yi Fan's body, imprison him, and then destroy him. Yi Fan was fearless. He activated his avatar and locked down this space. His left hand formed a seal to control time while his right hand used the Celestial Emperor Fist to destroy everything in his way. Suddenly, Komatsu shouted, "Master, take my sword!" It had to be said that Komatsu's methods were exceptional. He plucked an immortal sword from the damaged first killing formation and passed it to Yi Fan. It flowed with hazy bloody radiance and boundless killing intent. Yi Fan was moved. His left hand withdrew the Celestial Emperor imprint, grabbing this sword and hacking forward. No one would have thought that when this sword encountered the reincarnation imprint, it would erupt with waves of scripture chanting. The expiation scripture's supreme profound mysteries were displayed without restraint. This left everyone stupefied. After that pure and holy reincarnation imprint descended, it was blocked by the blood-colored immortal sword. A terrifying gap was cut open and it was actually about to break apart. Specialized in restraining corpse calamity. At the same time, Yi Fan's celestial emperor fist, avatar, and other things all descended. Moreover, the sword shook once more. These methods appeared together, shattering the reincarnation imprint. It turned into pure and holy multicolored light and disappeared. There was a gloominess within the holiness. There was a corpse fiend within the multicolored light. This was a type of contradictory feeling. The corpse emperor screamed miserably. The instant he lost the reincarnation imprint, his essence energy flowed away. He was no longer worried about being controlled by the Netherworld Emperor. However, he had fallen into a terrifying situation. At this moment, he was definitely not as strong as before. He had lost his foundation. Chi! With just a single punch, Yi Fan pierced through the corpse emperor. After that, he waved the long sword in his hand, causing a scarlet multicolored light to rush into the heavens. The peerless immortal sword chopped off the corpse emperor's head. Pooh! The young madman arrived and punched out. The 6 paths of reincarnation fist was incomparably tyrannical. The corpse emperor's head was smashed into meat paste, and his primordial spirit was destroyed. Xianxia also arrived. She picked up the corpse and tossed it to the human demon. Old man, this is your prey. It's crispy after being roasted. Pooh! The human demon didn't even look at it. He smashed down with his cudgel, turning the corpse into a bloody mist. A dignified emperor had died just like that. This was shocking. Everything had happened too suddenly. Everyone turned to look at Duanda. Was he the emperor of the underworld? Boundless celestial being, this humble Taoist was only passing by. Duanda felt a little guilty. He felt somewhat baffled, especially when the great rock emperor, the immortal matron, and the spirit emperor glared at him. He was afraid that they would suddenly attack him together. He wanted to slip away. Kill! Yi Fan didn't stop and continued to attack. Now wasn't the time to be distracted. Even if there was something strange, it wasn't the time to stop. He pounced towards the great rock emperor. The battle situation had been completely changed. The 3 paragons were now in a passive position. They felt very uneasy as they stared at the heartless Taoist in the air. If he really was the Netherworld Emperor, things would be troublesome. It could be said that Yi Fan and the others had the initiative and the upper hand. On the other side, the Komatsu's progress was also very smooth. He had picked up another immortal sword. Scarlet multicolored light danced in the air, overflowing with killing intent. Dang! The drawn-out sound of a bell resounded throughout the universe. A large golden bell descended from the sky. It was incomparably brilliant and drew out strands of Tao waves that spread towards the mythical battlefield. The golden crow the arch descended from the sky and joined the battle. He had also arrived and stood on the side of Yi Fan and the others, facing off against the immortal matron. In any case, this was a present age the arch. Any supreme from the forbidden region would be apprehensive of him. He was an expert on the same level as them. The most important thing was that his vitality was abundant and far surpassed theirs. There's no more suspense in this battle, right? Everyone thought so. Yi Fan's side occupied the absolute initiative and the outcome was already decided. Boom. However, terrifying fluctuations came from the Big Dipper's direction. A supreme being was about to appear with astonishing aura. This caused everyone to draw in a breath of cold air. Could it be that the most terrifying divine battle in history was about to occur? This battle cannot affect the other planets with life. Zhang Byron spoke. At the same time, a few more figures appeared. One of them was actually the Arch, someone that Zhang Byron had once regarded with great importance and apprehension. He was also staring at the Big Dipper, his aura surging. Are you really going to carry out a world-destroying battle? We'll accompany you to the end. The void split open, and another old monkey appeared. The victorious fighting Buddha had also arrived. It could be said that the lineup of the mythical battlefield was super powerful. Almost half of the strongest experts in the universe had come. Those who aren't afraid of death, come out and scram over here. I'll kill all of you. Duanda roared, shaking the universe. However, no matter how one looked at it, he seemed to be bluffing. He didn't manage to scare the others, but he himself was a little scared. He stood beside Pang Bo and the Black Empress, and one of his hands unconsciously pinched the large black dog's tail. Woof! The Black Empress turned around and bit. Boom! Suddenly, an extremely terrifying aura erupted. In the ancient desolate forbidden land of the Big Dipper Star region, the Great Empress awakened. She stood in the sky and looked down on the several forbidden regions. At this moment, the divine senses and auras of the other 4 forbidden regions were all blocked, and they couldn't sense them anymore. The most terrifying confrontation took place there. The Great Empress soared into the sky and faced the 4 forbidden regions alone. Her fine black hair danced in the wind as she looked down on the world. She possessed a truly supreme elegance and peerless beauty. Ha ha! The Great Rock Emperor laughed bitterly. He was fighting against Yi Fan, and he was laughing so hard that he was coughing up blood. He laughed so hard that tears were almost flowing out. He said, "I've waited for 10,000 years, and this is actually the ending. What a golden era! Are all the forbidden regions going to end just like this?" He laughed crazily, and his voice was hoarse as he said, "A golden era. Haha, I think this is going to be the most tragic era. Not only will the forbidden regions end, but you guys will also kill each other. So many outstanding talents. What did they wait for this era for? How pitiful. I can already see the scene of mountains of corpses and seas of blood." The Great Rock Emperor roared sorrowfully as he fought with Yi Fan. On the other side, the Golden Crow the Arch was fighting fiercely against Senior Celestial. As for the Spirit Emperor, he was the most miserable. He was surrounded by the human demon, the monkey, the young crazy old man, and the others. His body was covered in blood, and he was about to die. Clang! Komatsu picked up the 4th immortal sword, but at this time, the formation diagram suddenly tore through the void and disappeared. This was an unforeseen event. Many people were shocked, and they didn't know why such a thing would happen. The most mysterious and terrifying killing formation diagram had left the mortal world once again. Yi Fan was cold and emotionless. The more he fought, the calmer he became. It was like a true celestial emperor had been revived, and he was invincible as he continuously attacked. Boom! He sent the Great Rock Emperor flying with a punch, and a large amount of blood splattered. Without waiting for the Great Rock Emperor to stabilize, he had already rushed over like a ghost and stomped down, shattering the Great Rock Emperor. And this strike also caused the entire mythical battlefield to be torn apart. The Great Rock Emperor roared angrily. He reformed his true body and turned into a golden great rock. With a flap of his wings, the stars in the universe collapsed, and his golden feathers shone resplendently. This battle was world-shaking, and it shook the river of time. It was extremely tragic, and it was lamentable that no matter how powerful the Great Rock Emperor was, he still fell under the feet of Yi Fan. Blood splattered as Yi Fan tore it apart. The massive Great Rock Emperor's body crushed the universe. The primordial spirit wanted to escape, but it couldn't avoid Yi Fan's unrivaled fist and was blasted apart. He was bathed in the Great Rock Emperor's blood. He was incomparably cold as he swept his gaze across the battlefield. He was like a demonic god, and his messy hair was stained with blood as he walked forward step by step. Boom! Yi Fan's leg swept out, sending Grandma Immortal, who was fighting against the Golden Crow the Arch, flying. She coughed out large mouthfuls of blood as she was heavily injured. Then, the Golden the Arch Bell descended, shaking her body into pieces. After that, Yi Fan didn't even turn his head and turned to another battlefield. With a loud roar, he struck out with his strongest attack. He transformed into a blazing bolt of lightning that tore through the sky and pierced through the Great Rock Emperor's body. Blood splattered 3,000 feet. Yi Tong, Xianxia, and the others' attacks arrived, drowning the Great Rock Emperor. The battlefield was silent. The 4 supreme beings had all been killed. Not a single one survived. Blood was everywhere, and the mythological battlefield was covered in scarlet. In the distant sky, those who hadn't attacked fell silent. Huang Shudao had already turned and left because he knew he wasn't Yi Fan's opponent. The others also sighed. Yi Fan was an anomaly. He hadn't become the Arch yet, but he already had the unparalleled elegance of killing a flawless Emperor Dao expert. He's a special one. He has the strongest saint physique in history. He might be able to become someone like Celestial the Arch Huang and Di Zun. At this moment, everyone clearly understood how powerful and terrifying he was. This battle has ended. Master, What are we going to do next? Xianxia asked excitedly. He was very excited because this was the first time he had participated in such a great battle. His blood was boiling. The battle hasn't ended yet, Yi Fan calmly said. He looked at the distant Big Dipper and said, since we've already taken action, we should flatten 1 or 2 forbidden areas. Chapter 1780. The mythical battlefield was torn apart. There had never been such a bitter battle like this before. So many experts participated in the battle, yet 4 great supreme beings died at once. Blood was everywhere, and the corpses of supreme beings lay in disarray. Yi Fan was cold and tyrannical. He towered in the heavens, overlooking the endless heavens. His head of black hair danced about chaotically. He was like an unrivaled demonic god that looked down on the world. This battle was extremely bitter. He personally killed supreme beings. He was powerful to the extreme, leaving behind an unerasable impression on every expert here. Forget about everything else. Just him alone was enough to threaten the existence of the restricted region. There had never been so many unrivaled geniuses who appeared at the same time, yet he still shone with resplendent radiance. He was an anomaly, the most powerful divine body in history. This battle was extremely bitter. The previous archaic emperors shed blood, but it ended in a depressing manner. Yi Fan was cold, but he wasn't emotionless. This battle only happened because their standpoints were different. Otherwise, why would he unleash such a massacre? The scene was extremely quiet. No one said anything. Many people were moved. After all, those were archaic emperors. Every single one of them had an extremely glorious past, suppressing the cosmos and intimidating the 9 heavens 10 earths. They were unrivaled in the heavens above and earth below. Every single one of them was outstanding. They were young, hot-blooded, and protected all life. Their radiance illuminated past, present, and future, and no one under the heavens could contend against them. However, they still passed away in the end. They staggered through the years, struggling on the path of longevity, but in the end, they changed, ending their lives in decline. If one seriously thought about it, every single one of them was extremely lamentable. They were so resplendent in the past, passing through the sea of blood on the path of emperors, becoming one of the most powerful individuals since the ancient times. However, in the end, they still ended up like this. Time is like a blade cutting down heavenly geniuses. The path of longevity is enchanting. This is the opening scene of Blood and Bones, a sorrowful painting. Yi Fan sighed softly. When these words were spoken, everyone was moved. The decline of emperors was a modeled painting dyed in blood. How much bitterness, how much suffering, how much glory, all of it was buried under this sigh. The army marched forward. Yi Fan's expression was calm as he led the troops toward the Big Dipper Star region. They were really on their way to the forbidden land of peace. Everyone was shocked. Just how bold was this? Since ancient times, there had never been such a crazy person. He wanted to end the legend of the restricted region, uproot the ancient taboo land. Kill! The large black dog barked madly. Ever since he had been forced to leave the Big Dipper galaxy, he had only returned once or twice, and there had always been a knot in his heart. In this life, the only thing I can do is fight and settle all of the troubles of the later generations. The roar shook the heavens. The lineup of the celestial court was truly powerful. It was comparable to the mythological era, where all kinds of experts coexisted. Now they had gathered together to attack the Big Dipper Star region, wanting to enter the forbidden zone of life. Along the way, the various races of the universe all trembled. Just how terrifying of a great army was this? Since ancient times, who dared to do this? The 7 great life-restricted regions were like aloof and remote deities that needed people to offer sacrifices and worship. Who dared disrespect them? Who could conquer them? The entire world was in an uproar. At this moment, everyone was nervous and afraid. There was anticipation and fear as they watched Yi Fan and the others. He really is a variable. In this era, perhaps the most powerful person in history will emerge. The Big Dipper Emperor's aura surged, and a murderous aura spread throughout the ages. Above the forbidden zone of life, there was a bronze celestial palace. Auspicious chi curled around it, and celestial light cascaded down. A woman of unmatched beauty stood there. The large hole in the bronze palace had long since been repaired and refined. Meanwhile, the ancient origin mine, high heavens, celestial mausoleum, and divine ruins, the 4 great forbidden regions, also released powerful auras, forming a terrifying confrontation. Xianxia and the others were shocked. The female empress was proud and aloof, and she was ready to unleash a strike at any moment. Her body transcended the mortal world, and there was actually an aura of immortality. Her appearance couldn't be seen, her immortal appearance couldn't be seen, but at this moment, Duanda, who came with the troop, couldn't help but shiver. It was because above his head, that heaven-devouring evil jar was shining on its own, flowing with life energy. The Black Emperor and the heartless Taoist exchanged a glance, and then quickly shifted their gazes away. They tightly shut their mouths, not saying a single word. Saint Physique Fan, you are too overbearing. You are bullying others intolerably. A loud shout transmitted over. It's not that I am bullying others, but rather that you all don't know how to restrain yourselves. This cosmos isn't your breeding ground. In this great golden era, you all can no longer do as you please. Yi Fan shouted. He was extremely dignified, as if a celestial emperor had descended into the lower realm. Even Yi Tong, Yang Shi, and the other disciples felt a terrifying pressure when they faced him. Not to mention the others, all the supreme experts who followed the Big Dipper and paid close attention to this great commotion sighed inwardly. Yi Fan's great power had already been established, and no one under the heavens could stop him. When we were protecting this cosmos as emperors, your ancestors were still prostrating and praying beneath our feet. Yet now you want to rebel? Another voice rebuked angrily. I respect your first era. During your dying years, the dark upheavals of the past have devoured countless creatures, making the heaven and earth grieve for you all. Yi Fan's expression was calm, but his voice was cold. He thought of GZ, Gai Joyo, and the white-clothed divine king. Every time he thought of them, he would feel a type of pain and regret. He said, after experiencing the world dyed in blood, I once swore that I would be able to flatten the forbidden regions in my lifetime, and that there would no longer be any dark upheavals. Arrogant. The great emperors of the previous generations have already established a solid foundation. How many supreme beings are left? In this lifetime, I will fight to the end for the sake of flattening the forbidden regions of life. Yi Fan's voice shook the great cosmos. This kind of oath was both shocking and exciting. At this moment, his voice echoed throughout the great star regions. The unrivaled will and the will of the heavens were in harmony, causing the great cosmos to rumble and tremble for him. Kill. Yi Fan took action. The life-restricted region he chose was the Divine Ruins. Historical remains were everywhere here, with the remains of the celestial court from the legendary era. There were towers and palaces, some buildings engraved with formation patterns personally engraved by emperors. Back then, ancient heaven broke apart, splitting apart in the divine war. Many divine lands fell into the 8 wastelands of the cosmos, and this was one of the most important places. Heaven and earth trembled. Yi Fan's large hand reached out, forcibly uprooting the divine ruins, placing it into the great cosmos stellar river. This was simply matchless divine might, ignoring the supreme beings inside, forcefully uprooting mountains and rivers, digging up this place, shaking heaven and earth. The people inside took action, but they couldn't change this reality, unable to stop everything. They reached out a large hand, smashing over murderously, but in the end, it was blasted back by Yi Fan. Kill. The monkey shouted loudly. He held the immortal iron rod. His expression bold and powerful, all of the golden fur on his body standing on end. He was the first to slaughter his way in, because this place had his race's immortal peach tree. This immortal medicine wandered about aimlessly, ultimately seized by the people of the divine ruins. Now, he was going to get it back. At the same time, the victorious fighting Buddha also took action. Even though he was already extremely old, right now, he was just as valiant and domineering. A divine ape fist smashed down, shocking heaven and earth. For the sake of flattening the restricted region, no one would hold back. The young man, old lunatic, Komatsu, and the others all slaughtered their way over, entering the divine ruins, using their most powerful methods to attack. A figure rushed out, shattering a giant immortal source block in the sky, directly ascending to the extreme, forced to fight a great battle here. He shouted loudly, "Dao friends, if you all aren't going to take action, then when are you all going to wait? Could it be that you really are going to wait for him to break you all down one by one?" He was actually the only one left in the divine ruins, exceeding everyone's expectations. However, in Yi Fan's deductions, this was also the reason why he chose this place as the first battlefield. At this moment, the energy of heaven and earth became chaotic. Origin ancient mine, immortal tomb, and high heavens all trembled intensely. Several powerful auras rushed into the heavens, someone about to emerge. However, a great Wonglong noise sounded. A giant bronze immortal palace flew up, illuminating the past, present, and future, immediately separating the divine ruins from the outside world. Immortal artifact. At this moment, people in Origin ancient mine, high heavens, and immortal tomb all cried out in alarm, staring at the bronze immortal palace in disbelief. An exceptionally beautiful empress stood on top. A true immortal artifact. These words made everyone tremble. The three great restricted regions immediately became quiet. They immediately thought of many things. This time, I will only destroy the divine ruins. Yi Fan shouted loudly. The human heart was always like this. The three great restricted regions hesitated for a moment, as if they were weighing their options. It was because the price of appearing in the world was too great. Yi Fan decisively took action. He was like a dragon leopard, vigorous and swift, crossing through the air, joining the battle. He stepped down from above, domineering heaven and earth, no one able to stop him. He forcibly shattered all of the formation patterns in heaven and earth, stepping on the divine ruined supreme being's fist that smashed towards the sky. The two collided, as if heaven and earth were at peace. At first, an auspicious aura shocked the heavens, but immediately afterwards, bloody light splashed in all directions. Yi Fan and him both used all of their strength, condensing over 1,000 moves into the most powerful strike. Pooh! In the end, the divine ruined supreme being's fist exploded, badly mangled. He staggered backwards. Kill! Yi Fan released a great roar, taking action again. The two were like divine dragons attacking each other, colliding intensely. Blood splashed out from time to time, dyeing the universe's blue skies red. In the end, a loud sound rang out. Yi Fan's palm sent him flying, and then the killing sword of the numinous treasure celestial being swept out. Bloody light pervaded millions and millions of li, cutting him in half at the waist. Now, he no longer took action. He rose into the air, arriving beside the bronze immortal palace, facing the three great restricted regions together with the empress, silently confronting them. In the back, the monkey, human demon, and the others took action together, drowning out the heavily injured divine ruined supreme being. This was especially the case when the golden crow great emperor's divine bell descended. With a dang sound, cracks appeared on his broken body once again. This battle came to an end. The last supreme being of the divine ruins was killed. The great universe rumbled, his Tao scattering, his spirit turning into ashes. The entire world was shocked. Another supreme being finished his life. The first half of his life was glorious, the second half was sinister, accompanied by a pitiful struggle. In the final moment, there was only desolation and that shocking smear of blood. Time is like a blade, cutting down heavenly geniuses. Yi Fan said softly, looking at the Origin ancient mine, immortal mausoleum, and the last few great restricted regions. The glorious opening, the blood-dyed scroll, and the miserable conclusion made the unmatched emperors in the restricted regions fall silent. There were too many emotions in their hearts. They thought of many things. They had once been revered by all clans, previously matchless and unparalleled, once proud and unyielding, but now what was left of them? Was time truly like a blade cutting down heavenly geniuses? Yi Fan saw the beautiful figure on top of the bronze immortal palace. This empress seemed to have transcended, standing out from the masses. Chapter 1781. The atmosphere in Big Dipper was very tense. This was a confrontation between great emperors, and a storm could break out at any moment. It was so oppressive that it was suffocating. A cold snort sounded. In the end, no one from the three great restricted regions appeared. The divine ruins had already become a thing of the past. At that time, they didn't have time to take action, and now there was no need for them to do so. The great battle had ended, and the ruins of God had been flattened. From then on, it had become a thing of the past. The gods in this forbidden area could no longer appear in the world. Yi Fan turned around and looked at the beautiful figure on top of the bronze immortal palace. Great waves rose and fell in his heart. How could he not know who this was now? Emperor Ruthless, the most talented person since ancient times. She wore white clothes, quiet and aloof, that type of temperament impossible to find in this world. When she was quiet, she was like a virgin, but once she became fierce, even the great cosmos would tremble. After more than 200,000 years passed, she was still as magnificent as before, the passage of time not leaving behind the slightest trace on her body. Her current state was shocking. Not even the supreme beings in the restricted regions aware of this. This was a path of transformation that shocked even immortals. From the demon body to the divine core, her life was filled with legends. Even now, there were still many things that were unknown to others. She was glorious to the extreme. Since ancient times, how many people dared to call themselves celestial emperors? She was one of them. Too many legends, left behind too many unsolved mysteries for future generations. She was as agile as an immortal. She floated into the bronze immortal palace and disappeared. The entire ancient palace sank into the ancient restricted region. All the gods had been killed, and there were no more ruins of God. The people from the celestial court entered this restricted area and cleared away the dangerous formation patterns here. They were going to move it away and turn it into another courtyard of the celestial court. This would be the most glorious spoils of war. This ancient tree wasn't all that tall. It had grown for endless years, yet it was only 1 or 2 meters tall. This left everyone astonished. This was the ancient peach tree of immortality, a true immortal herb. It wasn't as tall as the impure tree in the Jade Lake. The old tree bark split apart like dragon scales. Even though it wasn't tall and sturdy, it was bold and powerful enough, displaying an ancient aura. How many years has it been? I didn't expect to see my clan's precious medicine again. The victorious fighting Buddha said softly. His expression was absent-minded as he thought of his father and older brothers. He thought of the past. Time truly passed by like smoke. The monkey also didn't move for a very long time. There were too many emotions in its heart when facing this tree. The end of this battle shocked the universe. The ruins of God were removed, and an even larger courtyard appeared in the celestial court. An old peach tree was planted in it, and there were often children running around there. After this battle, the world was greatly shaken. The celestial court's divine might was vast and mighty, spreading to all realms. No one could contend against it. Who could match such a glorious battle record? Yi Fan's name shook the universe, and he was called the uncrowned emperor. There had only ever been a generation like this where someone could sweep through the restricted regions and even flatten the sea of reincarnation, Undying Mountain, and the ruins of God. Their achievements were destined to be recorded in the annals of history, no one able to erase them. The world was in an uproar, only calming down after several decades. Everyone sensed that an unprecedented golden age had arrived, one that was different from the past. Yes, even the supreme masters could not threaten the human world. As the sacred physique Yi Fan said, even a dragon had to coil up and a tiger had to lie down. This was a period of glory. A large number of geniuses emerged from all clans, making this great world appear even more resplendent. Heroes emerged in large numbers, and experts were as common as trees in a forest. However, the celestial court still stood alone, incomparable. There were several experts who could fight against supreme beings overseeing this place. Who could compare to them? Their next generation was similarly stunning as well, establishing a brilliant reputation in the various star domains. They flourished and flourished, making everyone sigh in admiration. Several decades passed in the blink of an eye. The celestial court flourished day by day, having several supreme beings in one clan. This was something only the legendary era could compare to, establishing an undying legend. Even though not a single one of them became an emperor, not a true unmatched emperor Dao expert, every single member of the celestial court firmly believed that they would definitely create history, with several emperors existing side by side. Now that they thought about the grand battle diagram Yi Fan drew, it actually became real. It was simply like a dream. Conquering the life-restricted regions was no longer just empty talk. There were still restricted region children in this world, but now, they were so low profile that they almost disappeared. No one dared to stir up trouble anymore. On the contrary, during these years, many of the younger generation of the celestial court, such as Li Tian's great-grandson, Dong Fengye's fourth grandson, Li Heishui's descendant, and others all rushed towards Big Dipper without any fear. These people followed the footsteps of their seniors. A large number of disciples of the celestial court wanted to walk the path that Yi Fan and the others had walked, wanting to personally experience that type of Tao comprehension. Just like that, Big Dipper suddenly became incomparably prosperous. Heroes of the ancient paths all headed over, mainly driven by a large number of the younger generation heroes of the celestial court. A storm was brewing here. There were the descendants of the supreme deities, Yin Tianda's descendants, and the Fire Qilan's children. In the blink of an eye, another generation of heroes flourished. During this process, the paths that Yifan walked, such as the Eastern Wasteland, the Divine City Remains, and others, all became places where people stopped. It was to the extent where gambling once again became popular. Bits and pieces of the mining sect, the establishment of the Celestial Court, all of them were excavated by others. What left everyone the most speechless was that there were people who actually hurried outside Immortal Tomb. There were also people who gazed at Origin Ancient Mine, moving around it. There were restricted region children who came out in anger, but they didn't dare unleash a great slaughter. It was because among these younger generation, not only were there heroes from great star systems, there were also direct descendants of the Celestial Court. They were scared of provoking a great war. Once the Celestial Court slaughtered their way over, that would be a great disaster. Even their fathers felt restraining fear towards that terrifying divine body. When news got out, the older generation figures were all speechless. This was simply a bit inconceivable. When had this type of thing ever happened? The restricted region actually had such misgivings, actually understanding how to be flexible. This was completely different from their past style. One has to understand that in the past, once someone disturbed them, they would inevitably die without a burial ground. They had always been executed no matter how far away they were. However now, the restricted regions were doing everything they could to avoid conflict. There was only one reason, and that was that they were scared of Yifan slaughtering his way over, not wishing for a great battle to happen. What kind of power was this? Everyone couldn't help but release a long sigh. In the battle of the past, Yifan slaughtered out a brilliant name, even the restricted region lord feeling worry, not willing to lightly start a war. Everyone almost developed a type of illusion. Who exactly was the restricted region's supreme being? The current situation was too different, completely different from the past. Of course, there would occasionally be conflicts. That day, Li Tian's great-grandson returned to the Celestial Court covered in blood, asking for reinforcements. "Grandfather, hurry and set out. Our people have been captured into Immortal Tomb. There are restricted region descendants who want to unleash a massacre." "What? Order the generals. Slaughter our way to their door." Li Tian erupted with anger. The first person he sought out was Yi Tong. That was his good disciple, someone he was extremely proud of. Then, the warmongering Xianxia heard the news and hurried over, conveniently dragging the human devil along, telling him to go hunting. When the Celestial Court's army arrived majestically, the Big Dipper shook and the four poles of heaven and earth trembled. Everyone was shocked. How many years had it been? Could it be that a great battle was about to break out again? Xianxia and the others arrived outside the Immortal Tomb, seemingly ready to charge in. If not for Yi Tong's steadiness, perhaps the other two warmongering maniacs would have already killed their way in. For so many years, the world had respected the Celestial Court, but the restricted region actually stirred up trouble again. Naturally, it incurred the wrath of the masses. The Immortal Tomb reacted very quickly. An old servant appeared, and after seeing the group, his expression changed greatly. Then, he quickly revealed a smile and said in an extremely courteous manner, "Everyone, I believe this is a misunderstanding." "What misunderstanding?" "Release our children," Li Tian shouted. In the end, the disciples of the Celestial Court were all released, and the person who had attacked was also escorted out and reprimanded by the old servant. When this result spread to the outside world, it caused a huge uproar. The restricted region actually took the initiative to lower their heads. This was truly a rare sight. At this moment, everyone knew that the Celestial Court was no longer able to contend against them. It could be described with a single phrase: a sovereign descending upon the world. After this incident, the Celestial Court's prestige was unparalleled for a period of time. It was comparable to the ancient heaven at the end of the Legend era. Their grandeur was too strong, and they were unrivaled under the heavens. Even the restricted region was unwilling to provoke them. In the following years, the human devil and Xianxia moved out to search for the whereabouts of a few people. They were all children of the restricted region who had wandered outside. There were people from the high heavens, And there were also people from the destroyed restricted regions like the Undying Mountain. Back then, when Yi Fan was in seclusion for 100 years, these children of the restricted region went on a killing spree, causing the Celestial Court to lose a few major combat divisions. Some of these people hid in the restricted regions, but those who wandered outside became the targets of their pursuit. In just a few decades, almost all the people who had massacred the troops of the Celestial Court had been killed one after another. This caused people to tremble, and the cultivators of the world were both excited and terrified. To the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals who had experienced that calamity, this was the best news. It made them excited, and they felt that the Celestial Court's grand battle plan was unfolding. The Celestial Court was truly too powerful. Now, this colossus was unshakable. The only consolation for the cultivators was that they had never bullied the weak, and their goal had always been to flatten the restricted regions. Boom! On this day, a huge fluctuation suddenly came from the mythical battlefield. No one knew what had happened, and no one dared to investigate. Later on, some people finally went there, but they found nothing. The battle had long since ended. Even after several years, no one knew who had fought there. In the Undying Mountain, Yi Fan sat cross-legged. It had been 100 years since the ruins of God had been flattened, and he had spent most of his time comprehending the Tao with his eyes closed. Master, what do you think of the Golden Crow the Arch? I feel that he might become a source of trouble. Although he helped us in the battle 100 years ago, the timing he chose was too. It was just icing on the cake, Hua Hua said. It's fine. He will never become a source of trouble, and he will be the Arch with peace of mind, Yi Fan said. Not only Hua Hua, but the others also felt the same. The Golden Crow the Arch was hard to guess. They always felt that this person looked righteous, but he was also a little deep. Why do you say that? Hua Hua didn't understand. Yi Fan picked up a golden feather and said, as long as I'm strong enough, he will never become a source of trouble. He will be the Golden Crow the Arch with peace of mind, and his name will be left in history. Every time we pacify the restricted regions, he will have some credit. Hua Hua didn't understand, but when she stared at the golden feather, she gradually revealed a shocked expression. This is the divine feather of the Golden Crow the Arch. In that case, the battle a few years ago was between Master and him? Yi Fan smiled and didn't say anything. The news finally spread. A few years ago, Yi Fan had a spar with the Golden Crow the Arch. In the end, the demon the Arch returned in defeat. He wasn't a match for Yi Fan. The universe was in an uproar. This made people's hearts jump. Although everyone knew that Yi Fan was strong enough, he once again proved his invincible might, which shocked many people. The current the Arch had been defeated. There had never been a generation like this one. During the peak of the Thearch's life, he had never been defeated. This was an unbreakable realm. In the same generation as the Arch who had just achieved the Tao, even the greatest prodigy could only be gloomy. However, it was different in this life. Yi Fan hadn't become the Arch, but he had suppressed the Arch, creating an unprecedented miracle. Although people already had a premonition that he had already displayed enough divine might in the restricted regions, it was still very frightening now that it was confirmed. It showed that his divine might was unparalleled. Chapter 21-26. Yi Xian immediately took out a designated teleportation talisman, which was given to him by the Guardian. After crushing it, he would be able to return to the endless trials. With a slight force in his hand, he crushed the teleportation talisman. In an instant, a mysterious array appeared under his feet. Then, in the blink of an eye, his figure disappeared. When Yi Xian opened his eyes again, he was already in the teleportation pavilion. You're here. Are you ready to continue the trial? The Guardian's voice sounded. Yi Xian could not see where he was, but the voice seemed to indicate that the Guardian had been staring at Yi Xian. Yes, I'm ready. Good, then you can go to the next level. I don't think I need to explain the rules. This time, it's the same. Before you obtain the title of Intermediate Trial Taker, you're not allowed to leave. Do you understand? Yes, I understand. Yi Xian nodded. Of course, he understood the rules here. The Guardian's voice did not sound again, and Yi Xian walked to the next level. It seemed that after the challenge, even the opponent had changed. This time, his opponent was still a divine beast, a monster of the devil ape type with 6 arms. Yi Xian did not know what its name was, so he just called it the 6 arms devil ape. The six-arms devil ape had extremely fast speed. At the same time, each of its 6 arms held 6 different magic treasures. There were no more and no less, 3 offensive and 3 defensive treasures. On this level, Xianxia was only facing 1, and its cultivation level was only at the peak intermediate true god realm. Therefore, this was the opportunity for Xianxia to understand the 6 arms devil ape. He took a step forward and left the staircase. In an instant, the 6 arms devil ape sensed him. Roar! Roar! The 6 arms devil ape roared. At the same time, a bowl-shaped magic treasure in its hand emitted a strong light and attacked Xianxia. What a strong pressure. This light seems to be used to suppress my movement. Moreover, this kind of strength is just right for a peak mid-true god to possess. Xianxia silently analyzed in his heart. Of course, such a strong pressure wouldn't affect Xianxia too much. However, even so, Xianxia did not immediately kill the 6 arms demon ape. Instead, he quietly waited for the 6 arms demon ape to attack. The main purpose of choosing this level was to first grasp the strength of the 6 arms demon ape so that it would be more convenient for the later battles. The 6 arms demon ape didn't seem to have much intelligence. After the first attack was launched, the second attack was launched almost instantly. It was still a ray of light, but it was condensed together. Furthermore, the light this time around was no longer as simple as oppressive might. Instead, it had turned into a truly powerful attack. Corrosive ability? No, in addition to corrosion, it also has the ice attribute. This attack can slow down my movement speed and corrode my divine power. Xianxia felt it slightly and already knew the effect of this attack. In that case, I can't say that I'll be delayed for too long in the later stages. After all, once the 6 arms demon ape is formed, this kind of attack will become a huge test. Xianxia frowned slightly. However, he was thinking about the test in the later stages. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you'll never be defeated. This wasn't because Xianxia was a coward. This was the realm of the gods. Even if it was just a trial monster, Xianxia had never seen it before. Therefore, Xianxia had to familiarize himself with these monsters. Not only because of this place, but also because of the entire realm of the gods. Now, Xianxia was continuously accumulating experience. Very quickly, the 6 arms demon ape's attack methods were completely understood by Xianxia. Now, it was time to test this fellow's defensive methods. The 100-beast sword attendant had to be used at the 1,000 beasts level. Megatron could be used, but not now. Therefore, Xianxia still only pulled out the Godslayer and attacked the 6 arms demon ape. Eat my sword. This time, Xianxia only used a normal attack. Unexpectedly, the 6 arms demon ape waved its hand casually and used a long sword to block Xianxia's attack. Not bad, not bad. Although I didn't use the Godslayer's skill to attack this time, I used 80% of my strength. It seems that this fellow's strength isn't as weak as it looks. Alright now, it's time to start the slaughter. Xianxia felt that he had grasped the 6 arms demon ape's general ability, so he didn't hesitate. The Godslayer released a burst of intense light. Xianxia had already made his move. Deicide slash. Boom. The critical hit effect appeared. Although it didn't kill in one hit, the effect of 10 times the critical hit was no different from killing in one hit. In an instant, the 6 arms demon ape in front of Xianxia was killed, turning into a ray of white light and disappearing. Xianxia didn't hesitate and directly stepped onto the next level. It could be said that after understanding the strength of the 6 arms demon ape, even though it was clearly at a higher level than Xianxia, it couldn't stop Xianxia's advance at all. In front of Xianxia, the 6 arms demon apes were killed one by one, and Xianxia's advance became firmer and firmer. Have I reached the last level of the peak true god stage? At this time, Xianxia stood at the top of the stairs and looked at the densely packed 6 arms demon apes in front of him. 1,000, such a large number. However, what was the use? Could it be that he wanted to rely on these 6 arms demon apes to stop Xianxia's advance? 100-beast sword attendant, come out for me. Xianxia finally used his trump card. As soon as he summoned the 100-beast sword attendant, he didn't hesitate and directly let the 100-beast sword attendant use the 100-beasts walk, summoning 100 divine mounts at the same time. In an instant, 100 silver-level divine mounts appeared and pounced on the 6 arms demon apes without hesitation. Unfortunately, Xianxia was unlucky this time. Among the 100 divine mounts, there wasn't a single gold-level divine mount. There wasn't even a single gold-level divine mount, let alone a platinum-level one. This is interesting. This little guy still has such a trump card. Suddenly, the voice of the gatekeeper was heard. This voice made Yi Xian's body stiffen slightly. The gatekeeper was definitely a super existence that Yi Xian couldn't defeat. However, when he was trying to break through the levels, the gatekeeper had never interfered with him. But now, why did he suddenly speak? Could it be that external forces weren't allowed here? Yi Xian was puzzled, but he didn't ask. However, the gatekeeper seemed to have seen through Yi Xian's thoughts and directly said, "Young man, don't worry. The beasts you summoned can be considered as part of your own strength, so they are considered to be reasonable. I'm just a little curious about your beasts. When you obtain the Intermediate Endless Trials title, you can also obtain a reward. Young man, work hard. I have a reward that is very suitable for your current skill. If you can pass this test, then I'll give you this reward." Chapter 21-27. Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat. What did the Guardian mean? What did he mean by a reward that was suitable for his current skill? The skill that the Guardian was referring to was Yi Xian using the 100 Beast Sword Servant's ultimate move to summon 100 silver-grade divine beasts mounts. Then, what was the reward that he was referring to? Of course, although Yi Xian was puzzled, he knew that he would be able to take advantage of the situation this time. As long as he could obtain the title of Intermediate Trial Taker, no matter what the Guardian was referring to, it would become Yi Xian's. Presumably, the Guardian would not tease Yi Xian. Then let's fight. Let's fight hard, no matter what the Guardian gave Yi Xian. All the rewards could only be obtained after Yi Xian obtained the title of Intermediate Trial Taker. Therefore, Yi Xian could only fight with all his might. The Endless Trial Taker was called endless because it would not give you any time to rest. If you wanted to fight slowly and drag out the time, that was impossible because there was a time limit to the battle. If you wanted to end the battle quickly and use the free time to take a break, this was also impossible, because there was a limit to the amount of time that could pass after the battle had ended. Endless Trial Taker. Endless Slaughter. Yi Xian's eyes were bloodshot. He did not even know how many monsters he had killed with his own hands. Kill. Endless slaughter. There was only battle. Non-stop battle. Moreover, the higher he went, the stronger the monsters were. Fortunately, the God-slaying sword was able to effectively suppress these monsters, which was why Yi Xian wasn't in any danger along the way. Superior Grade 1 True God Pass. Superior Grade 5 True God Pass. Superior Grade Peak True God Pass. At this moment, Yi Xian was facing a first-grade Heavenly God opponent. A first-grade Heavenly God 6 Arms Demon Ape. Good lad, you're the first one I've met in 3 million years with such speed. What was the name of the last one who could maintain such speed? Oh right, I think it was Fei Yu or something. Not bad, not bad. Your performance is not bad. The voice of the Guardian sounded again. This time, it was directly praising Yi Xian. This was a rare occurrence. Yi Xian didn't reply. He wasn't in the mood to do so right now. Ever since the start of the intermediate trial, Yi Xian had been challenging monsters of a higher level than him. In the previous level, he had even fought with 1,000 upper-class true gods. If Yi Xian were to say that he could easily defeat such a powerful opponent, it would be impossible. Even though the God Slayer was able to effectively suppress the monsters, with each strike being able to deal critical damage, and from time to time being able to kill in one hit, and with the addition of the 100 Beast Sword Servants, the battle was still very difficult. Without mentioning anything else, this battle lasted for a full 5 days. Yi Xian even summoned the Sword Servants of the 100 Beasts a total of 10 times. It was obvious how difficult this battle was. In fact, not only was Yi Xian tired, but he was also injured all over. In the previous stage, Yi Xian had been in danger several times. He had almost lost his life a few times. Fortunately, the more serious his injuries were, the more the Battle of the Worlds increased. However, there was no end in sight to this battle. The endless trial, as its name suggested, was endless. Just the continuous appearance of opponents was enough to make those with weak willpower despair. Yi Xian's willpower wasn't weak, but that didn't mean that he was feeling good right now. At this time, Yi Xian even thought of giving up. Difficult. It was really too difficult. This endless refinement could be said to have allowed Yi Xian to experience what true endless was, what endless slaughter was. However, could Yi Xian give up? No, because this was part of the system repair mission. Yi Xian could only grit his teeth and continue. Furthermore, if others could complete the trial, why couldn't Yi Xian complete it? It was only the intermediate trial now. There were still advanced and even higher levels. Could it be that Yi Xian couldn't even pass the intermediate trial? No, Yi Xian didn't believe it. He didn't believe that he only had this much strength. Kill! Yi Xian suddenly roared. At this time, the 100-beast sword attendant and the divine mount were in cooldown. The withered bone sword attendant was useless. The same went for Wei Zhentian. It was useless. Everything depended on Yi Xian. Roar! Roar! The 6 arms demon ape seemed to be very excited. With a wave of its hand, another powerful aura descended on Yi Xian. In just an instant, Yi Xian felt as if he was being suppressed by a mountain. He couldn't move an inch. Was this really a first-stage heavenly god 6 arms demon ape? This was a super opponent that surpassed Yi Xian by 2 whole realms. Yi Xian was only a mere intermediate true god. Moreover, he was only a 4th-stage true god. Moreover, he had already gone through so many killings. He was already mentally and physically exhausted. Rewards. Titles. Yi Xian couldn't care less about them now. Right now, he was just relying on his tenacious willpower to fight. Boom! A strong force came, and Yi Xian was sent flying by the 6 arms demon ape. There was blood at the corner of his mouth. At this time, Yi Xian felt as if all the bones in his body were about to shatter. He was so powerless and so tired. Was it going to end just like that? Could it be that he really couldn't pass? In fact, would he even die here? No, he couldn't. Yi Xian couldn't accept defeat. He couldn't accept defeat like this. At this time, his eyes suddenly opened. No, I won't admit defeat. So what if you're a heavenly god? Yi Xian will kill you all the same. Spiritual control. Suddenly, Yi Xian let out a loud roar. His divine sense suddenly condensed and attacked the 6 arms demon ape at the heavenly god stage. Hoping to control the 6 arms demon ape with spiritual control? That was almost impossible. In fact, not to mention the heavenly god stage 6 arms demon ape. Even before this, Yi Xian hadn't used the spiritual sense control. As for the reason was very simple. These monsters in the Tower of Trials weren't real entities. They were just illusionary projections. If they didn't even have a real body, how could they have a spirit? How could Yi Xian possibly think that he could subdue them with spiritual control? However, when Yi Xian's spiritual sense made a move, the result was beyond his expectations. He actually succeeded? Yi Xian was dumbfounded. At this time, he stared blankly at the 6 arms demon ape that he had temporarily controlled. What was this? This thing had clearly disappeared with a puff of white smoke after it was killed. What? She could control him with her spiritual sense? It was over so easily? Yi Xian casually swung his sword and killed the 6 arms demon ape without any suspense. However, Yi Xian felt as if he was dreaming. This was clearly the most difficult battle, but it had turned out to be the easiest battle. This made Yi Xian a little unable to react. Hey kid, you're just a mid-level true god. How could you have such a technique? Let me see. Spiritual control? Not the art of puppetry? Not spiritual control, either? What's going on? As far as I know, very few people have mastered spiritual control. Moreover, it's impossible for anyone below the true god realm to master it. How did you do it? The gatekeeper suddenly spoke, startling Yi Xian from his daze. Chapter 21-28. Yi Xian had obtained this spiritual sense control through the system skill fusion. How could he have known so much? At this moment, after hearing the Guardian's words, he realized that this spiritual sense control actually had a great background. However, this could not explain the doubts in Yi Xian's heart. Why was spiritual sense control able to control the 6 arms demon ape? However, in front of the Guardian, Yi Xian certainly did not have the right to ask. In fact, even if he did ask, the Guardian would simply ignore him. All right, kid. You've passed this level. Congratulations on obtaining the intermediate trial taker title. It seems that this ordinary endless trial is not a problem for you. I can only activate the special level. The Guardian seemed to be muttering to himself in the latter half of his sentence. As for Yi Xian, he didn't know what he meant by that. After a moment, The guardian continued speaking. Kid, since the establishment of this endless tower, the special level has only been activated twice. And you are the third person to do so. I don't know if this is your good fortune or bad luck. You're on your own now. Alright, by the way, let me tell you something. The first two people failed. If I had not stepped in to save them, they would not have been able to keep their lives. This time, I am powerless to help you. You're on your own now. I'll teleport you over now. This time, you will have 3 days to rest. Of course, you can choose to leave temporarily and come back to challenge in the future. After all, if you succeed in this challenge, you will directly obtain the unique Supreme Trial Taker title. Hearing this, Xianxia could not help but frown. What kind of challenge would allow him to skip so many challenges and directly obtain the Supreme Trial Taker title? Furthermore, it was a unique title. In other words, the challenge this time was equivalent to directly clearing the trial tower? Xianxia frowned and felt a little uneasy. Not to mention anything else, at least one thing was certain, and that was that the difficulty of this challenge was extremely high. It could even be said that it was several times more difficult than any of the challenges Xianxia had faced before. However, at the same time, this was also an opportunity for Xianxia, a rare opportunity. Of course, before the teleportation, Xianxia did not forget what the gatekeeper had said. Gatekeeper, you said that you would give me a reward if I passed this level. What is the reward? Haha, brat, you actually still remember this matter? Do you know what you will obtain once you pass the sovereign level trial? You actually care about such a small reward. To you, it might be something insignificant, but to me, it's not that simple. Being able to increase my strength by a bit is already enough for me. Xianxia said calmly. Brat, you're quite direct. Alright, this reward is something you deserve anyway. So accept it. Suddenly, a ball of light emerged from the tower and appeared in front of Xianxia. This is your reward. Next you can choose for yourself. I'll leave the portal here for you. You can enter whenever you want. I'm too lazy to set a time limit for you. After all, you're the only one who can challenge that place in 1,000,000 years. I'll give you some special privileges. I'm sure that even if my master finds out, he won't say anything. The voice of the gatekeeper was filled with vicissitudes of life. Perhaps he was thinking of his master. Of course, this had nothing to do with Xianxia. Xianxia casually took the ball of light. The light quickly gathered in Xianxia's hand. Not long after, it turned into a small box. This box was very exquisite. Both the material and the workmanship were exceptionally exquisite. Although Xianxia did not know what it was, he knew that this box was definitely not simple. Ding! System notification. Discovered special material, Eternal Night Treasure Box. Ding! System notification. Discovered special material, 1,000 souls. The two consecutive system prompts caused Xianxia to be slightly stunned. Eternal Night Treasure Box? 1,000 souls? What are these things? System, appraise this Eternal Night Treasure Box and 1,000 souls. I want to see what this gatekeeper left for me. Xianxia said to the system. Soon, he heard the sound of the system successfully appraising. At the same time, the appearance of these two items was finally revealed to Xianxia. Eternal Night Treasure Box. Special Treasure Box. Only one function. Eternal Night Preservation. The description was that simple. However, Xianxia saw some clues from the word Eternal Night. In fact, there were many different types of treasures. Their characteristics were also different. Among them, there were some treasures that could not see the slightest bit of light and could not be affected by the outside world. Xianxia remembered that he had heard of a magical material called the 10 Generations Wonder Flower. This flower was very strange. It appeared on a fixed day every year. Of course, the exact day was different for each flower. The time of appearance was fixed, but the location was not fixed. It could be in a forest, on a volcano, in the sky, in the sea, or even in the void. Such a magical item was very difficult to obtain. Not to mention the current Xianxia, even the gods who were much more powerful than Xianxia might not be able to obtain it. Of course, even if they obtained it, they might not be able to store it. This was because this item could not be tainted with the slightest bit of mortal aura. Even god power could not be tainted. Therefore, it was not easy to discover such a precious treasure. It was not certain whether one could obtain it after discovering it. Even if one obtained it, It would be useless without the means to store it. This eternal night treasure box was such a rare treasure. It could be said that Yi Xian had already profited greatly from this eternal night treasure box. Moreover, there was an even more important treasure inside. 1,000 souls. Yes, that was the name. 1,000 souls only had one attribute, and that was that it contained 1,000 blank god-level souls. What kind of concept was that? Yi Xian only thought about it for a moment before he was so shocked that he did not know what to say. Simply put, this guardian god was going to bestow god-level souls to Yi Xian's god-level mounts. Yi Xian's current god-level mounts were, frankly speaking, just beasts. Moreover, they were summoned at random. Strictly speaking, they were very unstable. However, if these 1,000 god-level souls were used to strengthen the mounts, what kind of effect would there be? This was already beyond Yi Xian's imagination. Perhaps he would only find out after the mounts were strengthened. Chapter 21-29. Ding! Attention host. Detected special materials that can be used for strengthening. The system has given 3 options. Host, please make your choice. Ding! Option 1. Host can use 1,000 souls to strengthen a god tier mount. 2 devour points are required to upgrade the god tier mount back to gold tier. Ding! Option 2. Host can use 1,000 souls to strengthen 100 beast sword servant. 3 devour points are required to upgrade the 100 beast sword servant to 1,000 beast sword servant. Its ultimate move will be upgraded to 1,000 beast sword servant. Host will be able to summon 1,000 god tier mounts at the same time. Ding! Option 3. Host can use 1,000 souls to strengthen a withered bone sword servant. Bestow a soul to the withered bone sword servant and upgrade it to a proper sword servant. Host will then obtain the withered bone sword servant's special abilities. Holy shit, that good? The system's notification made Yi Xian pleasantly surprised. It could be said that all 3 options were extremely beneficial to Yi Xian. Forget about the withered bone sword servant. It was purely a consumable item. He didn't know when he would be able to obtain the skeleton heart again, so strengthening it wouldn't be of much use. However, strengthening a god tier mount and the 100 beast sword servant were 2 extremely good options. If he were to use it this time to strengthen the 100 beast sword servant, then the 100 beast sword servant would be too powerful. Previously, he had reduced the cooldown time. This time, he could strengthen the number of ultimate moves he could use. It could be said that at this rate, the 100 beast sword servant would become Yi Xian's #1 trump card. Of course, the 100 beast sword servant still needed a god tier mount to be able to unleash its full potential. However, no matter which of the 2 options, both required devour points. It seemed that Yi Xian couldn't strengthen it for the time being. After all, the devourer beast wasn't something that could be easily encountered. What should he do? Should he challenge it now? Or should he accumulate his strength before challenging it? Yi Xian was caught in a dilemma. If he were to challenge that unknown trial now, the Guardian had made it clear that the trial was extremely powerful. It could be said that Yi Xian didn't have the slightest confidence in defeating it. Even if Yi Xian strengthened the 100 beast sword servant and his god tier mount at the same time, he didn't have much confidence in defeating it. Yi Xian frowned slightly, thinking that this was a very good opportunity. Obviously, as long as he passed this trial, he would definitely be able to obtain unimaginable benefits. However, it seemed that his current strength was not enough. What should I do? I'm not willing to just give up. However, if I want to challenge that thing, then I won't even be able to increase my cultivation level. Moreover, I don't have the confidence to succeed. Yi Xian muttered to himself, or rather, the only one who could hear him was the system. However, what Yi Xian did not expect and was almost frightened out of his wits was that this time, the system took the initiative to issue a notification. Ding! The system has leveled up. Based on the host's current situation, the system recommends that the host continue to level up and strengthen his strength. Only when the host is at the peak of the superior deity can he challenge the host again. That's right, the system had given him a prompt. This was something that had never happened before. Yi Xian stood rooted to the ground. After the system made a mistake, it became more humane. And now, this notification couldn't be more obvious. However, was this a good thing or a bad thing? Yi Xian didn't have any idea. It could be said that in Yi Xian's heart, the cold and emotionless system in the past was the system that he knew. Now that the system was slowly becoming more humane, he was a little dazed. However, no matter what, the system was still the system. No matter how it changed, it was still Yi Xian's system. All right, I understand, Yi Xian said indifferently. Yi Xian understood the system's words. The peak of the superior deity could be said to be at the peak of the deity realm. However, Yi Xian still had to face the trial of the deity realm. This way, Yi Xian could indeed unleash his full strength. After thinking through the crux of the matter, Yi Xian seemed to have heaved a sigh of relief. It was as if a rock had been lifted from the ground. In that case, he would not challenge the final trial for now. He would go out and increase his strength first. Yi Xian made the final decision. He had wasted a lot of time in the Valley of Despair and hadn't investigated Luo Luo's whereabouts. Speaking of which, it was Yi Xian's fault. Since he already had a designated teleportation talisman in the Valley of Despair, no matter where he was, he could quickly return here. This time, Yi Xian could continue to investigate Luo Luo's whereabouts and increase his strength at the same time. It wouldn't be too late to come back when he reached the peak of the deity realm. Yi Xian recovered his strength and injuries slightly at the thought of this, then walked out directly. When he entered, he had passed through many checkpoints. However, when he left, it wasn't that difficult. There wasn't even the slightest obstruction. Of course, this was excluding the law enforcement elder of the Divine Beast sect who was guarding outside. In fact, before Yi Xian came out, he didn't even consider this person. After all, he didn't have much of a conflict with Hao Bai of the Divine Beast sect. Furthermore, Yi Xian had stayed in the Valley of Despair for such a long time. Logically speaking, the law enforcement elder of the Divine Beast sect should have left by now. Unfortunately, this guy really didn't leave. Instead, he kept waiting outside for Yi Xian. Wasn't this just looking for trouble? With the strength of the Divine Beast sect, they naturally didn't know the secret of the Valley of Despair. In this person's heart, he felt that Yi Xian had most likely died in the Valley of Despair. However, since he felt that Yi Xian had died, why did he keep waiting outside? Just how much hatred and resentment was there between them? Brat, you finally came out. I didn't waste my time waiting here for you for such a long time. The moment Yi Xian walked out, he was stopped by Hao Bai of the Divine Beast sect. Yes, it's been almost a year. I didn't expect you to still wait for me. Yi Xian frowned slightly as he looked at this guy. This guy really didn't give up easily. At the same time, Yi Xian said to the system in his heart. System, quickly, I need to urgently devour my previous gains. I need to break through quickly. Yi Xian's previous battles weren't without gains. The corpse of the ancient demon dragon, the Qian Kuan ring of Li Lei and the others were all great treasures. Therefore he still had a lot of gains. However, because of the Tower of Trials, he didn't choose to break through. However, now that there was danger, it wouldn't be right if he didn't break through. This was Hao Bai, the law enforcement elder of the Divine Beast sect. Just now, a heavenly god's 6 arms demon ape had beaten Yi Xian until he couldn't do anything, let alone Hao Bai now. If he didn't break through now, was he going to wait for death? Ding, host breakthrough, current level 5 is medium true god. Ding, host breakthrough, current level 9 is medium true god. Holy *T, 5 levels in a row. Yi Xian actually achieved 5 levels in a row, from level 4 medium true god, directly to level 9 medium true god. This feeling was simply too good. It wasn't that Yi Xian felt good because he had achieved 5 levels in a row. After all, it wasn't like he hadn't done it before. In fact, what made Yi Xian feel the most good was that he hadn't leveled up so quickly in a long time. Level 9 medium true god. Chapter 2130. At this moment, Hao Bai was dumbfounded. The entire process of Yi Xian's breakthrough was under his eyes. It could be said that he clearly saw Yi Xian's breakthrough time and time again, his strength increasing time and time again. However, although Yi Xian broke through time and time again, he was still only a mid-true god in the end. He did not break through to the upper true god realm. As for Hao Bai, his cultivation was at the heavenly god realm, so he did not pay too much attention to it. Brat, I did not expect you to be hiding your strength. But so what? Why? A mere mid-true god wants to escape from my hands? Hao Bai looked at Yi Xian and said with disdain. He was the law-enforcing elder of the Wanshou divine sect. He had waited outside the Valley of Despair for so long just to confirm Yi Xian's death and avenge the loss of the 16 totem beasts. 16 totem beasts, Even for the Wanshou divine sect, that was a huge amount of wealth. It could be said that losing 16 totem beasts was a huge matter for the Wanshou divine sect. The reason why Hao Bai did not leave was because of this. Now that Yi Xian walked out of the Valley of Despair alive, Hao Bai was determined to kill him. Humph, you're quite patient. So what if you're a mid-true god? It's enough to kill you. Yi Xian looked at Hao Bai. Since he knew that this battle was unavoidable, then there was no need to talk nonsense. Even if he lost, he would not lose. He would never admit defeat. He directly pulled out the god-slaying sword and prepared to fight with all his strength. You're courting death. Seeing that Yi Xian dared to pull out his sword to fight against him, Hao Bai was furious. Being ignored by a mere mid-true god, how could he, the law-enforcing elder, have any face left? Hao Bai casually waved his hand and instantly condensed the illusion of a divine beast. He actually pounced towards Yi Xian in an instant. You think you're the only one who can summon a beast? You're too naive. Yi Xian also waved his hand, and the 100-beast sword attendant immediately appeared in front of him. Fortunately, Yi Xian had stayed in the boundless tower for a while. Coincidentally, the 100-beast sword servant's summoning cooldown had ended. Otherwise, he would have lost a helper. 100 Beasts Parade. As soon as the 100-beast sword servants appeared, they did not waste any time and immediately unleashed their ultimate skills. At the same time, Yi Xian also summoned 100 god-tier war god mounts. This time, he had the help of a gold-grade mount. In an instant, they were like a magnificent army charging towards Hao Bai. How is this possible? You actually have such a method? Hao Bai was greatly alarmed. Yi Xian's summoning methods were actually a level higher than his own. This was something that he found hard to accept. However, he was a heavenly god after all. How could his trump card be so limited? Very well. Since you want to compete in the summoning of the battle beasts, then this exalted shall let you know the strength of our 10,000 beasts divine sect today. Come out, my servants. Kill the enemy in front of you. Following Hao Bai's loud shout, with Hao Bai as the center, light continuously flashed. One after another, powerful divine beasts appeared. These were the divine beasts of the 10,000 Beasts Divine Sect's law enforcement team. Moreover, there were actually more than 1,000 of them. Boom! 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 Yi Xian's war god mount directly tangled with Hao Bai's 1,000 divine beasts. In an instant, the sound was like thunder. Humph! Ignorant! The corner of Yi Xian's mouth slightly curled. This guy, did he not think that he was too simple? Did he really think that he was relying on these war god mounts? Kill! Yi Xian roared loudly. In an instant, his figure had already pounced towards Hao Bai. At the same time, the god-slaying sword in his hand suddenly swung out. God-slaying slash. Haha, is this all you have? You want to defeat me with this little bit of strength? Hao Bai only casually waved his hand and repelled Yi Xian's surprise attack this time. He even directly sent Yi Xian flying. The difference of a whole realm was not something that could be ignored just like that. Brat, eat my attack. Suddenly, Hao Bai's figure disappeared from his original position. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Yi Xian. Boom! One punch, just one punch, and Yi Xian was directly sent flying. Furthermore, if it wasn't for the god-slaying sword's defensive skill and the divine spirit shield that directly activated at the most crucial moment, Yi Xian might have been killed by this punch. However, even so, Yi Xian was still injured. As expected of a heavenly god realm expert. The divine spirit shield's defensive power could only be fully unleashed when Yi Xian had enough divine spirit fragments. However, at this time, Yi Xian did not obtain any divine spirit fragments at all. During the trial, Yi Xian killed countless monsters, but those did not give him any divine spirit fragments. Yi Xian was sent flying by this punch, his figure explosively retreating dozens of meters. Hao Bai did not continue to chase after him. After all, in his eyes, Yi Xian was not a threat at all. Yi Xian frowned. The difference in strength was still too big. However, this did not mean that Yi Xian did not have a chance. Luck, yes. At this time, Yi Xian could only gamble on his friend's luck. Spiritual sense control was not effective against this guy at all. Yi Xian was very clear on this point. Hao Bai was not the 6 arms demon ape. Although they were both heavenly gods, in reality, there was still a difference. The god-slaying slash had a chance to cause a critical hit. Moreover, within the critical hit effect, there was also a certain chance of a one-hit kill. If it was really a normal battle, Yi Xian would not be able to defeat the heavenly god Hao Bai. Therefore, Yi Xian could only place all of his hopes on the critical hit effect. God-slaying slash. God-slaying slash. Yi Xian did not care so much. In one breath, he unleashed 32 consecutive attacks. Of course, this was already the limit of Yi Xian's attacks in a short period of time. This move again? This sovereign has already said that it is useless. With your attack power, you cannot do anything to this sovereign. Hao Bai did not mind. Even if those attacks came to Hao Bai's side, he would casually wipe them away. They could not do anything to Hao Bai at all. Not bad. It seems that this attack is a bit interesting. Of course, the 32 attacks also caused several critical hits of 10-fold damage. However, a critical hit of 10-fold damage was not a threat to Hao Bai at all. This was because there was no difference between 10-fold damage and 1-fold damage to Hao Bai. As for the reason, it was naturally because Yi Xian's cultivation level was too low. A mid-level true god challenging a heavenly god was an impossible task in itself. If Hao Bai did not deliberately want to toy with Yi Xian would have been defeated long ago. Was 32 attacks not enough? Then, he would do it a bit more. Yi Xian clenched his teeth. Ignoring the exhaustion of his body and the exhaustion of his divine power, he once again swung the God-Slayer sword. It was still the God-slaying slash. Yi Xian used almost mechanical movements to continuously unleash one attack after another. Boring. Truly boring. Brat, this sovereign does not have the time to play around with you. Since you cannot take out any moves that are worthy of this sovereign's attention, then you can go die. Hao Bai moved. He directly charged towards Yi Xian. This time, he wanted to directly kill Yi Xian. Chapter 21:31. Hao Bai's figure moved and instantly pounced towards Yi Xian. Rays of light suddenly appeared in his hand. This was not an attack that a disciple of the divine sect of myriad beasts should have. This was because what he used was an extremely powerful space-type divine ability. Those rays of light seemed to have their own personalities. As they attacked, they constantly changed their positions. Yes, after the rays of light rushed out a certain distance, it was as if they were thrown into a transmission door. When they reappeared, they had already changed positions. What the hell? Yi Xian was incomparably astonished. What was this? How could there be such a powerful attack? How could one defend against such an attack? It could be said that Yi Xian had never seen such an attack. This kind of attack was simply out of Yi Xian's expectations. Not to mention seeing it, he had never even heard of it. In an instant, Yi Xian was completely surrounded by those rays of light. Those rays of light contained boundless power. Moreover, they were incomparably strange. Yi Xian could not react at all. Resist. He could only resist. Yi Xian actually could not dodge such an attack. Haha brat, how is it? This sovereign's shadowless divine light. Do you like it? Shadowless divine light? What a terrible name. However, its power could not be underestimated. It could even be said to be extremely terrifying. Yi Xian continuously tried to charge out of these rays of light. However, it was futile. Every time Yi Xian clearly saw that there was an empty space in front of him. There were no rays of light blocking his path. However, as soon as Yi Xian moved, he would immediately be surrounded by dozens of rays of light. Damn it, truly damn it, Yi Xian softly said, venting the gloominess in his heart. However, even though he was softly speaking, Hao Bai still heard it. Haha brat, does it feel good? Do you think this sovereign's shadowless divine light is so simple? Enjoy it. You should feel honored to be able to die under this sovereign's shadowless divine light. This could not go on. If this continued, then Yi Xian would definitely lose. It could even be said that he would die here. What should I do? Damn it, truly damn it. Although Yi Xian was anxious, he could not come up with an effective method. Of course, this did not mean that Yi Xian did not have a backup plan. For example, he could directly crush the designated teleportation talisman and return to the endless challenge. However, Yi Xian was unwilling to do so. He was unwilling to give up. Hao Bai had been waiting for Yi Xian for so long. Even if Yi Xian managed to hide now, what would he do next time? What would he do next time? Never place your hopes on others. You can only rely on yourself. I'll kill you. Suddenly, Yi Xian roared and made a decision that Hao Bai didn't expect. Yi Xian gave up on escaping and also gave up on defending. Instead, he focused all of his cultivation and divine power on the god-slaying sword. Die for me! Deity-slaying slash. Boom! A beam of sword light flew out from Yi Xian's hand, heading straight for Hao Bai. Hao Bai suddenly smiled. Brat, this move of yours cannot threaten this sovereign. Stop struggling and accept your death obediently. Perhaps that way you can suffer less. Hao Bai's expression was as if he already had Yi Xian in his grasp. Of course, under normal circumstances, Yi Xian would not have the slightest chance to resist. Unfortunately, there were always exceptions. Moreover, Yi Xian's deity-slaying slash had the effect of killing in one strike. Just as Hao Bai was incomparably pleased with himself, the delight on his face froze forever. Because he was already dead. No, to be precise, his body was already dead. His godhead was already shattered. However, he was a heavenly god after all. Of course, he wouldn't die so easily. The current Hao Bai, relying on his incomparably powerful divine power, actually allowed his soul to remain for a short period of time. He did not immediately die. Hao Bai's body suddenly fell down. However, at the place where he originally stood, an illusory figure was looking at Yi Xian in horror. Moreover, it was continuously saying the same thing. This is impossible. This is impossible. This is impossible. It was as if the current Hao Bai only knew how to say this one sentence. Of course, no matter what Hao Bai said, Yi Xian did not care at all. Phew, fortunately, my luck is not that bad. Finally, a sure kill effect appeared. If it didn't, I'm afraid that I would have died here today. Yi Xian also did not care about Hao Bai's soul. Even though this guy had temporarily left his soul behind using divine power, it was completely useless. How did you do it? Tell me how you did it. Suddenly, Hao Bai's excited voice sounded. Clearly, he was extremely unwilling to accept his inexplicable death. Oh, why should I tell you? Give me a reason. Yi Xian looked at Hao Bai. His eyes were filled with ridicule. This guy was a bit interesting. First, it was the shadowless divine light attack. Now, it was a soul that was temporarily left behind after death. It could be said that this guy had quite a lot of abilities. You tell me, and I'll tell you one thing. Hao Bai did not want to die without knowing why. In any case, he was already dead. Then what secrets? To him, there was no need to keep them. So, he prepared to use his biggest secret against Yi Xian. As for that secret of his, in fact, it was not only the people of the 10,000 Beasts divine sect who were concerned about it. Even outside, there were many people who wanted to know about it. However, due to some special reasons, no one dared to use force on him. Yi Xian smiled. A secret? You, a dead person? What qualifications do you have to tell me a secret? No, I have the qualifications. Do you want to know the secret of the shadowless divine light? Do you want to know the secret of my undying soul? I'll tell you. I know a shocking secret realm. A secret that only you know. Tell me how you killed me, and I'll tell you this secret. Yi Xian frowned slightly. What the hell? What was this Hao Bai trying to say? However, just as Yi Xian was about to refuse, he heard a system notification. Ding! The host has discovered a hidden mission. The mission is temporarily unknown. The host can choose whether or not to accept. No. Chapter 2132. Could it be that the secret Hao Bai spoke of was some sort of hidden mission? This was a situation that Yi Xian had never encountered before. It could even be said that it made Yi Xian somewhat confused. This was already out of Yi Xian's expectations. However, Yi Xian still had leeway to choose. All right, you tell me first. If your secret is important enough, I can tell you why my sword was able to kill you. Don't worry, you're only a dead person. I have no need to hide anything from you. Since he made his decision, Yi Xian did not hesitate and directly said to Hao Bai Shui. After Hao Bai heard Yi Xian's affirmative answer, he directly said, I choose to believe you. Now, I will tell you the secret I know. My name is Hao Bai. On the surface, my identity is the law-enforcing elder of the divine sect. However, My true identity is actually the walking emissary of Mo Xianghu. Do you want to ask what a walking emissary is? I can tell you that a walking emissary is a secret agent of Mo Xianghu placed in every sect. Haha, of course being a secret agent is only secondary. What I want to tell you has nothing to do with being a secret agent. What I want to tell you is that Mo Xianghu is only a puppet. Do you know that the entire Mo Xianghu is a huge conspiracy? A shocking secret about the ancient demon Venerable. Hao Bai seemed to be muttering to himself. However, Yi Xian had already frowned. It seemed that this time, he had really encountered something extraordinary. Yi Xian did not say anything and continued to listen. Of course, at this moment, he was no longer as casual as he was in the beginning. His attention was completely focused. Brat, the ancient demon Venerable is only a title. However, he does not represent a person. He represents a power. A power that has already been destroyed. Perhaps you should know that there were countless experts in the ancient era. However, a war destroyed everything. And the one who started this war was the ancient demon Venerable. Perhaps you can call them Annihilation. Annihilation is an organization. An organization that has spread throughout the divine world. You can't imagine how strong Annihilation is. In fact, I don't know much. However, what I want to tell you is that Annihilation has already been revived. Countless ancient demon gods that have been buried for millions of years are currently undergoing a terrifying resurrection ceremony. Once the ceremony is completed, the entire divine world will disappear forever. Don't doubt my words. Don't think that it's strange that a mere divine realm expert like me would know this because Annihilation is still very weak. Therefore, even a mere divine realm expert like me. Pavilion Master Mo, I don't know the name of the resurrected ancient demon god. However, I can tell you that in order to resurrect him, a total of 999,900 totem beasts must be sacrificed. You should understand how terrifying he is. Alright, now that I've told you my secret, shouldn't you tell me what I want to know? Hao Bai said a lot of things in one breath. The amount of information was so huge that Yi Xian was dumbstruck. It seemed that Yi Xian had unknowingly come into contact with a shocking secret. A shocking secret of the divine world was discovered by a mere Yi Xian. Yi Xian was only a mere mid-true god at this moment. Shock, fear, these emotions that shouldn't appear on Yi Xian's face appeared. Alright, I can tell you. My attack has the effect of one hit, one kill. You can treat it as my divine ability. Yi Xian didn't have the mood to care about Hao Bai. Therefore, he wanted to dismiss Hao Bai with a sentence. So that's how it is. Your divine ability is very strong. Alright, since you told me what I wanted to know, I'll give you one last sentence. Go to the northern ancient city, the divine dusk. There you have more things that you want to know. At the same time Hao Bai said those words, his body was already slowly fading. When he finished speaking, he had already completely disappeared. This conversation was actually very laughable. However, Hao Bai was already dead. It was useless for him to hide this secret. He might as well die and know how he was killed. Moreover, he told Yi Xian this secret because he had other intentions. That was to send Yi Xian to his death. This way, he might be able to get his revenge. Northern Ancient City, the Divine Dusk? Yi Xian silently remembered this phrase. He knew that from the moment he came into contact with this secret, he had no way of withdrawing. Ding! Attention host. The host has discovered a mandatory unique mission. Exterminate. Ding! The host has automatically accepted the mission. If the mission is successful, there will be no reward. If the mission is failed, the host will be exterminated. The system notified. However, this notification was really a trap. However, this mission made Yi Xian dumbstruck. A mandatory unique mission. What kind of mission was this? System, can you be more specific? I'm in a fog right now. I don't know anything. Yes, Yi Xian was at a loss. Ding! Attention host. This mission is the ultimate mission that the host must complete. Before exterminate destroys the realm of the gods, the host must stop them. Otherwise, the system will exterminate the host before the host dies at the hands of exterminate. What was this? What was this? Yi Xian was at a loss. Yes, Yi Xian was completely at a loss. At this moment, Yi Xian felt as if he had fallen into a shocking secret and could not extricate himself. Ding! Attention host. This mission can only be completed by the host alone. The system recommends that the host increase his strength as soon as possible and establish his own power. A portion of Exterminate has already appeared. Once their leader appears, it will be the beginning of the end of the realm of the gods. Ding! Attention host. The leader of Exterminate cannot be killed by normal means. The leader of Exterminate is immune to all attacks. This is because the leader of Exterminate is the source of divine power. Silence. A long silence. Yi Xian continued to ponder in his heart, but no matter how he thought about it, there was only one final result. He couldn't avoid it. Sigh, forget it. Since I've already encountered it, I can't blame myself for being unlucky. Or rather, I should say that I'm lucky. After all, if I knew about this earlier, I could have prepared in advance. It's better than inexplicably dying in the future. I didn't expect the realm of the gods to be hiding such a secret. Fortunately, this is the realm of the gods. If Exterminate wants to revive, it will take hundreds of thousands of years. I have plenty of time. Fortunately, I found out about this in advance. Was Yi Xian cheering himself on? But it made sense. This was something that could not be avoided. It was better to know in advance and be prepared than to find out when the situation had reached a point of no return. Ding! Attention host. The host has discovered the ultimate secret of the realm of the gods. Due to the high difficulty of this mission, the system will automatically update and strengthen itself. Chapter 2133. Ding! System notification. Please take note that this upgrade will be carried out in the background and will not affect any of your functions. Ding! System notification. Please take note that this upgrade includes the humanization of the system and the development of subsystems. Ding! System notification. Please take note that the humanization of the system has been strengthened. In order to facilitate the accumulation of power in advance, the system will forcibly activate a subsystem. Please make your choice. Ding! Choice 1. Puppet Subsystem. After activating this subsystem, the system will automatically create a subbody for any enemy that the host kills. The subbody will possess all of the target's power but will not have a soul. This will make it easier for the host to use in the future. Ding! Choice 2. Unlimited Subsystem. After activating the subsystem, the system will continuously guide the host through missions to increase the host's power and allow the host to grow rapidly. Ding! Choice 3. Main System Upgrade. After upgrading, the main system will unlock a special reward mode for the host as well as some other abilities. The sudden series of system notifications made Yi Xian realize that he had probably encountered something really big this time. Otherwise, the system wouldn't be so nervous. Puppet Subsystem, Unlimited Subsystem, and Main System Upgrade. 3 choices. However, Yi Xian didn't even consider it and chose the third option. Why? Because Yi Xian knew that the first 2 options had their limitations. Although they were powerful, they weren't really practical for Yi Xian. The puppet subsystem could be Yi Xian's subordinates, but it couldn't strengthen Yi Xian's power. The unlimited subsystem could only strengthen Yi Xian's power, but it couldn't strengthen his subordinates. Therefore, the main system upgrade was the best choice. Of course, this upgrade was different from the previous ones. This upgrade was mainly to upgrade the functions of the system. In other words, the future system would be more powerful and useful. Ding! Choice successful. System notification. This upgrade will take 3 days. Yi Xian nodded and then sat down cross-legged. He was waiting for the system to complete its upgrade. Sharpening the axe wouldn't delay the work of cutting wood. The system was Yi Xian's greatest protection. Therefore, 3 days was something Yi Xian could wait for. Ding! System upgrade successful. Main system upgrade successful. Was the upgrade finally complete? However, when Yi Xian examined it, he could not see anything special. Perhaps he would only truly understand what kind of changes had occurred when he used it in the future. Yi Xian stood up and walked out. That's right. That annihilation organization had made Yi Xian feel pressured. However, this matter was too far away from the current Yi Xian, so there was no need for Yi Xian to care so much. The best choice for Yi Xian was to increase his strength as soon as possible. The realm of the gods, this mysterious world, this unknown world. Just how many unknowns were waiting for Yi Xian? Haobai did not leave behind many things. Even though he was a heavenly god realm expert, he was really poor in his Qian Kuan ring. No one knew what this guy was doing. Even after devouring, Yi Xian did not receive a single level notification. As for Hao Bai's corpse, Yi Xian didn't devour it. Instead, he nurtured it in the devouring space with Li Lei and the others. Perhaps this guy would be of some use after he was revived. Yi Xian began his journey. At this moment, his goal was clear. In the words of the system, his ultimate mission was to fight against that mysterious annihilation organization. Of course, before that, Yi Xian's mission was to find Luo Luo and pass the endless trials. Luo Luo was in the west, while the ancient city of Divine Dusk was in the north. They were two completely different directions. Therefore, Yi Xian followed his original plan and went to the west to investigate Luo Luo's whereabouts. Of course, he would also take care of that Mo Shanggu. 10 days later. Young master, come and take a look. These are all high-quality slaves, beauties, guards, or even divine beasts with special abilities. We have everything you need. Don't worry, I guarantee you'll be satisfied. At this moment, a middle-aged man stood in front of Yi Xian. This middle-aged man had a cunning smile on his face, but his strength was only at the lower true god realm. The city that Yi Xian was in was a free market set up by the Myriad Beasts sect. Here, as long as you had divine crystals, you could get whatever you wanted. Whether it was slaves or information, as long as you could afford it, you could get it. This was also the reason why Yi Xian came here. Yi Xian looked at the man in front of him, but didn't pay him any attention. Yi Xian didn't need slaves. What he needed now was to find that so-called 100 mathematician. The 100 mathematicians specialized in gathering information in this city. Furthermore, he wasn't a single person, but an organization that could accept scouting missions. Yi Xian wanted to use them to see if he could find Luo Luo's whereabouts. He turned and left immediately, which made the businessman very unhappy. Of course, he couldn't find trouble with Yi Xian. Where is this 100 mathematicians? Although Yi Xian knew about this organization, the 100 mathematician was different from other organizations. It was impossible to find them unless someone familiar introduced him. Forget it, I'll go to Lingxian court first and see if they know. Yi Xian made up his mind and walked directly to Lingxian court. Compared to the mysterious 100 mathematician, Lingxian court's branch was much easier to find. Soon, Yi Xian arrived at Lingxian court. Sir, what would you like to order? A waiter came to Yi Xian's side and asked. Yi Xian looked at the waiter, then took out his guardian elder token and said, Go and call your elder. Yes, I'll go right away. The waiter hurriedly agreed and walked away quickly. Soon, an elder of Lingxian court walked out. It was the managing elder of this branch. Greetings, guardian elder. When the elder saw the token in Yi Xian's hand, he didn't hesitate and immediately knelt on the ground. Get up. I'm only looking for you because I have something to ask you. Don't be nervous. Yes, guardian elder. If you have anything to ask of me, please let me know. Yes. Do you know where the 100 mathematician is? I need to ask them something. This. Guardian elder. Do you still need to ask about the 100 mathematician? The elder was very surprised that Yi Xian would ask about the 100 mathematician. After all, in his opinion, the guardian elder could mobilize a huge amount of resources. Why would he need to ask others for help? Chapter 2134. Alright, you don't need to know. You don't need to know. Do you know by Xianxia? Just answer me. Yes. Please calm down. Guardian elder. I will bring you there now. Seeing that Yi Xian was a little angry, the Lingxian court elder did not dare to say anything else. Instead, he directly walked forward, obviously intending to bring Yi Xian there. After a while, when Yi Xian arrived at the place, he was a little surprised. He did not expect that Bai Xuanzi was actually the slave merchant that Yi Xian had met when he first entered the city. Of course, this slave merchant was just a contact. Seeing that the Lingxian court elder had actually brought someone over and was very respectful, the slave merchant naturally did not dare to be negligent. Without saying anything else, he brought Yi Xian to a private house. Senior, please come in. Our city's abacus is inside. Abacus? Yi Xian asked doubtfully. Oh, senior, you may not know this, but we Bai Xuanzi have 3 main occupations. The first is a guide like me, usually called a fan. The second is a person in charge of intelligence and missions, called an abacus. The third is usually a person in charge of contacting various forces, as well as some special missions and intelligence. They are called the 100 families. What kind of names were these? Yi Xian was speechless. Of course, he did not need to fuss over this. Soon, they saw the so-called abacus. This person was holding a strange round disc Dharma treasure in his hand. No one knew what it was for. However, when Abacus saw the Xian court elder, he immediately walked over with a happy smile. Yo, what kind of wind blew the elder of Xian court to my place? A rare guest, a rare guest. Lu Abacus, don't be rude. This is the guardian elder of Xian court. Quickly salute him. What? Lu Abacus was shocked. The guardian elder's reputation was so great that it made him panic. However, looking at Yi Xian, who was merely a mid-level true god, Lu Abacus revealed a puzzled look. It seems that this person's background is not simple. He is definitely not someone I can offend. Lu Suanpan said in his heart. After all, the guardian elder of Xian Pavilion could be considered a high-level figure in Xian Pavilion. The fact that a mid-divine being was able to take the position of guardian elder was already enough to show how extraordinary Yi Xian was. Junior greets Senior. May I know why Senior is looking for Junior? Although Lu Abacus was not very strong, he was still a middle-level divine realm cultivator. However, he addressed himself as a junior in front of Yi Xian. Of course, Yi Xian did not care about this. I need to gather information about a divine beast. After he finished speaking, Yi Xian handed over the detailed information about Luo that he had already prepared to Lu Abacus. Then he continued, I don't care what methods you use, but you must help me find her whereabouts? How is it? Is there a problem? No problem, no problem. Haha, by Swansea, and Xian Pavilion often interact with each other. Just leave this kind of small matter to us. Okay, then I'll leave it to you. Yi Xian bowed slightly to Lu Abacus. Lu Abacus hurriedly bowed back. Senior, please rest assured. If there is any news, we will inform you immediately. Yi Xian nodded and then asked, Then, how much do you charge? Senior, are you making fun of me? How would I dare to ask Senior for a fee? Don't worry, I will do my best to complete the task. Please rest assured and wait for the news. Alright, it's good that you don't charge me. Yi Xian is actually very poor now. After settling the matter, Yi Xian naturally did not stay any longer. Instead, he walked out directly. However, when he arrived at the slave market outside, he was attracted by a person who was locked in a cage. It was a young girl from the human clan. Moreover, she had a lower-level divine realm cultivation. However, why was she a slave? This was something that Yi Xian did not understand. Hence, Yi Xian stopped in his tracks. Seeing Yi Xian's gaze, the slave merchant immediately said to Yi Xian, Senior, you may not know this, but this girl is from the Bai Zhui tribe. The ancestor of the Bai Zhui tribe, committed a serious crime 1,000,000 years ago and was personally executed by the overlord. At the same time, all members of the Bai Zhui tribe were reduced to slaves. Overlord? Slaves? Bai Zhui tribe? Of course, Yi Xian had no right to change these matters. Senior, if you like this girl, then this little one will give her to you. However, Senior, you must remember that the Bai Zhui tribe is a sinner personally sentenced by the overlord. Hence, if you do not like them, even if you kill them, you will not be able to restore their freedom. Otherwise, I am afraid that it will cause unnecessary trouble. Although the slave merchant did not say it explicitly, his meaning could not be more obvious. Yi Xian was no longer a brat who had just entered the realm of the gods. Although he did not know much, at least he knew about the overlord. In this world, there was only one main god, because this was his territory. Very quickly, the slave merchant brought the young girl from the Calamity clan to Yi Xian's side. Senior, this is this girl's life token. If you do not need her, just crush it and she will die immediately. Yi Xian nodded, not wanting to say anything else. In truth, Yi Xian himself did not know why he bought this girl from the Bai Zhui tribe. However, when he first saw her, Yi Xian felt like there was a voice in his heart telling him that he had to save this girl. Perhaps this was the so-called fate. In truth, with Yi Xian's current situation, It was not appropriate for him to bring along a burden. However, since things had already come to this, Yi Xian could not say anything. "Let's go," Yi Xian said casually to the girl. Then he walked ahead, minding his own business. After all, Yi Xian had only accepted this girl on a whim. However, when he actually accepted her, he did not know what to do. Even after they left the city, Yi Xian did not pay any attention to the foolish girl. Instead, it was the girl who took the initiative to speak to Yi Xian. "Sir, please wait." Her voice was neither servile nor overbearing. This was not the voice of a slave. Yi Xian instinctively stopped in his tracks and looked at the girl in confusion. He did not know what she was going to do next. "Sir, may I ask why you bought this girl?" Why would she ask him this? Yi Xian was stunned. Although he did not know why he did this, at least he was the master and this girl was the slave. How could this girl be more unreasonable than her master? "Why do you think I bought you?" For some reason, Yi Xian suddenly had the urge to seduce this girl. Chapter 21:35. You don't have to be like this, young master. Us from the Disaster Clan are born as slaves, and we will be forever. So, no matter what you want to do to me, I can't resist at all. However, when you first saw me, you were confused, but now your eyes are extremely clear. I'm not talented, but I know that you didn't buy me for that filthy matter. Amazing! Yi Xian was depressed. This girl had seen through him. Girl, I'm your master now. Aren't you afraid that I'll punish you for speaking to me like that? Of course you wouldn't do that, because your heart is different from others. What do you mean? Why don't I understand what you're saying? Yi Xian really did not understand what this girl meant. What did she mean by his heart was different from others? This was truly confusing. Young master, are you not the true reason for the Disaster Clan's crimes? What's the matter? Can't you just say it directly? Why are you speaking in riddles? I'm not in the mood to play riddles with you. Yi Xian was rendered speechless by this girl. What was going on? He had bought a slave, and now he had bought back a problem? There's no need to be angry, young master. Perhaps you've heard that our Disaster Clan's crimes are the wishes of the Overgod, and that it's because our ancestor committed a serious crime. However, what I want to tell you is that our Disaster Clan's original name is not the Disaster Clan. If our ancestor really did commit a crime, then there's only one. What do you mean by that? I told you not to play riddles with me. Yi Xian was speechless. He was even a little angry. Our ancestor only committed one crime, and that is that he shouldn't have become an overgod. That one sentence shocked Yi Xian. What did that mean? Shouldn't have become an overgod? Could it be that the ancestor of the Disaster Clan was also an overgod? Wait a moment, girl. You're not trying to play with me, are you? Sigh, do you think I want a burden like you? Here, this is your life talisman. You can do whatever you want. Now you don't have to make up a story to deceive me. What was happening now? No, to be precise, what this young girl said had already caused Yi Xian to be completely confused. Therefore, he didn't want to waste any time on this young girl and directly threw her life talisman over. He couldn't be bothered to care so much. This girl could do whatever she wanted as long as she didn't disturb him. However, to Yi Xian's surprise, the young girl casually waved her hand and threw the life talisman back to Yi Xian. She then continued, "Young master, have you heard of Fei Yu? What I want to tell you is that the ancestor of my disaster tribe is Fei Yu. Also, what I want to tell you is that my disaster tribe was originally called the Bow tribe. Our innate ability allows us to see everything that happened to the person in front of us within a year." F***CK. Yi Xian was so shocked that he almost jumped up. What the hell? What kind of divine ability was this? To be able to see what had happened to others within a year, this was too amazing. Didn't that mean that this girl knew everything that had happened to Yi Xian before? What the hell? How could there be such a divine ability? Did it have to be so terrifying? How could he still have fun with this? Hee, sir, there's no need to be like this. It was this little girl who misspoke. What this little girl meant was that I'm able to see things related to our clan. Hence, this little girl saw your trial and also the fact that the gatekeeper mentioned our ancestor. I say, little girl, you don't need to pause for breath when you speak. You scared me. I thought that your divine ability was really that amazing. However, your divine ability is really amazing. I'm curious, why does such a heaven-defying divine ability exist? There are so many races in the realm of the gods. What's so strange about having some innate divine abilities? My tribe isn't human to begin with. Although we look the same as humans, to the point that there isn't even the slightest difference, my tribe isn't human. Naturally, our divine ability is different. Girl, what are you trying to say by beating around the bush? Yi Xian was confused by this girl. He didn't know what she was trying to say. My request is very simple. I hope that young master can bring back my tribe's ancestor, Fei Yu's quintessence fragment after the trial. Quintessence fragment? Yes. Could it be that young master is participating in the ancient god trial, but you don't know who the ancient god is? Yi Xian was at a loss for words. What? Could it be that this girl knows more about my matters than I do? Who is that ancient god? What does it have to do with me? I'll just take whatever benefits I can. However, why should I bring back your ancestor's quintessence fragment? Yes, why should he? Why should Yi Xian help this girl? This girl kept saying one thing after another. She just wanted his help. Besides, he was the master, and this girl was the slave. If young master can agree, then this girl is willing to follow young master wholeheartedly. Haha, what a joke. You're my slave. Your life is in my hands. Your reason isn't enough to move me. Yi Xian laughed heartily at this girl's words. In Yi Xian's heart, this girl's purpose was obvious. She just wanted him to save their ancestor. However, why should Yi Xian help her? There was no reason at all. Young master will help this girl. Because by helping this girl, young master can get benefits that you can't get. You're really confident. Unfortunately, I'm not interested. Yi Xian turned around and ignored this girl. Alright, from now on, your name is Girl. No matter what you were called before, from today onwards, your name is Girl. Yes, young master. Fian will remember it. She remembered it and purposely told him the name. What was the meaning of this? Yi Xian couldn't be bothered to turn around. If he continued to dawdle with this girl, sooner or later, he would be led around by this girl. However, Yi Xian didn't know that after he turned around, a smile appeared in Fian's eyes. With a wave of her hand, a weak light entered Yi Xian's body. Master, my Bo clan is a clan formed from spiritual bodies of heaven and earth. The life talisman is actually useless to my clan. Master, do you know that unless we're willing, no one can catch us? Countless years have passed. You're the first person to hear the name Fei Yu. The name Fei Yu has long been forgotten in this god realm and has been sealed. Even if you're unwilling, my Bo clan can only rely on you. Chapter 21:36. The Bo clan was a mysterious clan, and Fian had purposely come to Yi Xian's side. In that case, was her goal really for the sake of their ancestor, Fei Yu? Or did she have other motives? Of course, Yi Xian could not possibly know all of this. She had inadvertently saved someone, but it was a premeditated act. If Yi Xian were to find out, who knew what he would think? Of course, Yi Xian did not know, so Yi Xian was still walking forward. This is the place. I heard that this is the 1,000-beast mountain that the 10,000-beast divine sect has circled out. Hee, then I'm sorry, but I'm going to kill monsters and level up here today. Yes, Yi Xian's goal this time was to level up in the 1,000-beast mountain. If only I could meet a devourer beast. Sigh, how pitiful. I don't have a single devourer point on me now. I have treasures but I can't fuse with them. It really makes one's heart itch. Yi Xian pulled out the God Slayer and was ready for battle. However, Fian spoke again at this time. Master, I'll give you a suggestion. Don't kill divine beasts here, or you'll have unexpected trouble. Yi Xian pursed his lips. This girl, if he had known, he would not have bought her. Now, she was actually controlling him. With a wave of his hand, the 100-beast sword servants appeared. Then, without any suspense, he used his ultimate move. In an instant, 100 god-tier mounts appeared. 3 platinum-grade god-tier mounts and 9 gold-grade god-tier mounts? My luck is pretty good this time. Yi Xian did not care about Fian's words and immediately started working. Go, kill to your heart's content. Following Yi Xian's order, the 100 god-tier mounts, along with the 100-beast sword servants, rushed out at the same time. Yi Xian himself was not going to stay idle and immediately attacked. The battle was about to start. Who dares to be so presumptuous in my 10,000 beasts divine sect? Are you looking for death? However, not long after Xian started working, he heard a loud roar. Then, with a flash of light, a group of people appeared directly in front of Xian. A teleportation array hidden by restrictions? And there's a F*King warning system? Xian was stunned. What was going on? Since when did the 10,000 Beasts Divine Sect have such a trump card? F*CK. Xian had come here to level up. He had no intention of causing any trouble. But now, it seemed that he had gotten himself into trouble. Brat, who are you? How dare you behave so atrociously in my 10,000 Beasts Divine Sect? Are you tired of living? At first, Xian felt that he was in the wrong. Now, this guy was acting all high and mighty. Did he think that Xian was a pushover? 13 true gods and 2 heavenly gods? They were strong, but Xian should not be afraid of them. Yes, I did. What are you going to do about it? Xian looked at those people and said directly. That person was stunned. He almost couldn't react to Xian's words. He had seen arrogant people before, but he had never seen such an arrogant person. He dared to behave atrociously in other people's territory and acted so righteously. More importantly, he was so weak. Brat, it seems that you're courting death. Then, don't blame me for being merciless. Go kill him. Xian did not have a good impression of the 10,000 Beasts Divine Sect. Speaking of which, ever since Xian came to the Divine Realm, he had been entangled with the 10,000 Beasts Divine Sect. Moreover, it was not a happy matter. Wasn't that Hao Bai from before also a member of the 10,000 Beasts Divine Sect? At least on the surface. Now, these people from the 10,000 Beasts Divine Sect actually wanted to cause trouble for Xian. How could Xian agree? All of you go kill them. Since the opponent had already made a move, Xian did not hesitate. He directly ordered all the divine rank mounts to charge at the people from the 10,000 Beasts Divine Sect. And these divine beasts, could it be that he's controlling them? At this time, the people from the 10,000 Beasts Divine Sect noticed that the divine beasts around them were all controlled by Xian. In the 10,000 Beasts Mountain, it was not strange to have divine beasts. After all, this place was originally used by the 10,000 Beasts Divine Sect to raise divine beasts. What is that? Could it be the so-called behemoth giant beast? And this one, what divine beast is that? Saber-toothed tiger? But why is it so strong? Heavens, and these 3 divine beasts, why are they so strange? I have never seen them before. And their strength, how can they be so strong? As soon as the battle started, the people from the 10,000 Beasts Divine Sect, who thought that they had the absolute advantage, suddenly realized that they were in an absolute disadvantage. These guys were really unlucky. This time, it was rare for Xian to get 3 platinum-ranked war god mounts and 9 gold-ranked war god mounts, but these guys bumped into them. It could be said that Xian did not even need to move, because these battle god mounts were enough to deal with the people from the 10,000 Beasts Divine Sect. Quick, blow the 10,000 Beasts flute. A heavenly god realm disciple of the 10,000 Beasts Divine Sect shouted in panic. At this time, Xian's battle god mounts had already surrounded them, and killing them was only a matter of time. In an instant, a disciple of the 10,000 Beasts Divine Sect suddenly took out a flute-like treasure and blew it. Rumble! As if the divine beasts of the 10,000 Beasts Mountain had received an order, they all rushed towards Xian. Divine beasts covered the sky and covered the earth. However, there was a difference in strength between them. Kill them for me. The disciples of the 10,000 Beasts Divine Sect shouted in panic. In an instant, the battle between the divine beasts and the divine beast mounts began. However, although the 10,000 Beasts Divine Sect had reared countless divine beasts, their strength was not that great. Most of them were only equivalent to the true god realm, and they did not have any special abilities. How could they fight against Xian's divine beast mounts? On the surface, the battle looked extremely fierce, but in reality, Xian's divine beast mounts had the upper hand. 100 Beasts Feast. Start. Kill them all for me. Xian activated the special ability given to him by the 100 Beasts Sword Servant. Once the 100 Beasts Feast started, the divine beast mounts' abilities were strengthened. This battle had become a one-sided massacre. Retreat, quick, get out of here, this guy is too strong, we are no match for him. After realizing that they had no chance, The people of the 10,000 Beasts Divine sect were finally afraid. Soon, these people used a special method to teleport away. After all, this was the territory of the 10,000 Beasts Divine sect, and Yi Xian could not do anything about it. Yi Xian knew that after these people left, they would definitely inform more people to come over. Chapter 21:37. It could be said that unless all the members of the Myriad Beasts Divine sect were mobilized, they would not be able to do anything to Yi Xian. Of course, even so, Yi Xian did not want to really start a war here. To start a war in someone else's territory, and Yi Xian did not know anything about this place, this was undoubtedly a disadvantage for Yi Xian. Therefore, Yi Xian wanted to kill quickly and harvest as many divine beasts as he could. He did not want to fight too much. At this time, inside the Myriad Beasts Divine sect, the alarm had already sounded. Pairs of disciples and powerful divine beasts quickly gathered. For thousands of years, the Myriad Beasts Divine sect had never sounded such a high-level alarm. Many disciples did not understand what was going on. However, they could only follow behind the many elders and rush towards the Myriad Beasts Divine mountain. "They're here. Young master, why aren't you leaving?" Suddenly, Fian's voice came. Yi Xian turned his head and saw Fian looking into the distance. At this time, Yi Xian remembered that this girl had disappeared the moment the enemy appeared. What was this? Of course, Yi Xian would not care about this. After all, this girl was only a deity. Even if she came, she would not be of much help. Yi Xian knew who Fian was talking about, but he did not want to leave like this. After all, it was not easy to summon 3 platinum-level war god mounts this time. The current war god mounts were at least silver level. Not to mention platinum level, even gold level mounts rarely appeared. If he left now, the next time, he might not be able to summon them. If they wanted to come, then come. If the Myriad Beasts Divine sect did not know what was good for them, Yi Xian did not mind fighting with them. "Great Elder, that guy is right in front." Soon, a group of people rushed over. The black mass of people, as expected, all of them had come. Yi Xian was stunned. Was there a need? He had only killed a few divine beasts. Wasn't the Myriad Beasts Divine sect's reaction a bit too much? Surround him. In an instant, the disciples of the Myriad Beasts Divine sect surrounded the Myriad Beasts Divine mountain. In the sky and on the ground, countless disciples and divine beasts were planning to completely surround Yi Xian. Devourer beast. Suddenly, Yi Xian sensed the presence of the devourer beast. F***CK. It must be killed. Although Yi Xian had already seen the surrounding disciples of the 10,000 Beasts Divine sect, he actually discovered the devouring beast at this time. No matter what, Yi Xian couldn't leave. Deity slaying slash. Yi Xian's figure moved as he pounced towards the devouring beast. In the sky and below the ground, groups of disciples from the 10,000 Beasts Divine sect quickly surrounded Yi Xian. Thousands of people shouted at the same time, accompanied by the roars of countless divine beasts. This was the rhythm of trapping Yi Xian to death. It was actually a mid-class devouring beast. Yi Xian was secretly happy. After getting the devourer beast, he was ready to leave. Suddenly, he sensed the presence of the devourer beast. F***CK. Is the devourer beast going to be released today? Girl, you go first. Yi Xian turned around and was about to ask Fian to leave first. After all, Fian was useless in the upcoming battle. In fact, he should have reminded Yi Xian earlier. But the battle was too intense and he forgot to do so. But when he turned around, he was stunned. Fian was nowhere to be seen. F***CK. So unloyal. She ran away just like that. Yi Xian was speechless. Of course, he was not petty enough to blame Fian. Where is the devourer beast? Where is it? Is it at the top of the mountain? Let's see how you escape. Yi Xian led the 3 platinum divine beast mounts and ran towards the top of the mountain without saying a word. Surround him. Hurry up and summon all the divine beasts. Today, we must kill this thief. The disciples of the divine beast sect were delighted when they saw Yi Xian running towards the top of the mountain. Haha, this thief. Let's see where he is going to escape to this time. Set up the forbidden space seal and the cross seal. We must not let this guy escape. The forbidden space seal was to prevent Yi Xian from flying in the air. The cross seal was a special seal of the divine beast sect. Its purpose was to prevent Yi Xian from using the teleportation seal. At least 100 disciples of the Divine Beast sect immediately busied themselves and set up one seal after another. This time, let's see how this thief is going to escape. Go, 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 kill him. The great elder of the Divine Beast sect led the crowd and surrounded the top of the mountain. However, Yi Xian had also discovered another devourer beast. Although this devourer beast was much stronger than the previous one. However, with the 3 platinum-ranked war god mounts and Yi Xian personally making a move, there was no way for him to escape. Gotcha! 1/. Instant kill. Ding. Congratulations to host for obtaining 3 devourer points. It was a high-level devourer beast. Awesome. Yi Xian laughed out loud. This was too awesome. He had obtained 5 devourer points in one go. This was a timely reign. Of course, the people of the Divine Beast sect had also arrived in front of Yi Xian. Thief, let's see how you are going to escape today. More than 300 elites of the heavenly god realm and above surrounded Yi Xian. Thief, surrender yourself and we can still spare your life. Otherwise, you'll suffer a fate worse than death. Really? Haha, do you think that you can catch me? Yi Xian laughed out loud. The people of the Divine Beast sect were puzzled by his laughter. No matter how they looked at the current situation, Yi Xian was at an absolute disadvantage. The Divine Beast sect had more people and powerful spiritual treasures and divine beasts. Yi Xian, who was surrounded in the middle, had no chance of escaping. Why? Why was he still so arrogant? Boy, are you still not giving up? We have already set up a sky restriction seal. Furthermore, don't expect that you can use your spiritual treasure to teleport away. We have also set up a restriction seal to stop you. Today, you will definitely die. The great elder of the Divine Beast sect looked at Yi Xian and said calmly. He looked like he was going to defeat Yi Xian, which made Yi Xian very unhappy. Oh, is that so? Then come and catch me. Haha, a bunch of fools. Suddenly, Yi Xian took out a strange talisman and crushed it. After that, Yi Xian's figure disappeared. How is this possible? We have already set up a cross-restriction seal. How did he do it? Damn it, damn it. Great Elder, what should we do with the divine beasts that the thief left behind? Kill them all. The Great Elder was currently extremely angry because Yi Xian was actually able to teleport away in such a situation. This was something that he couldn't accept. Originally, it was an action that he had to take, but he didn't expect that Yi Xian would be able to dodge it so easily. Chapter 2138. However, what happened next made the First Elder so angry that he almost vomited blood. Because just as they were about to kill Yi Xian's god-tier mounts, those god-tier mounts turned into white light and disappeared. Of course, this was because Yi Xian had cancelled the summons. However, the people of the Myriad Beast sect did not know this. Their entire sect had mobilized, but they had not even touched Yi Xian's clothes. They had been played like monkeys by Yi Xian. How could they accept this? Unfortunately, this was the truth. Even if they did not want to accept it, they had to accept it. At this moment, Yi Xian had already appeared in the endless trials. Yes, Yi Xian had just left by crushing the Boundless Tower's designated transmission talisman. It was that simple. Back then, Yi Xian had obtained a total of 3 designated transmission talismans. Now, Yi Xian was only using the second one. Hey kid, you're here so quickly. Why are you preparing to challenge me? As expected, the moment Yi Xian appeared, the voice of the gatekeeper could be heard as well. No, I'm just here to see you. I'll challenge you later. Hee, seeing that you're safe and sound, I'm relieved. Well then, I'll take my leave first. With that, Yi Xian walked out. However, Yi Xian did not notice that this time, the gatekeeper did not speak. What he did not know was that the gatekeeper was looking at his figure with a glimmer of light in his eyes. These gatekeepers had always been guarding their mission. No one had ever cared about them. In the eyes of their masters, they were probably just tools. In the eyes of the challengers, they were just dispensable existences. Who would care about them? No one. No one. Yi Xian was the first. Of course, to Yi Xian, he was just casually saying that. He did not really care about the gatekeeper. But the gatekeeper didn't know that. In his eyes, Yi Xian had really come over and even said some words of concern to him. Yi Xian had no idea what he had done. At this moment, he was sorting out his gains. System Devour. Let's see how many times I can level up this time. Yi Xian had not devoured the corpses of the mythical beasts because of the devourer beast. But now, he had to devour them. Peak Superior Deity. This was Yi Xian's goal. He would only challenge Yi Xian after reaching the peak of Superior Deity. Ding! The host has made a breakthrough. The host is now a Superior Deity of the 4th grade. Not bad, for levels up. Yi Xian was very satisfied. After all, other than the 4 levels, the most important gain was the 5 Devour Points. With 5 Devour Points, Yi Xian could use the 1,000 souls that he had obtained earlier. The 1,000 spirits could only be used to strengthen one type of beast, either to increase the level of the beast mount, or to strengthen the 100 Beast Sword Servant. Of course, it could also strengthen the Withered Bone Sword Servant, but Yi Xian had never considered this. System, I want to use the 1,000 souls and the Devour Points to strengthen the 100 Beast Sword Servant. Ding! Strengthening successful. Congratulations to the host. The 100 Beast Sword Servant has leveled up to the 1,000 Beast Sword Servant. Ding! The 100 Beasts movement has leveled up to the 1,000 Beasts movement. Yi Xian nodded. Why did Yi Xian choose to strengthen the 100 Beast Sword Servant instead of the Divine Beast Mount? The reason was very simple. Although strengthening a Divine Beast Mount would allow it to be restored to the Gold grade, the 1,000 Beasts movement would allow one to summon 1,000 leveled-up Divine Beast Mounts. Even if it was a Silver grade Beast Mount, it would still be able to summon 1,000 at a time. Could it be that these 1,000 God-tier mounts were so unlucky that they were all Silver tier? Therefore, no matter how one looked at it, strengthening the 1,000 Beasts movement was the most worthwhile. For example, if Yi Xian had already been strengthened by the 1,000 Beasts movement when he was at the 1,000 Beasts Mountain, perhaps at that time, he would have summoned 30 Platinum grade Divine Beast Mounts and 90 Gold grade Divine Beast Mounts. The gap between them could be imagined. The higher the quantity, the higher the chance of success. Therefore, Yi Xian would not be wrong to use the only 1,000 souls on the 1,000 Beast Sword Servant. Ding! The 100 Beast Sword Servant has leveled up to the 1,000 Beast Sword Servant. The host skill, 100 Beasts Feast, has automatically leveled up to 1,000 Beasts Feast. The sudden notification from the system made Yi Xian happy. He had almost forgotten that there was such a benefit. The 1,000 Beast Sword Servant had leveled up, so did Yi Xian's skill. Awesome! This time it was awesome. Of course, Yi Xian did not dare to use the remaining 2 Devour Points. Encountering 2 Devour Beasts at once was already very good luck. Who knew when he would encounter another Devour Beast next time? Yi Xian did not dare to act recklessly. If he encountered something good the next time, but did not use the Devour Points to strengthen himself, Yi Xian would be depressed. Continue to level up. The 1,000 Beasts Divine Sect was a good place. Then, he should go find them and see if he could find another Devour Beast. Right, there was also their totem beasts. Don't let a single one go. Yi Xian's lips curled up slightly, and a faint smile appeared on his face. Since the 1,000 Beasts Divine Sect wanted to find trouble with Yi Xian did not need to be polite with them. Kill to your heart's content. Continue to level up. Of course, this time, Yi Xian still had to be careful. After all, he only had one designated transmission talisman. If he was forced into the endless trials, then Yi Xian would have to undergo the trials. This was definitely not something Yi Xian wanted to see. If you want to kill, then kill the useful ones. Let's start with the 1,000 Beasts Divine Sect's totem beasts. Yi Xian smiled faintly. However, the 1,000 Beasts Divine Sect was in for a bad time. Yi Xian turned around and was shocked. No, didn't you leave? Why did you come out again? It turned out that Fei Yan was silently standing behind Yi Xian. What was this? Yi Xian did not even sense his appearance, but Fei Yan was standing there. One had to know that Yi Xian had used the designated transmission talisman, and he was still in the Valley of Despair. How did Fei Yan do it? Young master, there is no need to be nervous. This little girl only used this little girl's special ability to bind herself to young master. No matter where young master is, this little girl can instantly reach young master's side. Holy shit! Yi Xian was stunned. This divine ability was really awesome. What was going on with this flying smoke? The two divine abilities that it displayed were actually so powerful. First, it was something that allowed her to see things related to her people within a year. Now, it was an infinite positioning that allowed her to teleport to his side at any time. How many more abilities did she have? Chapter 2139. Of course, Yi Xian wasn't worried that this girl would harm him because her divinity fragment was in Yi Xian's hands. If Yi Xian died, this girl wouldn't be able to live either. Moreover, if Yi Xian wanted to, he could kill this girl with a single thought. He ignored Fian and ran straight out of the Valley of Despair. Fian silently glanced at the endless Tower of Trials before following behind Yi Xian. "You're the one." At this moment, Yi Xian had already appeared in the intersection of the Divine Beasts sect. Although he didn't know where the other totem beasts were, he didn't have a disciple to ask for directions. This disciple of the Myriad Beasts Divine sect was really unlucky. He was just cultivating, but he didn't expect that someone would directly break into his house. He didn't even have time to react before he was directly controlled. Spiritual sense control was so useful. "Master." The disciple looked at Yi Xian. He wasn't in a daze. Instead, he was very clear. However, he was no longer the same person as before. "All right, tell me where the other totem beasts are, except for the Jiu Luo 7 Extremes Mountain." "Yes, Master." The totem beasts of the Divine Beast sect are divided into 4 areas. Apart from the Jiu Luo 7 Extremes Mountain, there's also the Deep Ocean Peak, the Judy Valley, and the Lu Huan Lake. "All right, then bring me there. Just bring me to the nearest place," Yi Xian instructed. The disciple didn't hesitate and walked straight ahead. As Yi Xian walked, he was a bit depressed. This was because he suddenly realized that although spiritual sense control was useful, it wasn't that great. This was because if he didn't use up his devouring points to control it permanently, then the person he controlled might not be able to control it for a certain amount of time based on the strength of his spiritual sense. As for this mere lower deity realm fellow, Yi Xian could only control him for a day. It would be great if he could unconditionally and permanently control him. This wasn't because Yi Xian wasn't satisfied, but because spiritual sense control was really useful. Soon, Yi Xian arrived at a valley under the guidance of the disciple. This valley had no entrance at all. All 4 sides were steep cliffs. This was simply a natural cage. In the valley, there were countless divine beasts. Among them, there were 21 totem beasts. This was the Jubilant Flute Valley. Similarly, the totem beasts here were all suppressed. Of course, this time, Yi Xian didn't need to go out and buy anything to break the restriction. Yi Xian immediately jumped down. Although the valley was high, Yi Xian felt no pressure at all. Yes, someone has entered the Judy Valley. Quick, let's go check it out. Just as Yi Xian landed in Judy Valley, the All Beasts Divine sect received the warning. In an instant, more than a dozen disciples charged toward the Jubilant Flute Valley. It turned out that the All Beasts Mountain had a transmission restriction because it was actually a place where the disciples of the All Beasts Divine sect cultivated. A place where the totem beasts were suppressed wouldn't have a transmission array. After all, there wouldn't be a transmission array at the location of the totem beasts. Who knew if it was for the convenience of thieves? Therefore, these disciples could only fly over quickly. The time they took to fly over was enough for Yi Xian to kill all the totem beasts here. These totem beasts were all suppressed by the restriction. How could they be a match for Yi Xian? It was a matter of time before they were killed. When the disciples of the All Beasts Divine sect arrived, all they saw was a mess. Even the corpses of the totem beasts were gone. As for Yi Xian, he had already moved to another place. By the time the disciples reported, Yi Xian had already arrived at his second target, the Ocean Tolerance Peak. Damn it, it must be him. It must be that thief. Quick, send people to guard Liuhuan Lake and send people to the Ocean Tolerance Peak. We must hurry. It was unlucky for the All Beasts Divine sect to provoke Yi Xian. In fact, the 4 places where the totem beasts were suppressed were actually very secretive. The disciples of the All Beasts Divine sect might not know all of them. Of course, the disciples in charge of guarding these totem beasts were excluded. And the disciple that Yi Xian found happened to be the disciple in charge of guarding. After offending Yi Xian, they still hoped to keep the totem beasts. Wasn't it too much? 21 totem fragments, plus Yi Xian's remaining. There were 27 pieces. Of course, they wouldn't be in a hurry to use them. When Yi Xian killed the 26 totem beasts on the Ocean Tolerance Peak, he had 53 totem marks in his hands. Poor all beasts divine sect. There were only a few dozen totem beasts in total. In the end, most of them were taken away by Yi Xian. Young master, are you going to continue killing totem beasts? Coming down from the Ocean Tolerance Peak, Fian asked Yi Xian. Haha, why should I go? Now, as long as the people of the All Beasts Divine Sect are not stupid, I'm afraid that they have already arranged a large number of troops there. I'm not that stupid if I go there now. Yi Xian replied with a smile. He was in a good mood now. Oh, then young master, where are you going again? Fian looked at Yi Xian and also showed a smile. Where to? Hee, since those guys thought that I would go find trouble with the totem beasts, then there must be no one guarding inside their sect. So, I'm going to their treasury. Yes, Yi Xian not only wanted to rob the All Beasts Divine Sect's totem beasts, he also wanted to loot their treasury. Poor All Beasts Divine Sect, they were really bloody unlucky. Wasn't it bad luck to encounter a killing god like Yi Xian? Yi Xian's figure moved and rushed straight to the All Beasts Divine Sect's main hall. From the mouth of the disciple who was controlled by Yi Xian's spiritual sense, he had already known all the information he wanted. Soon, he arrived at the mysterious main hall. This was the most mysterious place in the entire All Beasts Divine Sect. At the same time, it was also the core of the entire All Beasts Divine Sect. The All Beasts Treasure Pavilion. The All Beasts Treasure Pavilion was the place where the All Beasts Divine Sect stored magic weapons, cultivation methods, and other good things. Usually, there were dozens of disciples guarding it at all times, but at this time, there were only 10 people guarding it. The people of the All Beasts Divine Sect never thought that Yi Xian would be so bold to rob here. This was the core area of the All Beasts Divine Sect. With so many disciples outside, who would have thought that an outsider could sneak in here? Unfortunately, others couldn't, but Yi Xian could. At this time, there were already more than 30 disciples of the All Beasts Divine Sect gathered around Yi Xian. These were all people that Yi Xian controlled with his spiritual sense along the way. Chapter 2140. Of course, there were more than 300 heavenly god disciples in the sect. However, who would have thought that Yi Xian would swagger his way into the core of the sect? Go, get rid of those people for me. Yi Xian said to the disciples he controlled with his spiritual consciousness. The strongest among them was only an upper-level true god. There was not even a single heavenly god disciple. On the other hand, there were 10 heavenly god disciples guarding the Myriad Beast Treasure Pavilion. There was even a peak heavenly god powerhouse among them. It was almost impossible to expect these 30 people to defeat 10 heavenly god powerhouses. However, it was possible. The reason was simple. These people were all from the same sect. Although there were more than 1,000 disciples in the sect, they had been together for at least 1,000 years. How could they not know each other? Therefore, when the 30 or so disciples controlled by Yi Xian walked toward the Myriad Beast Treasure Pavilion, the guards did not think much of it. Hey, why are you guys back? Didn't you go with the Great Elder to catch the thief? Senior brother, are you mocking us? You know that we are only true gods. It's useless even if we go. How can you say that? Haha, junior brother, don't blame us. That's not what I meant. I was just curious. That thief dared to provoke the Myriad Beast Divine Sect. He's courting death. Haha, yeah, he's courting death. Suddenly, the disciples who were talking nicely just a moment ago suddenly burst out with a powerful light. They did not hesitate to launch a sneak attack. Their method was extremely despicable. How could these protector disciples be on guard at all? In an instant, 6 of them died. The remaining 4 were severely injured. Only the peak heavenly god disciple was in better shape. However, he did not have the chance. This was because under Yi Xian's command, the disciples who were controlled by his spiritual consciousness pounced on him. Self-destruction. Self-destruction of divine spark. This was the most powerful attack of each of them. This was because all of their cultivation base was concentrated in an instant. One could only imagine the power that could be unleashed. The peak heavenly god disciple died unjustly. He did not even understand what was going on. However, he was killed by the self-detonation of more than a dozen people. In a flash, Yi Xian rushed into the Myriad Beasts Treasure Pavilion. Yi Xian didn't care too much, because he was very clear that this was definitely the core area of the Myriad Beasts Divine Sect. Once there was the slightest abnormality, there would definitely be a large number of myriad beasts' divine sect disciples coming to his aid. Therefore, Yi Xian did not care about anything else after he entered. As long as he saw something, no matter what it was, he would absorb it into his devouring space. Not good. The 10,000 Beasts Treasure Pavilion. The great elder of the 10,000 Beasts Pavilion was extremely shocked. Only he knew how shocked he was. As he shouted, his figure disappeared. Although he did not hesitate to teleport back, it was only a matter of a few seconds. However, these few seconds were enough for Yi Xian to do many things. Dai! Dai! As soon as the great elder appeared, he launched an extremely powerful attack. It could be said that this attack was something that Yi Xian could not resist at all. This was because the great elder's realm was so strong that even the system could not detect him. However, Yi Xian was already prepared. At the same time that the great elder appeared, Yi Xian also crushed the directional teleportation talisman in his hand. The great elder of the myriad beasts divine sect only saw Yi Xian disappear with a smile on his face. At this moment, his heart was dripping blood. It could even be said that he was extremely terrified. When the sect master left, he had handed over the sect to him. However, not only had he lost almost all of the totem beasts, but he had also caused the myriad beasts treasure pavilion to be plundered. How could he bear such a crime? Yi Xian returned to the endless tower of trial. However, what he did not know was that because of his plundering, the myriad beasts divine sect was done for. This was because after the great elder knew that he would definitely die, he actually plundered the remaining treasures of the 10,000 beasts treasure pavilion after Yi Xian left. Then, he brought his close disciples and fled without a trace. The realm of the gods was so big that the great elder believed that he could definitely find a place to start anew. Furthermore, he still had so many treasures in his hands. When the sect master of the myriad beasts divine sect received this news, he was so angry that he vomited blood. His myriad beasts divine sect, Yi Xian, was a pretty strong sect. However, it had been destroyed in a single day. Without the totem beasts and the treasures that the myriad beasts treasure pavilion had accumulated over tens of thousands of years, what was left of the myriad beasts divine sect? There was nothing left. All that was left was an empty shell. Even though the myriad beasts divine sect still existed, its strength had fallen to its lowest point. Of course, this had nothing to do with Yi Xian. Yi Xian stood in the endless tower of trial and laughed foolishly. Haha, haha, I've made a huge profit. This time, I've really made a huge profit. As he looked at the countless treasures in the devouring space, Yi Xian was overjoyed. Little guy, what made you so happy? This time, I'm afraid you'll have to challenge it. You don't have any more teleportation talismans. It was the voice of the gatekeeper. However, this time, there was a hint of laughter in his voice. Could it be that he was laughing because he saw Yi Xian laughing? I know. This time, I'll definitely challenge it. However, I need to prepare first. Yi Xian said to the gatekeeper. At this point, he still hadn't recovered from the huge haul. In fact, the myriad beasts treasure pavilion had a total of 7 floors. Yi Xian had only plundered the first and second floors. Naturally, the higher the floor, the better the treasures. In terms of value, Yi Xian had only obtained 1% of the entire myriad beasts treasure pavilion's value. However, one shouldn't forget that this was a sect's stock. Even if it was only 1%, it was still a huge profit for Yi Xian. This time, Yi Xian had obtained countless treasures. There was no need to go into the details. In terms of cultivation techniques, there were more than 30, including one of the myriad beasts divine sect's 3 greatest techniques, the myriad beast summoning technique. Regardless of how useful these cultivation techniques were to Yi Xian could fuse cultivation techniques. In other words, even if Yi Xian didn't need a cultivation technique, he could still use the system to exchange for something that was suitable for him. Then there were the interspatial rings. Needless to say, the disciples who had been controlled by Yi Xian's spiritual consciousness had long since lost their interspatial rings to Yi Xian. As for the sky celestial guards behind them, 7 of their interspatial rings had been snatched away by Yi Xian. Chapter 2141. Such a good thing would be hard to come by a second time. Only sects like the myriad beasts sect, which was not very organized, could be so easily ambushed. If it were other sects, Yi Xian would have been killed before he could do anything. It was unimaginable for a person to ambush a sect's treasure vault. Moreover, this person was only a deity. System come, level up. Haha, it's time for a big harvest. Alright system, you're right. I can only level up to the peak superior deity. Don't you dare level me up to the heavenly god realm. What an awesome tone. Did you see that? Level up has to be calculated. Don't level up too much. Right now, Yi Xian was simply a tycoon. He probably wouldn't be able to find a second person to level up like this. Ding! Host has broken through. Current superior deity level 9. Along with the system's notification, Yi Xian successfully leveled up to superior deity level 9, which was the peak deity level. Moreover, as long as Yi Xian was willing, he could break through to the heavenly god realm at any time because he had enough resources in his hands. The breakthrough this time only used up 1/3 of the resources that Yi Xian had plundered. That was how willful he was. I can level up, but I won't. However, after that, Yi Xian had to start considering how to increase his strength with the cultivation of a peak god. His current realm was high enough, but his strength was still a little lacking. After all, the guardian god had already made it clear that this challenge wasn't that simple. If Yi Xian wanted to successfully pass, it was impossible for him to not use some strength. Then, let's start with the cultivation techniques. Come, system, integrate all these cultivation techniques. I don't believe that with so many cultivation techniques, I can't get a good one. The cultivation techniques of the Myriad Beast sect were not good enough for Yi Xian. Even the cultivation techniques of the Myriad Beast sect were just so in Yi Xian's eyes. It was better to let the system integrate them. Who knows, he might be able to get some benefits. What kind of new cultivation technique could emerge from the fusion of over 30 cultivation techniques? Yi Xian was looking forward to it. Ding! Host has chosen to fuse cultivation techniques. Fusing in progress. Ding! System notification. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the special skill, Summon the Heavens. What was that? Summon the world? What the hell was this? Yi Xian hurriedly checked the manual carefully. However, after reading it, he was both happy and worried. What kind of summoner is this? He was very strong. It could be said that he was so strong that it made people blind. Summon the Heavens. A special skill that can only be used by the host. It cannot be taught to anyone else. Each use will consume 10 devour points. Special Effect 1. Any character summoned by the host will not be lower than the host's current level, and there is no upper limit. Special Effect 2. The host can summon any fantasy character, whether fictional or real. Special Effect 3. The host can summon an army of thousands, but the average strength of the army will be weakened. Restriction. Summon the world. Can only be used once a month. Also, the person summoned cannot be specified. Every time, it will be a different person. Yes, it was that awesome. It was just that the cooldown time was chilling. It could only be used once a month. What the hell was that? Of course, Yi Xian was not really dissatisfied. One had to know that there was no upper limit to the number of characters that could be summoned. The most awesome part was that it could summon any character. In fact, even if Yi Xian was clearly hostile to someone and was about to attack, Yi Xian could summon that person with a casual summon. It was not impossible. In short, this Summon the Heavens was simply a super skill. Moreover, besides summoning people to fight, it could also summon an army of thousands. It was simply too awesome. Yes, there was another restriction, and that was the 10 devour points. However, this was ignored by Yi Xian. If it did not consume devour points, Yi Xian would find it strange. Consuming devour points meant that it was a product of the system. A product of the system had to be of high quality. Yi Xian was satisfied. Now that he had the cultivation method, let's see if there was anything else that would be useful for this trial. Yi Xian carefully inspected the treasures that he had obtained, but the results made him a little depressed. It was not that these treasures were all useless. In fact, there were still a few good items, but the key was that these items all required devour points without exception. Moreover, the cheapest item required 5 devour points, or perhaps there was not enough other materials. In this case, Yi Xian could not use them even if he wanted to. Since that was the case, Yi Xian directly said to the Guardian, "Guardian, I am ready." "Gatekeeper, I'm ready. I'm going to start the Sovereign's trial." "Little guy, have you thought it through?" "Of course, since I have already come this far, I will not give up." "Hee hee, don't worry, little guy. I will ensure your safety." Leave behind your shard of divinity. Even if you are unfortunately killed, I can save you. Don't worry, the shard of divinity I will leave for you is not the kind of shard of divinity that is restricted. It is a shard of divinity that contains your divine will and soul aura. Consider it as leaving you a second life. Yi Xian was stunned. He was not thinking about why the guardian wanted his shard of divinity, but Fei Yan's words. Previously, Fei Yan said that she wanted Yi Xian to help her get back Fei Yu's shard of divinity. It seemed that Fei Yan was telling the truth. Now, the guardian was also asking Yi Xian for his shard of divinity. Guardian, I have a presumptuous request. Can you give me Fei Yu's shard of divinity? Yi Xian directly asked. He did not know whether the guardian would agree, but since Fei Yan made such a request, Yi Xian would not be stingy. Oh, you want Fei Yu's shard of divinity? Sure. This thing is of no use to me anyway. Take it. Who would have thought that it would be so simple? The guardian did not even ask, directly throwing Fei Yu's shard of divinity to Yi Xian. Yi Xian did not stand on ceremony. He directly put the shard of divinity into his devouring space. Together with Li Lei, Hao Bai, and the others, he nurtured it beside the lasting soul flower. All right, I'll send you to the trial now. What I can tell you is that everything in this Paragon trial is random. This is a special space created by Master using his supreme magic power. The trial there will be an illusion that is suitable for you based on your own strength. Young man, do your best. The guardian's voice disappeared. At the same time, Yi Xian's figure also disappeared from the Tower of Trials. When he reappeared, he was actually on a floating island. Yi Xian looked down, but there was only emptiness. When he looked up, there was also emptiness. Chapter 2142. Yi Xian stood there alone, waiting for the test to begin. The guardian had said that this time, the supreme trial would adjust his opponent based on his overall strength. In other words, even he himself did not know who his opponent would be. Or rather, what would it be? However, Yi Xian did not have to wait for long. Soon, an illusory shadow appeared on the floating island. Yes, it was a shadow. And this was Yi Xian's opponent. Are you ready? Shadows can speak? Yi Xian was stunned. This shadow could actually speak. We can begin at any time. Yi Xian said to the shadow. At the same time, he got into position. This time, Yi Xian did not take the initiative to attack. This was because he did not know what this shadow was capable of. Of course, one thing was for sure. This shadow's strength was not to be underestimated. 1,000 beast sword servants, come out. A voice called out, summoning the 1,000 beast sword servants. Could it be that Yi Xian had made his move? No. It was actually that shadow. He had actually used Yi Xian's mystique. What was going on? Yi Xian was stunned. He had never expected that this shadow would use his mystique. Soon, another shadow appeared beside the first shadow. At this time, Yi Xian noticed that this shadow's silhouette was 90% similar to Yi Xian's own. And that 1,000 beast sword servant silhouette was exactly the same as Yi Xian's 1,000 beast sword servant. Of course, they were both shadows. Indeed, as expected by Yi Xian, when that shadow 1,000 beast sword servant appeared, he immediately used his ultimate move, the advance of the 1,000 beasts. Following that, 1,000 shadow mounts appeared. All of them were shadows. Yi Xian's opponent this time was himself. What was this? This damned trial was actually letting Yi Xian fight himself? How was he supposed to fight? In fact, if Yi Xian was the one fighting the enemy, then Yi Xian would not hesitate or fear. But for himself? Oftentimes, the person that one understands the most is oneself, and the person that one does not understand the most is oneself. Yi Xian frowned. He knew that the challenge this time would not be so simple. On the surface, this shadow didn't look too different from Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian's sharp senses told him that this shadow wasn't very nimble, but the skills it used were stronger than Yi Xian's. The god-tier shadow mounts were all in the heavenly god realm. In other words, this shadow Yi Xian's skill had been strengthened. Using the strengthening method to make up for his inflexibility? As Yi Xian pondered this question, he had already made his move. He also summoned his 1,000 beast sword servants and his divine mount. However, Yi Xian's eyes were fixed on the shadow. A moment later, a smile appeared on Yi Xian's face. Perhaps, Yi Xian had already understood his true purpose for participating in this supreme trial. This trial wasn't a trial for the sake of training. In fact, it was more like training and nurturing. Condensing a shadow of the challenger and completely imitating all the abilities of the challenger. It could be said that Yi Xian had been continuously collecting data during his previous battle. In other words, perhaps from the moment Yi Xian had entered the Valley of Despair, a pair of mysterious eyes had been watching Yi Xian. They had been watching Yi Xian's every move and every action of Yi Xian's. The reason they had done this wasn't because they had any ill intentions. On the contrary, they had done this to better help Yi Xian. Rewards aside, this shadow opponent was an opportunity for Yi Xian to get to know him better. After understanding the crux of the matter, Yi Xian's heart was filled with gratitude. That's right, this trial was very strict. A single mistake could result in death. However, Yi Xian's quintessence shard had been taken away before he entered this place. In other words, this supreme trial was an absolutely safe environment from the very beginning. The master of this place simply wanted to nurture people to enter the supreme trial. Then let's fight. Let's fight with all our might. Let's use this battle to prove that the master of this place didn't see wrong. Let's use this battle to let Yi Xian discover his own weaknesses. The Shadow and Yi Xian's God-grade mounts were already tangling in a fierce battle. At the same time, Yi Xian also charged at the Shadow. Every time, the Shadow didn't use any special skills, and neither did Yi Xian. Instead, he sharpened himself with each strike. Yi Xian's current battle was like looking into a mirror. As long as Yi Xian observed carefully, he would be able to discover his own weaknesses. As long as the Shadow's weakness was revealed, it was also Yi Xian's own weakness. The battle lasted for a very long time, so long that even Yi Xian had forgotten about the time. The 1,000-beast sword servants died again and again, but they were immediately summoned again once the cooldown was over. Yi Xian's battle with the Shadow never stopped for a moment. Time passed. On this day, the battle was still as usual. There wasn't much difference, but suddenly, the Shadow disappeared. A voice sounded at the same time. "Young man, your aptitude is not bad. You are very good. This sovereign is very satisfied. Compared to the previous few brats, your mind is much better. I didn't expect you to have seen through the true goal of this trial from the very beginning. So, have you learned anything?" This voice sounded very old. No, perhaps it would be more appropriate to describe it as having experienced the vicissitudes of life. This voice was very faint, as if it didn't exist at all. "I have learned," Yi Xian calmly replied. Yes, he had learned. But what had he learned? It was a kind of feeling, a kind of understanding, and an indescribable gain. If it was said that Yi Xian was a master when it came to battle in the past, then, the current Yi Xian was a master of a generation. After this baptism, Yi Xian would be even more proficient in using the same skill. This was an opportunity that could only be encountered but not sought after. It could be said that it was more valuable than any other reward. The voice was silent for a moment, as if recalling Yi Xian's actions during this time. Indeed, he had grown a lot. Then he said, "Good, it's good that you've learned it. Keep it well, this is your reward." A jade talisman flew towards Yi Xian. Yes, this was Yi Xian's reward. "Little brat, from today onwards, you are the only living successor of the archaic god emperor. Everything I have will belong to you. However, you are not strong enough, so I gave you too much. Otherwise, it would only cause you more trouble. Work hard. Every time your strength reaches the required level, the jade talisman in your hand will activate a new notification for you." Alright, this sovereign strength is not enough to create another test like this. From now on, there will be no more supreme trial. You must remember that you have never participated in any supreme trial. You have only obtained the title of an intermediate trial participant. Chapter 2143. Yes, this junior understands. Yi Xian nodded respectfully. He naturally knew what kind of treasure the primordial god emperor had left for him. It's good that you understand. Remember, before you are strong enough, do not reveal your identity. Your enemy is so strong that you cannot imagine. Of course, don't think that I'm looking for trouble. In fact, even if you don't want to, they'll still find you and kill you. They won't let any genius go. Or rather, they won't let any god go. Disperse, disperse. Let everything turn to smoke. After hundreds of millions of years of struggle and countless reincarnations, what is the end? Yi Xian did not quite understand the primordial God Emperor's last sentence. However, Yi Xian understood who the primordial God Emperor was referring to. Although the primordial God Emperor did not say it clearly, he already knew. Annihilation. Yes, annihilation. Annihilation was unavoidable in the ancient war. The voice disappeared and the floating island Yi Xian was on began to crumble rapidly. Yi Xian did not dare to linger and immediately walked into the transfer array to leave. You succeeded? The gatekeeper asked excitedly as soon as Yi Xian appeared. Yes, I succeeded. Yi Xian did not hide anything. Ha ha ha, you succeeded. Master has finally found a new crown prince. No, it should be the new successor of the primordial God Emperor. Little master, please forgive this old servant's rudeness. This old servant no longer has the ability to follow you, so please allow this old servant to continue following you. Farewell, little master. The gatekeeper suddenly laughed heartily. At the same time, Yi Xian was forcibly transported away. Just as Yi Xian left the Valley of Despair, the entire Valley of Despair suddenly underwent a huge change. It was as if a mirror had been shattered, and the entire Valley of Despair actually shattered into pieces. Regardless of whether it was the mountains, the rivers, the clouds, or the flowers and trees within. It was as if everything was an illusion, and at this moment, that illusion had been shattered. This process did not last long and only Yi Xian witnessed it. When everything was over, the Valley of Despair instantly returned to its original state. Even if it was just one of the stones, it was still the same as it was in the beginning. However, Yi Xian knew that this Valley of Despair that looked exactly the same was no longer the same. This was because this place had lost the value of its existence and had lost his soul. From today onwards, this place was just an ordinary Valley of the Despair domain. Of course, only Yi Xian knew about this. He silently watched the Valley of Despair disappear without saying a word. Although he had only interacted with the primordial God Emperor for a very short time, Yi Xian didn't have any pleasant memories in the Valley of Despair. However, in that final moment, the primordial God Emperor left Yi Xian with unimaginable wealth and opportunities. All of this made Yi Xian unable to forget this place, and similarly, he could not forget the primordial God Emperor. It's time to leave. Yi Xian turned around and prepared to leave. However, when he turned around, he discovered that Fian was actually standing behind him again. You little girl, when did you come over? You came and went like a ghost. Next time, can you not stand behind me like this? It's so scary. Would young master be scared by a little girl? Fian smiled as she looked at Yi Xian, the joy in her eyes unconcealed. Yi Xian was speechless. It was better not to provoke this girl. This girl's mouth was very slippery. In any case, Yi Xian was not confident that he could win against her. Ding! System notification. Congratulations to host for completing the random mission. Explore the Valley of Despair. Ding! System notification. The system's repair rate has increased. Currently 40%. Ding! System notification. The system's humaness has increased. It will take the initiative to give the host a reasonable suggestion. Ding! System notification. Congratulations to host for completing the random mission. The system will randomly give out a reward. Ding! System notification. Congratulations to host for obtaining a reward, 10 Devour points and a random special material. A reward of Devour points? Yi Xian was a little surprised. He could actually reward 10 Devour points? Of course, this was a good thing for him, so he naturally wouldn't mind. However, in reality, Yi Xian didn't really care about the reward. What he cared about was the system's other notification. He didn't expect that the system's humaness would increase. In the future, it could give him some reasonable suggestions. Of course, Yi Xian understood in his heart that the system was, after all, a system. It would never be able to give Yi Xian guidance like a person. The so-called reasonable suggestions were nothing more than references based on data analysis. In the end, only Yi Xian could make the decision on what to do. Of course, this was undoubtedly very good news because the system had absolute rationality. The system wouldn't act based on emotions. Therefore, the results of its analysis were definitely the most suitable solution. However, he didn't know what the function of this function was. It seemed that he would have to wait and find out in the future. The Valley of Despair. Yi Xian was still a little reluctant to part with it. To be honest, ever since he came to the realm of the gods, Yi Xian spent most of his time in the Valley of Despair. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the Valley of Despair was the place that Yi Xian was most familiar with in the realm of the gods. Unfortunately, he didn't even have the time to see the full picture of the Valley of Despair. He didn't even have the time to enter the inner part of the Valley of Despair before he disappeared in front of Yi Xian. Then what should he do next? Forget it, let's go find Luo Luo, Yi Xian said indifferently. After that, he walked forward. Fian silently followed Yi Xian's movements and didn't say much. Mo Shanggu. It seemed that it was time to take a look at this Mo Shanggu. Yi Xian had heard of this Mo Shanggu for a long time. Furthermore, this Mo Shanggu was a puppet of annihilation. Therefore, Yi Xian had to take a look no matter what. 999,999 totem beasts? You want to collect all of them? How could I give you the chance? Yi Xian advanced very quickly. He didn't even need to care about Fian. This was because even if Fian was left behind, as long as Yi Xian stopped, he would be able to locate Yi Xian in an instant and teleport over. To be honest, Yi Xian was quite jealous of this ability. Unfortunately, the system was damaged, causing him to lose a lot of things from before. Now, he had to travel by himself. Mo Shanggu was located in the Mo Shang mountain range. It was because of this that it was called Mo Shanggu. This was a very isolated sect. Although they possessed absolute strength in this region, they very rarely appeared before the eyes of the people of the world. Chapter 2144. Mo Shangji's disciples were stationed in Mo City for a long time. At the same time, it was also the main place where Mo Shanggu recruited new disciples. Yi Xian's current location was precisely Mo City. Dear guests, what would you like to eat? Yi Xian and Fian were currently sitting in a restaurant. This restaurant was directly opposite Mo Shangji's office. At this moment, there was a sea of people outside. No one knew what they were doing. Waiter, what is this Mo Shanggu doing? Why are there so many people gathered around? Hey, are you from another city? The waiter asked with a smile. Outside? All right, Yi Xian would treat himself as a foreigner for the time being. And yes, we came from outside. Oh, no wonder. Today is Mo Shangji's once-in-a-decade disciple recruitment day. The people you see all came outside Mo Shanggu with the intention of giving it a try. Their goal is to see if they have the chance to become Mo Shangji's disciple. However, I've been here for hundreds of years. I've seen Mo Shangji's disciple recruitment so many times. These people, I'm afraid it would be very good if even 1% could enter. Hearing this, Yi Xian pretended to be profound and asked, Oh, is the test that difficult? From what I know, this Mo Shangji's strength is only so. Why is it so attractive? That waiter looked at Yi Xian with a strange expression, then said without hesitation, Dear guest, you came from outside. It's not strange that you don't know. This Mo Shanggu is not that simple. Not only are they proficient in the way of beast taming, they are also proficient in the art of restriction. Furthermore, their divine abilities are also extremely powerful. Mo Shangji's Mo Shang training camp can be said to be a gathering of all the geniuses in the surrounding 100 realms. The divine realm was very big. Therefore, the unit of measurement for distance was the realm. The so-called one realm, if it was any other place, was even comparable to the size of a continent. 100 realms. The range represented was really not small. If it was population within the 100 realms, there were probably more than hundreds of millions of gods. Yi Xian nodded and pretended to be surprised. Really? I didn't expect this Mo Shang pavilion to be so powerful. However, what's up with this Mo Shang training camp? Is it an academy? Haha, customer, you really know how to joke. However, what you said is correct. This Mo Shang training camp is indeed somewhat similar to an academy. This little one will explain it to you like this. There are 3 rankings in this Mo Shang Academy. The first ranking is the Mo Shang Academy. The people on that ranking are the strongest people in the Mo Shang Academy. The attendant paused for a moment and continued. The second ranking is called the Genius ranking. Of course, under normal circumstances, it's called the Genius ranking. The figures on the second ranking are all young people, and it's a gathering of all the geniuses in the 100 territories of the Mo Shanga. As for the third ranking, it is the overall strength ranking. It marks the most powerful families and sects in the 100 territories of the Mozhang Pavilion. Yi Xian nodded. Suddenly, his interest was piqued. He asked with a smile, I heard that there's a sect called the Myriad Beasts Divine Sect. They seem to be quite strong. I wonder, what's their ranking on the power rankings? Myriad Beasts Divine Sect? That sect doesn't even have the qualifications to enter the ranking. Not to mention, there's internal strife now. As far as I know, the Myriad Beasts Divine Sect at its peak only obtained the qualifications to enter the ranking. Enter the ranking? They don't have a chance at all. Hearing the attendant's words, Yi Xian was slightly surprised. That Myriad Beasts Divine Sect didn't even have the qualifications to enter the ranking. It seems like this Mo Shang Academy's ranking was indeed not to be underestimated. Attendant, I'm asking you, are there any requirements to enter the Mo Shang training camp? As Yi Xian spoke, he took out a few dozen divine crystals and handed them to the attendant. Divine crystals were the common currency of the divine world. However, that was only for the gods. In fact, mortals didn't even have the qualifications to use them. The attendant was incomparably terrified. Not to mention a few dozen divine crystals. Even if he didn't eat or drink for 100 years, he wouldn't be able to earn a single divine crystal. Of course, he wouldn't be stupid enough to refuse. He immediately took the divine crystals. After receiving the benefits, the attendant didn't hide anything. As long as Yi Xian asked about something, he would explain in great detail if he knew anything. As it turned out, there weren't many requirements to enter the Mo Shang training camp. First, you had to have a clean identity. To put it bluntly, someone had to introduce you. Second, you had to have a certain level of talent. Realm was secondary. Talent was extremely important. There were only these two requirements, and nothing else. In fact, Mo Shang Academy hid it very well. For example, this Mo Shang training camp seemed to be a convenient place for everyone. A place that imparted divine arts selflessly. However, Yi Xian, who knew the nature of Mo Shang Academy, was very clear on what they were. All right, waiter, go and get us something to eat. Yi Xian waved the attendant away, but he was planning in his heart. It seemed that this Mo Shang training camp needed to take a look. Although finding Luolua was important, Yi Xian couldn't neglect news of the Annihilation Organization. Besides, news from Bai Swansea hadn't come yet. Even if Yi Xian delayed a little now, it didn't matter. The connection with Luolua was still there, which meant that Luolua wasn't in any danger. Girl, your young master, am preparing to go to Mo Shang training camp for a while. What are you going to do? Yi Xian looked at Fian. In name, Fian was Yi Xian's slave, but in reality, Yi Xian had never treated Fian as a slave even once. At this time, Yi Xian was preparing to enter Mo Shang Academy and was also thinking about Fian. Since the young master wants to go, then this little girl will accompany the young master in. Haha, so confident. Why, do you think you can definitely go in? If the young master can go in, then this little girl can go in. Fian's answer was very good, very strong. However, Yi Xian didn't know where Fian's confidence came from. Not to mention other things, just that introducer, Fian, as a slave, probably couldn't get it, right? As for Yi Xian himself? What introduction? It wasn't a problem at all. What was Yi Xian's identity in Lingxian Pavilion? That was the pavilion protecting elder. In other words, if Yi Xian wrote an introduction for himself, it was guaranteed that the people in Mo Shang Academy would have to carefully serve him. How could the others compare to the recommendation of Lingxian Pavilion's pavilion protecting elder? Without hesitation, Yi Xian directly made a recommendation for himself. However, he didn't really make things difficult for Fian. Instead, he made one for Fian as well. After eating a sumptuous meal, Yi Xian and Fian walked towards Mo Shang Academy's office. Chapter 2145. Line up, line up. Why are you cutting the line, kid? How could they expect Yi Xian to queue up in such a long line? They were overthinking things. Thus, Yi Xian led Fian straight to the front, intending to cut the line. This immediately caused dissatisfaction among the others. However, Yi Xian didn't care about these people at all, even though the person who spoke was a sky celestial. Ignore him. Humph, where does he think this is? The disciples of Mo Shang Pavilion won't care about him. Everyone looked at Yi Xian with disdain. When Yi Xian walked to the front, the disciple in charge of handling matters really said to Yixian, "Hey, little brat. If you want to register, then line up. Mo Shang Pavilion doesn't welcome people who don't follow the rules." "Oh, is that so? You really don't welcome me? Then I'm leaving." Yixian had already taken out his own handwriting, but he still put on an act as he spoke. The disciple looked up. This was the first time he had met someone who spoke to him in such a manner. One had to know, which person who came to the Mozhang Pavilion didn't do everything they could to enter the Mozhang Pavilion. This time, it was a guy who wanted to leave without a word. It would be hard not to attract attention. However, when the disciple saw what Yixian was holding, his heart skipped a beat. Lingxian Pavilion was an auction house, but at the same time, it was an auction house that no one could afford to offend. Lingxian Pavilion didn't just have resources, it also had strength. "Hey, wait a moment. Can you let me take a look at yours? Didn't you say that you don't welcome me? I think it's better for me to leave." The corners of Yixian's mouth curled up slightly. This was the effect he wanted. "Hey, young master. Please wait a moment." Mo Shang Pavilion's disciple was negligent. Please don't blame him. At that moment, a middle-aged man stepped forward and glared fiercely at the disciple. Then, he cupped his fists respectfully at Yixian. The reason? It was very simple. The item in Yixian's hands was something that even a pavilion elder would have to treat with caution, let alone an ordinary disciple like him. Of course, Yixian might really leave. His goal was to enter Mo Shang Pavilion. If he left just like that, then how was he going to continue acting? Therefore, Yixian gave the disciple a disdainful look before handing over the item in his hand. That disciple carefully took the Yixian, and the more he looked at it, the more frightened he became. How could he not be shocked? This was a pavilion protecting elder from Lingxian Pavilion, and his words were full of compliments and praises. F***CK, I wrote it for myself. Isn't that just saying nice things casually? May I ask your name, young master? Yixian. So it's young master Yi. May I ask what is the relationship between young master and this tower protector elder of Lingxian court? What elder? Who knows who he is? I just don't have anyone by my side at the moment, so I asked him to write. Why? Is there a problem? Silence. Complete silence. At this moment, whether it was the people in line or the disciples of Mo Shang Pavilion, they were all shocked. What kind of person was the tower protector elder of Lingxian court? However, in Yixian's mouth, it was as if he was just that. Then, what kind of identity did Yixian have? Yixian could ignore the tower protector elder of Lingxian court, but that tower protector elder still spoke with compliments. Just this point alone was enough to prove that Yixian was not simple. No problem. Since young master wants to join Mo Shang Pavilion, of course there won't be any problems. That disciple said with a smile. In fact, even in the God realm, one's identity and background were existences that could not be ignored. Yixian looked at that Mo Shang Pavilion disciple and said arrogantly, "Who told you that I want to join Mo Shang Pavilion? I just want to go to Mo Shang training camp to play." Okay. If young master wants to join Mo Shang training camp, it's naturally possible. That disciple did not dare to show the slightest bit of disrespect and said respectfully. Yixian nodded and did not say anything. Then, Fian walked over. It was also from the tower protector elder, but Yixian only wrote an ordinary one for Fian. After all, Yixian did not want Fian to be too eye-catching. That disciple looked at Fian, then looked at Yixian. He already understood that Fian was probably just Yixian's companion. Fian, right? There's also no problem for you to join Mo Shang training camp. However, illusion disguises are not allowed in the training camp, so please remove your illusion disguise. What do you think? That last sentence, the disciple asked Yixian because he understood that Yixian had the right to make the decision. However, how could he know that Yixian did not plan to care about Fian at all? Fian was also very direct. With a wave of her hand, she removed her illusion disguise. Is this okay? The voice was still the same voice, but the person was no longer the same person. The previous Fian was definitely not a beauty in Yixian's eyes. She was just an ordinary girl. But now, once Fian removed her disguise and revealed her true appearance, it made it difficult for countless people to shift their gazes away. So beautiful. Someone unconsciously said it out loud, and this was exactly what everyone was thinking. What was going on? Yi Xian was a little surprised. He was prepared to go and see how beautiful this Fian was, but who knew that with a wave of her hand, Fian actually returned to her normal appearance. My young master does not allow me to reveal my appearance outside, so please see if you can make it convenient. At this moment, Yi Xian frowned slightly and walked towards Fian. He really did look a little dissatisfied. When everyone heard Fian's words, they looked at Yi Xian with slightly angry expressions. In their eyes, Fian's exceptionally beautiful appearance should be displayed so that people could see it. However, this guy was actually so selfish as to not allow such a beauty to reveal her appearance. What was this? However, Yi Xian was also thinking about this sentence in his heart. F***ck. What does this have to do with me? It seems that I haven't even seen Fian's original appearance before. This is simply bullying people. Looking at Fian's smiling gaze, Yi Xian was incomparably depressed. Of course, Yi Xian did not need to find trouble with Fian for such a small matter. Since it's the young master's intention, then you don't have to remove your disguise. That disciple's heart was simply dripping blood. He actually had the chance to see such a beautiful face every day. This was simply unacceptable. Unfortunately, he did not dare to offend Yi Xian, so he could only think about it in his heart. Perhaps some people would say that since Yi Xian came to Mo Shang's training camp to investigate, then he should not be so flamboyant. Chapter 2146. Because according to Yi Xian's plan, he would be used to attract the firepower. As for the investigation, it could be left to the Withered Bones doppelganger or the Thousand Beasts sword attendant. Of course, it seemed that there was someone more capable of attracting attention than him. That person was Fian. How beautiful was Fian that she could make all these people lose their minds. All the way until Yi Xian entered Mo Shang training camp, Yi Xian was also pondering this question. However, since Fian didn't reveal her true appearance in front of him, Yi Xian wouldn't force it. Mo Shang training camp didn't have a fixed time for accepting disciples. After all, once one joined, it was normal for them to stay for hundreds of years, or even tens of thousands of years. Therefore, when it came to finding and accepting disciples, Mo Shang training camp would accept anyone as long as they met the criteria. A training camp in the God realm. Yi Xian was still quite surprised. To be honest, Yi Xian didn't find it strange that sects, clans, alliances, and so on would appear. However, Yi Xian couldn't help but feel a little strange that such a training camp would appear. Of course, in such a big God realm, anything appearing wouldn't be considered too surprising. Young Master Yi, we've already arranged a room for you. At the same time, the training camp is fully open to you. There are no restrictions on using any treasures or learning anything you want. The disciple in charge of leading Yi Xian was very respectful to Yi Xian. He even told Yi Xian about many things he needed to pay attention to along the way. Of course, Yi Xian still displayed a superior appearance. All right, I understand. You can leave. Yi Xian waved his hand, as if treating this disciple as his follower. However, that disciple didn't dare to go against Yi Xian's wishes, so he directly left. Fian wasn't assigned to Yi Xian. Of course, this was Yi Xian's idea. Otherwise, if he wanted Fian to be with him, it would only take a single sentence. Yi Xian only did this to facilitate the investigation. At this time, Yi Xian was alone in his room, but he thought of that jade talisman. The jade talisman that the primordial divine emperor left to Yi Xian. Yi Xian still hadn't carefully studied it. Since he had nothing to do now, he might as well take a good look. Yi Xian took out the jade talisman. On the surface, there didn't seem to be anything special about it. Yi Xian couldn't see how this jade talisman could leave the primordial divine emperor's legacy. This was a jade talisman, not a yin-yang ring. Could it be some sort of technique or a treasure map or something? Yi Xian was stunned for a moment. He released his spiritual will in an attempt to investigate. When Yi Xian's spiritual will invaded the jade talisman, in an instant, the jade talisman turned into a ray of light and merged with Yi Xian's spiritual will. Yes, it had fused with his divine sense. At the same time, Yi Xian inexplicably felt that there was an additional memory that didn't belong to Yi Xian. The content of this memory was very simple. Yi Xian's current realm was not high enough. When Yi Xian reached the sky god realm, he would receive the most basic inheritance of the primordial divine emperor. What kind of method was this? What exactly was that jade talisman? Yi Xian found it hard to imagine. It could be said that the jade talisman was a miraculous item that Yi Xian had never seen or heard of before. Sky God Realm? In fact, Yi Xian still had a large amount of resources. If he swallowed them, he would only need a small portion to break through to the Sky God Realm. However, Yi Xian didn't choose to break through. In the beginning, because of the final trial, Yi Xian deliberately held back his realm. As for the restriction, Yi Xian wanted to keep a low profile. He could act arrogantly and attract the attention of everyone in the training camp, but his realm couldn't be too high. Because only then would the people in the training camp look down on Yi Xian. On one hand, they would give in to Yi Xian's special doppelganger and eccentric behavior. On the other hand, they would look down on Yi Xian because of his peak true god realm cultivation. Without a doubt, this would be more suitable for Yi Xian's actions. The secret of the jade talisman seemed to have been solved temporarily. It looked like the primordial divine emperor's words were true. Only when Yi Xian slowly improved his strength would he be able to uncover the benefits left behind by Yi Xian. Today was Yi Xian's first day of training in the training camp. The entire training camp was divided into 2 camps, the inner and outer. The outer camp was divided into 10 divisions, and each division had different things to learn. The elders in charge of teaching in the Mozhang training camp were not only from Mozhang Pavilion, but also from other factions. It could be said that there were many things to learn. Yi Xian's identity was special, so he was directly entered into the first division. The only thing that the first division had more than the other 9 divisions was the right to listen in. In other words, Yi Xian could listen to any choice he was interested in. Of course, as it was his first day of training, Yi Xian still had to go to the first division to take a look. There were fewer people in the first division. After all, the people in the first division were all people with backgrounds. There were even 10 people in the so-called strength ranking, and 6 people in the genius ranking were from the first division. One had to know that the Mozhang training camp's 3 great rankings listed all the factions in Mozhang Pavilion's 100 territories. One could imagine how powerful the first division was. However, Yi Xian's arrival attracted hostility, not friendship. Oh, you're the newcomer? Yi Xian had just entered the first division when he was stopped by a youth. Yi Xian raised his head and looked at that person. Although the character that Yi Xian had chosen to play was originally a character that wasn't liked by others, it was out of Yi Xian's expectations that trouble would come knocking on his door so quickly. You have a problem with that? Yi Xian raised an eyebrow and looked at that person with a provocative gaze. Aunt. Who knew that that person would look at Yi Xian with disdain, then turn around and leave. Yi Xian did not care and walked straight in. Soon, another person walked over. Young Master Yi, don't mind him. That person is from Jubao Pavilion, so of course he doesn't like you. Oh, so that's how it is. Then why are you willing to interact with me? Yi Xian looked at this person in confusion. Haha, I am Kuan Sang from Juding Chamber of Commerce. That person said lightly. Juding Chamber of Commerce? What the hell? Yi Xian had never heard of it before. However, he could roughly guess why this person would take the initiative to interact with him. This Juding Chamber of Commerce was probably a faction that had a good relationship with Ling Xian court. Yi Xian's identity had been very arrogantly announced when he joined. He was a young master who had a special relationship with Ling Xian court, at least on the surface. Chapter 2147. At the start of the first training session, nothing much happened. Although no one liked Yi Xian, they did not cause trouble for him. However, as soon as the training session ended, someone came looking for Yi Xian. Are you Yi Xian? Yi Xian did not recognize this person, nor was he from the first division. However, if he dared to cause trouble for Yi Xian would not let him off so easily. In fact, Yi Xian knew that this person was just a small fry that had been sent here. Low-level celestial god? He did seem to be slightly higher than Yi Xian, but would Yi Xian care? Who are you? Yi Xian didn't answer the other party's question. He only indifferently looked at that person with disdain in his eyes. Humph. Who I am is not important. However, I heard that you are very arrogant. Do you know what rules you have to follow here? Yi Xian smiled. Rules? What rules was this guy talking to him about? What right did this guy have to talk to him about rules? What rules? This young master doesn't know anything about that. Yi Xian was playing the role of an unruly and arrogant young master. Why would he care about this person? Of course, even if he did not play the role, Yi Xian would not care about such a small fry. Haha, kid, I am here today to tell you that you should not be too arrogant. You should know about the point system of the training camp, right? My request is simple. Let's have a bet. Do you dare? He was clearly a celestial god, but he wanted to beat up Yi Xian, a weakling who was only a celestial god. However, this person in front of him had the nerve to say it out loud. Wasn't he embarrassed? Of course, Yi Xian didn't mind. He was just a mere second-grade heavenly god, so Yi Xian had the strength to instantly kill him. Yi Xian knew about the point system of the training camp. Someone had already told him about it. Simply put, these points were equivalent to the common currency of the training camp. If you were strong enough, then you could steal the points of others. Of course, if you're not strong enough, you have to admit defeat. Moreover, since this was the training camp, at least on the surface, killing in the training camp was not allowed. Every newbie would receive 1,000 points. Through these points, the trainees in the training camp could exchange for some special magical equipment, materials, and so on in the training camp. On the surface, the 100mo training camp seemed to be a very fair place. As long as you had the strength, you could use your strength to get whatever you wanted, whether it was treasures, resources, a change of unit, or even a place in the internal division. Everything was decided by strength. It turned out that this guy was aiming for his points. One had to know that there was another rule in the 100mo training camp. Once your points were used up, you had to automatically leave. That was because even if you were to accept a group mission, you still needed points to exchange. Okay, I can promise you. Then, let's bet 1,000 points. Yi Xian smiled. Someone was giving him points. Of course, he would not miss such a good deal. That person was slightly taken aback. He did not expect Yi Xian to agree so readily. What was even more unexpected was that Yi Xian not only agreed, but also raised the bet to 1,000 points in one go. As a newbie who had just entered the training camp, Yi Xian was basically putting all his eggs in one basket. If Yi Xian failed this time, then it would be equivalent to automatically leaving the camp. Good, very good. Kid, you've got guts. Since you want to make history in the training camp, I'll fulfill your wish. I'll make you the shortest person in the history of the training camp to be forcefully kicked out. Cut the crap. Come on, let's fight now. Yi Xian looked at this guy. He knew that there were probably many pairs of eyes watching him in the dark. At this moment, at least a dozen people were watching Yi Xian from afar. Yi Xian's insolence and Yi Xian's background made Yi Xian a person that people could not help but pay attention to. The first division of the outer camp could be said to be a very troublesome division, although there were very few people in the first division. However, each and every one of them had a special identity. Being able to enter the first division was equivalent to having half a foot in the inner camp. In such an environment, it was hard not to notice the first division. What an arrogant kid. Although Hong Soon of the Hong family is not weak, he is a well-known genius in the 7th division. Don't underestimate him just because he is a lower tier 2 celestial god. His true combat strength is enough to fight a lower tier 5 celestial god. Moreover, this guy is Old Ghost's man. I'm afraid Old Ghost has given him a protective treasure. It looks like this newcomer is done for. Isn't that so? To be honest, I don't have any bad feelings towards this newcomer. Although this guy is indeed very arrogant, since he can get the full support of Ling Xian Court's guardian elder, his identity is definitely not ordinary. Then, he does have the right to be arrogant. Unfortunately, this guy doesn't know how to conduct himself properly. Have you heard? The newcomer yesterday is going to have a gambling fight with Hong Soon of the 7th division. This is going to be interesting, haha. Are you talking about young Master Yi? Damn it, these damn guys. They actually bullied young Master Yi because he is new and doesn't know the rules. They are actually so despicable. Humph, I have to stop this gambling fight. How are you going to stop it? You should know that the rules of the gambling fight are that as long as both parties agree, no one can interfere. But for the first 5 years of the new students, they are exempt from all forms of gambling fights. Don't tell me that no one cares about this rule? Haha, but don't forget that this is under the condition that the new students refuse. What if they are willing? This time, among the two people who spoke, it was very obvious that one of them supported Yi Xian. However, the nature of Ling Xian Court determined that it was impossible for them to say how many people they would send to participate in this so-called Mo Shang training camp. It could be said that before Yi Xian, even if people from Lingxian court participated, their identities were not important. So, even if there were people who supported Yi Xian, so what? Their identities were really too lowly. The only one who could enter the first division was at the bottom of the first division. As for the internal division, there was no need to even think about it. This was the realm of the gods and this was a small training camp. If there was any news, wouldn't the entire training camp know in an instant? At this moment, almost everyone was paying attention to Yi Xian and this gambling fight. Even if this gambling fight didn't seem to be anything special. The gambling fight between Yi Xian and Hong Sun was scheduled to take place after the afternoon training. As for the location, it was naturally the designated arena of the training camp. At this moment, there were already many people gathered below the arena. They were undoubtedly here to watch the battle between Yi Xian and Hong Sun. Chapter 2148. From the moment Yi Xian entered the Mo Shang training camp, he was an existence that could not be ignored. He was an existence that could not be ignored. In the afternoon, the unique sun of the god realm was already setting in the west. The 10th day was slowly rising. Hong Sun was already standing on the stage. Beside Hong Sun was an old man. He was the host of the stage and also the person in charge of determining the outcome of the battle. That guy. He wouldn't dare to come, right? Everyone was discussing spiritedly. Hong Sun had already waited for half an hour, but she did not see Yi Xian's figure. Hong Sun was anxious. The mission he received was to teach Yi Xian a lesson and teach Yi Xian how to behave. If he completed the mission, there would naturally be many benefits. However, if he did not complete the mission, that person would not be so easy to talk to. Therefore, Hong Sun was most worried about Yi Xian not coming. Hong Sun squeezed the item in his hand. This time, he felt more confident. To be honest, if Hong Sun was to find trouble with Yi Xian, even if Hong Sun had 10 times the courage, he would not dare. Yi Xian's background wasn't something that a mere Hong Xian like him could provoke. Fortunately, his master had enmity with Lingxian Pavilion to begin with. In that case, even if Hong Xian were to attack Yi Xian now, there would still be someone to protect him. Finally, a figure slowly walked over. If it was not Yi Xian, who else could it be? At this moment, Yi Xian was holding a special skewer of roasted meat in his hand. It was unknown what kind of divine beast this was, but it could be said to be a major specialty of the Mo Shang training camp. The taste was indeed not bad. As for Fian, she was also holding a skewer of roasted meat and silently followed behind Yi Xian. Eating roasted meat? This was nothing special. Although the price of roasted divine beast meat was ridiculously high, and very few people would eat it, it was inevitable that some people would occasionally be greedy. However, didn't you have a bet with someone? How could you be in the mood to eat roasted meat before a bet? In an instant, the surrounding people began to whisper to each other. As for Hong Sun, her face had long since flushed red. This was simply too humiliating. He had been standing in the arena like an idiot for an hour, but his opponent had actually gone to eat barbecued meat. This was simply an insult. Yi Xian walked up the ring step by step, but his mouth was still full of barbecued meat. You didn't lie to me. This barbecue tastes really good. Hey, you, didn't you want to bet with me? Hurry up, don't waste my time eating the barbecue. Face slapping. It was as if the onlookers could hear the slapping sounds coming from the face of this thorny fruit. This time, Hong Sun could be considered to have lost a great deal of face. Hong Sun's eyes were filled with incomparable anger. Even her entire body was trembling. This was simply too much. This was simply too humiliating. All right, since both parties have agreed to the bet, let me confirm one last time. Yi Xian, do you agree to the bet? I agree. Isn't he just an ant? I'll just kick him out of the arena later. Hurry up, don't waste my time, Yi Xian said casually as he bit off another piece of barbecued meat. All right, since that's the case, I hereby announce that this bet has complied with the rules. The bet will be 1,000 points. The battle will now begin. As the old man spoke, he also announced the start of the battle. Hong Sun could no longer hold back. As soon as the old man spoke, she suddenly moved and charged towards Yi Xian. However, although she was fast, someone was even faster. Yi Xian waved his hand and the 1,000 beast sword servants appeared. 1,000 beast formation. Divine beast mount summon. Rumble. In the blink of an eye, 1,000 divine beast mounts appeared on the small arena. Silver and gold. This time, although it was said that only 30 or so gold mounts had appeared, it was still a shocking sight. However, the scene was shocking enough. Were they going to gang up on him? Controlling divine beasts was a common way of fighting for many people. However, it was rare to see someone like Xianxia who could summon 1,000 divine beasts with a wave of his hand. Go, 1,000 beast sword servants, teach that guy a good lesson. Oh right, I almost forgot. You can't kill here, so just make him half crippled. Also, I want his interspatial ring. Xianxia said calmly. It was in accordance with the rules for the victor to take the loser's spoils. However, this was the training camp after all, not the cruel world outside. Generally speaking, unless there was a huge grudge between them, no one would do such a thing. Of course, this rule didn't apply to Xianxia. Was there any need to continue watching this battle? How was this a battle? This was torture. At this point, everyone understood that Hong Sun had no chance. She was only qualified to be played around by Xianxia. There were 1,000 divine beasts, and some of them were even stronger than Hong Sun's current strength. How could Hong Sun fight against them? In the blink of an eye, Xianxia's divine rank mount had already charged over like a galloping army. Torture. Yes, it was tyrannical. Xianxia used his own actions to let others know of his insolence. At the same time, he also let others know that he wasn't as easy to provoke as he seemed on the surface. Although he was only at the god realm, his strength was incomparably powerful. Hong Sun didn't have the slightest ability to fight back. The battle was over from the start. Like a rubber ball, Hong Sun's body was kicked around by those divine beast mounts. Meanwhile, Xianxia stood aside and casually ate his barbecued meat. When he finally finished his barbecued meat, he seemed to recall something and said indifferently, "Forget it, there's no need to fight." As soon as Xianxia said this, those divine beast mounts, including the 1,000 beast sword servants, disappeared in an instant. It was as if they had never been there. Of course, the pitiful Hong Sun, who was lying on the ground half dead, proved that everything that had happened was not an illusion. There was no suspense in this battle at all. I hereby announce that Xianxia is the winner of the first battle. The old man didn't care about the situation at all. His task was to watch the outcome of the battle. Of course, he also wanted to make sure that no lives were lost. Yes, this was also the time when Xianxia was searching for Hong Sun's interspatial ring. Unfortunately, he didn't care. Since the outcome was out, there was no need for Xianxia to continue staying here. Xianxia left immediately. He didn't look like someone who had come to fight at all. Those who didn't know better would think that this kid was just there to watch a show, not to sing a song. It could be said that Hong Sun even had thoughts of dying. His interspatial ring contained almost all of his assets. Due to the special nature of the training camp, at least 90% of his belongings were stored in his interspatial ring, even though Hong Sun had stored a small portion of his belongings elsewhere. Chapter 2149. Although Hong Sun was a genius in the 7th Division, his strength was pitifully weak and he didn't have any backing. Therefore, he only had a total of over 1,700 points. After losing 1,000 points to Xianxia, it could be said that he was crippled. This was because the remaining 700 points weren't enough for him to buy the treasures he needed. A defeated person would never be pitied by others. Even Hong Sun's former master wouldn't care about him at this moment. No one cared about what would happen to Hong Sun in the future. Everyone was talking about the winner, Xianxia. Wow, young Master Yi is indeed young Master Yi. Just by casually summoning 1,000 divine beasts, I'm afraid that many people can't do anything to him. Isn't that so? With the strength that young Master Yi displayed, I'm afraid that no one below the middle-level heavenly god realm would dare to provoke him. Moreover, with young Master Ye's identity, how could he only have one ultimate move? In my opinion, young Master Yi must have held back his strength. He's so strong, as expected of young Master Yi. Ignorant people would always be ignorant. Once Xianxia won, these people immediately changed their tone. They seemed to have forgotten that no one thought highly of Xianxia before this. Of course, Xianxia's performance naturally attracted the attention of everyone in the training camp. Even those who didn't pay attention to Xianxia couldn't ignore Xianxia at this moment. A mere true god realm cultivation could be said to be at the bottom of the entire training camp. However, the techniques that he displayed, as well as the information and potential contained in those techniques, were worth paying attention to. Young master, did you do that on purpose? Suddenly, Fian, who was following behind Yi Xian, asked. Yi Xian didn't tell Fian about his plan. Therefore, Fian didn't know what Yi Xian's ultimate goal was. Of course, with Fian's intelligence, she could see some clues. Hee girl, remove your disguise in the future and use your true face to meet others. If you want to disguise yourself in front of me, I won't care about you. Girl was the name that Yi Xian gave Fian. Of course, strictly speaking, it wasn't a name at all. Alright. Flying Smoke was not ambiguous and directly answered. No matter what purpose Yi Xian had, Flying Smoke would unconditionally obey. At this time, Flying Smoke already knew that not only had Yi Xian obtained Flying Feather's godhead, but he had also begun to revive. Yi Xian didn't say anything, and Fian didn't ask either. However, Fian was still very grateful to Yi Xian in her heart, just like her oath in the past. At this time, Fian had already regarded herself as Yi Xian's personal property, or rather, a female slave. Yi Xian returned to his living quarters. In this training camp, there was indeed not as much trouble as the outside world. However, Yi Xian would not always indulge in pleasure here. Come out, withered bone sword servants. Several dozen withered bone sword servants of varying strength instantly appeared. Yi Xian casually threw the cloaks he had prepared to these withered bone sword servants, then said to them, Go and collect all the information regarding Mo Xianggu and this training camp. Yi Xian wanted to investigate Mo Xianggu. Actually, there was no clear path to take. Since that was the case, Yi Xian might as well start a full-scale investigation. Of course, the withered bone sword servants were only the first batch. Yi Xian didn't have much power to mobilize at the moment, but these withered bone sword servants could at least be of some use. Mo Xianggu? Destroy? Also, what were those guys that required 990,000 totem beasts to be sacrificed in order to be resurrected? Yi Xian, when the time came, he would have to find out. The withered bone sword servants quickly left to carry out Yi Xian's plan, while Yi Xian prepared to rest. However, not long after he laid down, he heard a knock on the door. Is young Master Yi in? May I come in? Someone is looking for me? Yi Xian was a little surprised. Could it be another faction that was on good terms with Ling Xian court? Come in. Since someone was looking for him, Yi Xian immediately let them in. However, it wasn't one person who entered, but 5. The moment the 5 entered, one of them threw out a few flags, completely isolating the entire room. Then, the 5 of them directly knelt in front of Yi Xian. Fire Tribe Elementary Apostles greet the God Emperor. What the hell? The 5 of them immediately set up restrictions as soon as they entered the room. At first, Yi Xian was confused as to what they were up to. However, when he turned around, the 5 of them knelt in front of Yi Xian. This made Yi Xian a little unable to react. You are? Yi Xian asked in surprise. He really didn't know these 5 people. God Emperor, the 5 of us are Fire Tribe Apostles. We are from the primordial bloodline. The primordial bloodline. The primordial divine emperor. In an instant, Yi Xian understood their identities. Yi Xian had obtained the primordial divine emperor's inheritance. It could be said that he was now the primordial divine emperor. However, Yi Xian had never considered the possibility that the primordial divine emperor still had descendants or subordinates. After all, the primordial divine emperor was an extremely powerful person from countless years ago. Now that tens of millions of years had passed, who knew if he still had subordinates? Even if there were, after such a long time, these people would have long since gone back to what they were supposed to be doing. However, what Yi Xian didn't expect was that someone would come looking for him as soon as he arrived at Mo Xiang training camp. Perhaps seeing Yi Xian's confusion, that person continued. God Emperor, you may not know this, but the primordial bloodline has always been in contact with each other. We have a special ability that allows us to sense the existence of the Grand Divine Emperor. We know that the Grand Divine Emperor has fallen, but his divine consciousness still exists. Therefore, when the Grand Divine Emperor bestowed his inheritance to you, we all received the news. Yes, Lord God Emperor. The 5 tribes of the primordial bloodline are scattered all over the God realm. In addition, there are also several loyal servant tribes scattered all over the God realm. Due to various reasons, we can only hide our identities. For tens of millions of years, we have been waiting for your arrival. Today, we have finally waited for you. These people were extremely excited, but Yi Xian was only puzzled. Wait a minute. How did you know my identity, and how did you find me? Yes, Yi Xian couldn't understand this matter, so he couldn't help but feel uneasy. Now, why did he have a feeling that everything about him was under the eyes of others? This feeling was not good. Lord God Emperor, when you received the divine seal, we already knew. When your soul fused with the divine seal, not only our fire clan, I'm afraid that everyone in the God realm already knew of your existence. This little one knows that without your summons, we came out directly. This is not in accordance with the rules, but we really couldn't suppress the excitement in our hearts. We never thought that Lord God Emperor would actually come to Mo Shang training camp. Divine seal? Yi Xian thought about it and understood. It was probably the jade seal that Yi Xian had merged with. Chapter 2150. From the start, Yi Xian had guessed that the jade talisman was not as simple as it seemed. Now, it seemed that the jade talisman represented many things. Of course, no matter what, this was a good thing for Yi Xian. How much power does the ancient remnant tribe have now? Yi Xian thought for a moment and asked directly. These people would be Yi Xian's forces in the future, so naturally, he had to know more about them. Emperor God, we do not know about the other 4 tribes, but the strongest person in the fire tribe is a Lord God. Lord God was a realm. God, sky God, spirit God, profound God, true God. These 5 realms were the 5 lower realms of the God realm. True God was also a realm, but at the same time, it was also a title. Generally speaking, the gods of the human race were called true gods or human gods. The other races also had their own titles. For example, the gods of the demon race were called demon gods, the gods of the spirit race were called spirit gods, and so on. Each realm was divided into upper, middle, and lower levels, and each level was further divided into 9 grades. Lord God was the first level of strength in the middle 5 realms. Yi Xian frowned slightly. It seemed that the ancient remnant tribe's strength was only average. At the very least, the fire tribe's strength was not that great. Of course, this was because Yi Xian was too careless. A true god was not to be trifled with. It could be said that if a true god appeared now, it would be enough to crush the entire Mo Shang training camp. Yi Xian thought for a moment and made a decision in his heart. Yi Xian could say that the appearance of these people was a surprise, but it could also be said that he was not surprised at all. It was impossible for an ancient remnant god emperor to not have some tricks up his sleeve. What surprised Yi Xian was that these people would find him. However, since these people were here, then Yi Xian could make good use of them. Let me ask you, how many people does the fire tribe have in this area? Emperor God, there are only 5 of us in the fire tribe. The fire tribe's main area of activity is not here. The 5 of us are only here on orders to investigate something. Investigate something? Tell me, what do you want to investigate? Replying to the God Emperor, my fire clan's lord has sensed that there's something strange about this Mo Shang pavilion, so we've come to investigate. Yi Xian nodded. This ancient remnant tribe was not strong, but they were quite a busybody. Mo Shanga obviously had a problem, and a very big one at that. However, the strongest person in the fire clan was only a Sir God. How dare they meddle in other people's business? Did they have nothing better to do? Weren't they afraid of being targeted by annihilation? Of course, although Yi Xian thought so in his heart, he was still investigating Mo Shanga. In that case, it would be perfect for these people to assist him. Yes, this Mo Shang pavilion is indeed problematic. In reality, they are just a puppet sect. Alright, I'm too lazy to explain anything else to you. Now, I'll give you a mission. Don't let anyone know that you've come to see me today. After today, you'll act as if you've never seen me. Furthermore, you'll treat me as your enemy. Then, you'll take the opportunity to rope in that Mo Shang pavilion member and investigate in secret. Do you understand? Yi Xian's words were simple, but his meaning was very clear. The 5 of them were not fools. How could they not understand? However, to make Yi Xian their enemy? Even if they were given 100 guts, they wouldn't dare. When they heard Yi Xian's words, the 5 of them immediately knelt on the ground and said in unison, We dare not make an enemy out of Lord God Emperor. What are you being so wishy-washy about? This is a plan to investigate that Mo Shang pavilion member. It's not like I'm actually asking you to betray me. Alright, It's settled. Remember, after today, you mustn't give yourself away. Even if you attack me directly, you mustn't make the slightest mistake. Furthermore, treat today's matter as if it never happened. Our opponent isn't weak. If any of you give yourself away, I'm afraid we'll all be finished. This. All right, Lord God Emperor. We already know what to do. The 5 of them understood Yi Xian's intentions from the start. However, they hadn't dared to make Yi Xian their enemy. Now that Yi Xian had made this request, they had no choice but to obey. The 5 of them quickly left, as if nothing had happened. With the 5 of them in hiding, Yi Xian had a few more tricks up his sleeve. One in the light, one in the dark, one in the front, one in the back. Yi Xian was working together to find out the secret that Mo Shang Pavilion was hiding. Of course, even with the addition of the 5 from the Fire Tribe, Yi Xian's strength was still very, very weak. Mo Shang Pavilion was like a giant in front of Yi Xian. If they wanted to investigate, Yi Xian would probably have to think of a way himself. Of course, these things couldn't be rushed. It could only be done gradually. On the second day of training, it was obvious that a portion of the people were much more well-behaved in front of Yi Xian. As for the ordinary people, they had to avoid Yi Xian. After all, from Yi Xian's background and the strength that Yi Xian had displayed, he wasn't someone to be trifled with. Very quickly, 3 months had passed. Yi Xian welcomed his first mission. Mo Shang training camp would issue missions once a year. It was similar to a test. In Mo Shang training camp, it didn't mean that you were safe once you entered. In fact, once you didn't have enough points, it was normal to be kicked out. The annual test was both an opportunity and a crisis. The annual assessment was 500 points. What did 500 points mean? One had to know that when Yi Xian came, he was only given 1,000 points. It could be said that if you didn't work hard, you would only be able to use the points for 2 years. There were only 3 ways to earn points in Mo Shang training camp: duels, missions, and special training rewards. There was no need to talk about duels. Yi Xian had already done it once. However, duels like that were rarely accepted if there was no enmity between them. As for missions, there were many more. The annual test was mandatory, but there were also other kinds of missions. However, the annual test mission this time was Yi Xian's first time coming into contact with the mission system of Mo Shang training camp. On this day, everyone in the training camp had gathered. Apart from those who had enough points or special permission to not participate in the test, everyone else had gathered. The head of Mo Shang training camp's first division was called Lu Luo. Lu Luo was only a peak celestial god powerhouse. Normally speaking, he didn't have the qualifications to become a division head. However, he had another identity, and that was a Grand Master Blacksmith. Chapter 2151. In the realm of the gods, the majority of people would not choose any of the subsidiary professions. Therefore, every subsidiary profession would be able to obtain a very high status. Alchemist, weapon refiner, restriction master, beast tamer, and other subsidiary professions were not to be underestimated once their realm reached a certain level. The reason why the Myriad Beasts Divine Sect had such a vast territory and was able to obtain such special treatment was because they were a beast tamer sect. Of course, even subsidiary professions had huge differences. For example, if a beast tamer was compared to a weapon refiner, if they were of the same realm, there would be a huge difference in treatment. After all, divine beasts could only be forcefully subdued with strength. Therefore, beast tamers were of little value. However, weapon refiners were different. Every single one of them knew how to refine weapons. This was a huge amount of wealth. Only they could refine those special treasures. Lu Luo looked at the people in front of him. At this moment, he was standing on the high platform and looking around. When he saw Yi Xian, he nodded slightly and said, "I believe everyone already knows that today is the day of our annual examination. This time, you will still need to enter the examination valley. Many of you should have been to the examination valley before. Of course, there are also some who have not. Therefore, I will briefly explain the rules here. The examination valley is a special secret realm specially marked out by my Mo Shang training camp. There are a total of 5 levels in this secret realm. Since your realm is different, you will need to enter different areas. True gods will enter the first area, heavenly gods will enter the second area, and so on. Your mission is to kill a specific number of test beasts. I will not say any more nonsense. The 500 points are right there. Whether you gain or lose 500 points will depend on your performance. Alright, you can all go now. Yi Xian, you stay behind for a while. Everyone looked at Yi Xian, but did not say anything and directly left. Yi Xian was puzzled. Why did the head want to ask him to stay behind? Head. Yi Xian looked at Lu Luo and called out lightly. Yi Xian, because you have only joined the first division for 3 months, you have the right to not participate in this examination. Your points will not be deducted. So, are you giving up on this examination? So it was this matter? Would Yi Xian give up? Of course not. It was said that there were many benefits to be had in this assessment valley. Yi Xian wouldn't be so foolish to give up such a good opportunity. Thank you for your kind intentions. I choose to participate. Alright, since you've chosen to participate, I'll explain it to you in detail. The test beast is the designated target. However, danger lurks everywhere in the test valley. Other than various divine beasts, there are also special restrictions, traps, and so on. Once you enter, you may encounter danger at any time. Also, in the assessment valley, our training camp surveillance is not that strong. If someone were to make a move on you, I'm afraid we won't be able to save you in time, so you'd better watch out for yourself. Remember, your target is the first area. Don't hesitate to come out immediately after you've killed 10 exam beasts there. You must not be careless. Yi Xian nodded, but in fact, he didn't care at all. In the first area, only he, Yi Xian, was a true god. However, this was also because Yi Xian didn't want to level up. As long as Yi Xian was willing, he could level up immediately even at his current state. However, although Yi Xian used brashness to attract people's attention, he didn't want to face unnecessary trouble due to leveling up too quickly. After receiving Lu Luo's approval, Yi Xian entered the assessment valley. The assessment valley was a separate secret realm. It was a square that the Mo Shang training camp opened up in the void. However, the location was still very big. It was equivalent to the size of 2 territories. In other words, it was equivalent to the size of 2 ordinary continents. Moreover, the cost of such a secret realm was definitely huge. Therefore, when the Mo Shang training camp built the assessment valley, they actually worked together with a few other families. It could be said that in the assessment valley, there weren't only Mo Shang Ji's family. There were also other participants. Every time the assessment valley was opened, a large amount of resources would be required. Inside the assessment valley, the flow of time was different. A day in the outside world was 10 days inside. Yi Xian and the rest had 15 days. In other words, they had 150 days in the assessment valley. After 150 days, they would be forcefully teleported out regardless of whether they could complete the mission or not. Yi Xian didn't pay too much attention to these matters. At this time, he had already arrived at the entrance. It could be said that in the entire Mo Shang training camp, there were less than 100 people who entered the first area. After all, the true god realm was only the lowest realm in the divine realm. Those who were able to enter the Mo Shang training camp were mostly at the heavenly god realm at the very least. With a flash of light, Yi Xian was teleported into the first area. There were also a few people who went in with Yi Xian. However, these people left immediately after seeing Yi Xian. Fian also participated in the assessment. However, when Yi Xian entered, Fian had already left with her companions. In other words, this time, Yi Xian could only move alone. The strength of the assessment beasts varied. In fact, these assessment beasts could be considered as semi-tamed divine beasts. Under normal circumstances, if you didn't take the initiative to attack them, they wouldn't take the initiative to attack people either. Moreover, these assessment beasts all moved alone. It could be said that this assessment wasn't considered too difficult. Of course, the prerequisite was that there were no other divine beasts causing trouble. Unfortunately, there wasn't much in this assessment valley except for divine beasts. All kinds of divine beasts were everywhere. The area of the assessment valley was very large. There were countless teleportation gates everywhere. When Yi Xian walked into the first teleportation gate, he was randomly teleported to a location in the first area. How's the preparation? Don't worry, big brother. How can you not be at ease when I handle things? That kid surnamed Yi, before he entered the teleportation gate, I've already bribed someone to tamper with the teleportation gate. This kid surnamed Yi will be teleported to a nightmare level area. Moreover, I still have a backup plan. Even if he can escape from the nightmare level area, he definitely won't be able to escape from my pursuit. At this moment, if Yi Xian heard these two people's words, he probably wouldn't be so relaxed. There was actually someone who wanted to kill Yi Xian in the assessment valley. Of course, Yi Xian didn't know. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care too much. The moment Yi Xian stepped out of the teleportation gate, he was stunned by the scene before him. A desert. A boundless desert. He had actually come to a desert. The rolling yellow sand was blown by the storm from time to time, forming tornadoes. Chapter 2152. The most important thing was that there was no standard for the formation of these tornadoes. They appeared as they wished, and even made it impossible for people to predict. In addition to the tornadoes, there were also powerful lightning strikes in the desert from time to time. Damn! Isn't this just an assessment? Is there a need to make it so difficult? Yi Xian was stunned for a moment. Then his figure flashed as he prepared to find his target. Suddenly, a loud sound came from behind Yi Xian. Yi Xian did not have time to think and jumped away immediately. All of a sudden, a strange divine beast leaped out from the yellow sand. This divine beast's gigantic mouth took up 2/3 of its entire body. It was one thing for it to be strange, but the key was that its speed was incomparably fast. Furthermore, as soon as it entered the yellow sand, all traces of it would disappear immediately. What kind of monster was that? Ding! System notification. Target giant mouth sand monster has 2 superpowers, yellow sand phantom and monstrous strength. Giant mouth sand monster's average cultivation level is lower heavenly god. The system notification sounded. However, Yi Xian was shocked. Didn't it say that the assessment area was only a level 1 area, corresponding to true god realm divine beasts? Why did he encounter a heavenly god realm divine beast as soon as he came out? What was going on? It seemed that this time, Yi Xian was forced to break through. At this time, many people in the training camp were puzzled. Wow, someone actually entered the nightmare assessment. Isn't that too bad of a luck? One should know that in order to increase the difficulty of the assessment for everyone in the training camp, each area in the assessment valley was divided into different difficulty levels. From the difficult area to the advanced area. As for the nightmare area, it could be said that no one would enter it in 100 years. After all, the random teleportation settings were usually set to the normal and difficult areas. The probability of being sent to the advanced area was 1 in 10,000, and the probability of being sent to the nightmare area was 1 in 10,000. Generally speaking, only those who felt that they were strong enough to take the initiative to change areas would be sent to the advanced area. However, to be sent directly to the nightmare area as soon as he came out, his luck was not so good. 1 in 10,000 chance. With such a small chance, what else could the others say? Let me see who it is. Heavens, it's actually that newcomer Yi Xian from the first episode. No way, he's just a newcomer. Yet he actually entered the nightmare region. I'm afraid he's doomed this time. Lu Luo frowned. Yi Xian's identity was special. If anything happened to him, wouldn't Ling Xian Pavilion find trouble with Mo Shang Pavilion? What should he do? Interfere? No, there was no other way. The assessment valley was very special. Once the participants entered, it would close immediately. These people could use special divine abilities to sense the situation of the participants and even see their movements clearly. However, they did not have the ability to stop or change anything. At this moment, Lu Luo could only pray for Yi Xian in his heart. Ha! That brat was actually hiding his strength. Look, he broke through 3 levels in one go. Now, he's actually a lower tier 3 heavenly god. Haha, this kid is quite interesting. It seems that he deliberately concealed his strength in order to obtain a special reward. However, if he can hide his strength from us, then entering the assessment valley is not a violation of the rules. At this time, Yi Xian had already broken through consecutively. However, this was a helpless action. This damned Huang Sha, this damned monster, caught Yi Xian off guard. System, continue to devour. My level is not enough. Yi Xian had already broken through 3 levels, but he had a feeling that even a lower tier 3 heavenly god's level of cultivation would not be enough here. Ding. System notification. Please take note. If the host continues to devour, special resources will be consumed. Does the host confirm? Special resources? Yi Xian was stunned. Forget it. There were still many uses for special resources. If he used them now, it would be a huge loss. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Yi Xian did not need to devour special resources. After all, even if Yi Xian devoured all the special resources, he could only level up again at most. However, the loss would be great. Fortunately, the system was more humane now. Otherwise, if it was as cold as before, it would have devoured the special resources directly without any notification. By the time Yi Xian found out, it would be too late for regrets. Lower Tier 3 Heavenly God? Humph, this is a difference of a whole realm. Yi Xian looked at the gigantic mouth sand monster with murderous intent in his eyes. Humph, ugly guy. Since you want to find trouble with me, then I'll kill you first and devour you. Deity slaying slash. Suddenly, Yi Xian moved and directly pounced on the gigantic mouth sand monster. In this environment, if Yi Xian summoned his divine rank mount, the effect would not be that obvious. After all, the yellow sand and lightning could appear at any time. The danger level was much higher, and it was also very disruptive. Of course, this gigantic mouth sand monster was not worth Yi Xian's 1,000 beast sword servants. Die for me! The critical hit effect was triggered, and the gigantic mouth sand monster was sent flying with 10 times the attack power. However, before the gigantic mouth sand monster could land on the ground, Yi Xian had already struck with his second sword. Dang! Another critical hit. Without any suspense, Yi Xian directly killed the gigantic mouth sand monster. The effect of 100% critical hit against a mutated beast allowed Yi Xian to be even more powerful in battle against these mutated divine beasts. Devour! With a wave of his hand, Yi Xian directly devoured the gigantic mouth sand monster's corpse. However, Yi Xian did not expect that his attack would poke a hornet's nest. These gigantic mouth sand monsters were not monsters that moved alone, but moved in groups. When the first gigantic mouth sand monster was killed by Yi Xian, more than 10 gigantic mouth sand monsters of varying strength immediately emerged from the ground. Holy shit! Yi Xian was stunned. He did not expect these things to move in groups. Humph, since you want to die, I'll grant you your wish. Deity vanquishing slash. Yi Xian attacked again. This time he used his full strength. Ding. Host has obtained a divine soul fragment. Ding. Host has obtained a divine soul fragment. Finally, he obtained a divine soul fragment. The Godslayer's second skill required a divine soul fragment to activate. However, Yi Xian did not obtain one previously. Now, Yi Xian found out that this divine soul fragment could only be obtained from monsters with cultivation bases above the heavenly god realm. This item was actually so valuable. After killing these gigantic mouth sand monsters, Yi Xian's figure flashed as he continued forward. These gigantic mouth sand monsters were not his test beasts. Chapter 2153. Unfortunately, was this area really that simple? The sand monsters were just an appetizer. Yi Xian walked out of the group of monsters, but he didn't go too far before he ran into trouble again. This time, the trouble didn't come from the monsters, but from the natural restrictions of the desert. The power of nature was something that even gods had to avoid most of the time. Even gods could only borrow from the laws of nature. No god had ever fully grasped the laws of nature. Knowing how to use and grasping were two different things. And in nature there was some power of rules. For example, the 4 seasons, wind and snow, and time and space. All of these were the laws of nature. However, there were some places where the laws of nature were messed up because of people or other reasons. Once they were messed up, the laws of nature would repair them. However, the repair process wasn't something that could be fixed just because it was said to be fixed. These places that were noticed by the laws of nature had a very nice name. Heaven's chosen land. Of course, there were other names, such as the Forgotten Land and so on. Yi Xian didn't know how terrifying Heaven's chosen land was. In fact, there was probably no one who could truly understand how terrifying Heaven's chosen land was. Very few people entered the nightmare level area in this assessment area. Even if they did, they would either give up and leave, or they wouldn't encounter too much danger. That was why the nightmare level area had always existed. However, this time, Yi Xian would let the Mo Shang training camp know just how terrifying their Heaven's chosen place, their nightmare assessment area, was. Yi Xian's figure moved forward quickly because he was very clear that his target was only the assessment beasts. Or rather, if he encountered some special divine beasts, he could kill them. However, at Mo Shang's training camp, the people watching Yi Xian were all confused. What's going on? Why is that kid walking backwards? Yeah, what's that brat Yi Xian trying to do? Could it be that he's cultivating some special technique? That's so strange. Walking backwards? No, Yi Xian wasn't. Yi Xian was flying forward. Why are these giant sand monsters here again? Damn it. Is this desert full of these things? No, I have to change directions and avoid these things. Yi Xian muttered to himself. Killing these giant mouths and monsters didn't have much of a benefit to Yi Xian, so there was no need to waste time. Yi Xian changed his position towards his left hand and continued forward. What does this brat want to do? Why is he walking forward again? And why is his speed so slow? At this moment, in the eyes of Lu Luo and the others, Yi Xian was moving in a straight line, sometimes forward, sometimes backward, sometimes extremely fast, sometimes extremely slow. What's going on? Why are we here again? About an hour later, Yi Xian was surprised to find that he had returned to the position of the sand monster. Yi Xian did not understand. What was wrong with him? Could it be that there was some kind of illusory restriction here that caused Yi Xian to lose his sense of direction? Yi Xian decisively stopped. In fact, he had been flying continuously for more than 10 hours. However, the sunlight in the sky did not change, and no matter how he ran, he would always return to the group of giant sand monsters. Therefore, Yi Xian could only suspect that there was some kind of special restriction here. However, was it really a restriction? After Lu Luo and the others noticed Yi Xian's abnormality, they immediately went to investigate. However, it would have been better if they did not investigate. Once they did, they found out that Yi Xian had encountered a terrifying problem this time. This was not a restriction, nor was it an illusion. Whether it was a restriction or an illusion, it was more or less man-made, so it was not impossible to break it. Unfortunately, this was a chaotic space-time. To be precise, Yi Xian was now running around in circles, and there were many giant sand monsters around him. However, in reality, Yi Xian was now at a point. An insignificant speck. This small dot was a chaotic origin that existed in this piece of time. In the nightmare zone, something like a chaotic origin was the place where the laws of nature would automatically restore the power of the law. It was just an insignificant point, a point that was difficult to see even with a naked eye. Usually, even if people or monsters walked past it, they would not notice it. However, such an origin was very random and symbiotic. It could be said that the current Yi Xian did not exist, but also did not exist. In fact, after Lu Luo and the others discovered the abnormality, they wanted to see what Yi Xian was doing. However, when they used a special treasure to check that place, they found that Yi Xian was not there at all. However, what they saw in front of them was where Yi Xian was. Strange, extremely strange, so strange that in the entire Mo Shang training camp, no one could figure out what was going on. Yi Xian was clearly here, and they could feel Yi Xian. However, they could not see Yi Xian, and they could not track Yi Xian. Yi Xian, who existed between existence and non-existence, was now in an extremely dangerous situation. Whether or not he could escape would determine Yi Xian's fate. However, how could he escape? Yi Xian did not even know what this was. At this time, Yi Xian suspected that this was an illusion and immediately tried to break it. However, he failed. What a perfect illusion. I can't see through it? System, do you have a way to break this illusion? Since he could not do it himself, Yi Xian naturally had to ask the system. However, this time the system did not help him. Ding. System notification. There are no illusions in the illusion that the host is in. What? No illusions? Yi Xian was stunned. Could it be that this was not an illusion, but a restriction? Yi Xian knew that there was a difference between illusions and restrictions. At this thought, Yi Xian immediately said to the system. System, since there are no illusions here, it is very likely that there are some special restrictions here. Help me break this illusion. Ding! System notification. Host, please be aware that there are no restrictions here. When the system notification sounded, Yi Xian was stunned. Yi Xian was stunned. This time he was truly stunned. Not an illusion? No restrictions? So why was he trapped here now? What was going on? Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that this was just a smokescreen? A smokescreen? This was something that was much lower level than illusions. Logically speaking, Yi Xian would be able to see through it with a single glance with the eye of insight.